Hello, my name's Fraser. It is incredibly good to be gracing your ears at this moment, to be tantalizing them. We're in the my house recording studio on the top floor of some building. No, it's on the ground floor. But I'm wishing you well in this moment with every fibre of my being. Welcome to this. And what is it? What is this? It is a audiobook of Alan Carr's, a rewrite of Alan Carr's Easy Way to Stop Smoking, adapted for pornography. And then I've rewritten it a couple times after that. But so like the timeline of it would be Alan Carr, a while back, wrote Easy Way to Stop Smoking. That's been a hit. Many millions of people have read that and they've quit smoking. Good, fantastic. And then he carked it. And then, I know, a bit sad. But then some, person online, some angel rewrote that for pornography, and released it completely free online. It's like a Google Sites thing. And the only problem is that Alan Carr is not a writer, and he admits that. And this guy who calls himself the hack author isn't a writer either. So what I did was I rewrote that. So that's sort of the timeline of it. So this is the audiobook of that, and we're just going to run through it. So if I make like a we'll probably I'll make stuff up. I'll stuff up a bit. We'll do I'll probably have some water. Here's the water sound. Oh, you love that. It's like ASMR. Wonderful. You love that. I've got Michael here on the deck. There's all these very nice recording equipment. Say hello, Michael.
Hello, Michael.
So this is the audiobook for it. Thank you, Michael. So eventually I'm going to rewrite this again, and I'm going to make it even better. But there's bits in it that could be clearer, more concise. Definitely, it's three people writing it. But I want to get I want to get an addiction. I'm going to do an addiction unit next semester. Because I study psychology, and I'm still baby. But I'll do an addiction course, and then I can make it very good. It can be a very good book, and I want that. But this will do for now. I reckon it's helping a lot of people. Happy days. So you just have to keep in mind, as I'm recording this, it's not actually me, just pretend it's not me saying it, it's three people. It's three people doing this. So, just pretend it's not me. Someday I'll rewrite it in my own words. Yeah, big brain. So question perhaps on your mind is, does it work? Does this thing work? Yep. Yeah, it sure does. So I've got a testimonial here. I've got it all on my little remarkable tablet here. Oh, wonderful. Oh, I love this thing. So I'll read it. A few days ago, I turned 20 years old. For the first time in a very long time, I spent my birthday free from the porn trap. And it's all thanks to this book that I haphazardly stumbled upon only a few months ago. Before that, I'd spent so much time trying to quit through traditional means, and I experienced so much inner turmoil and labelled myself permanently as an addict. The book solved all that for me. Where I had previously feared I had no control over myself, even when I'd unknowingly already beaten the little monster, I can now find pride in realising that I don't need to be an addict anymore. I don't really have a reason for posting this. I just felt like I needed to put this down somewhere other than inside my head because it means so much to me. If you're reading this and are thinking about reading or recommending the book, take it from me that it works better than any other method out there. My biggest tip is to take notes, which sounds funny, but it really helped me solidify certain ideas. Good. Perhaps you'll listen to that, mate, and that's good. I'm glad to hear it. It's really good. Anyway, you'll have to. So my tip to you would be, it's drummed into you in the book. it says it on like the front page. You probably saw that. Is like, don't skip chapters. And I highly doubt, or maybe they might, but don't like skip chapters in. Don't like skip through that, because there'll be time codes down the bottom. But don't skip through it. But the big tip is focus on it. Like, don't play Minecraft, don't play Fortnite. Actually focus on this thing. And, you have my permission, like, if you want to clean your house, maybe go for a walk, like something, you do, focusing on it. You listen to things. I can't do things while listening to audiobooks, quite frankly. So this audiobook isn't for me. It's for you. And as the testimonial, our friend in the testimonial there said, take notes and good egg. That's a good suggestion. So I suppose we'll get into it, and I'll say a lot. But here's, if you're looking at the video, here's like the cover. Oh, wonderful. Oh, look at that. Ooh, spicy. Yeah, pretty. A guy messaged, I don't know if he wants his name, but he's like, he messaged me and was like, hey, I'll do like a cover for you. I was like, oh, legend. He did some like graphics in the book too. So I'll like tell you when there's a graphic, and it might be worth it to go through it. Anyway, so I'll skip the preface. Oh, this is a like, it made me look like a little thing. Alan Carr is a top bloke with this is from the preface. Alan Carr is a top bloke with an exceedingly interesting life. 100-day chain smoker for over 30 years, Carr stopped immediately after discovering Easy Way, and as quoted from his book, this enabled him to follow an overwhelming desire to explain his method to as many smokers as possible. His methods for alcohol, other drugs, and many other addictions remain global bestsellers, and I'd encourage you to check them out. So, good. Top, thanks, Alan. He's doing something at this moment. I think he's in the ground. Good. No, thanks, Alan. But all right, let's get into it. It's licensed under Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike 4.0 International, and the code is GPL3. But you probably didn't need to know that. But oh well, it's free. That's what we're saying. Okay. All right. Now, before we all do this, get the first yummy bit of water. ASMR. Hi, this is clicking. Just like stroke the microphone with the pen. This is hair sounds. Scratch it. Okay. Let's get in this. All right. Should I put the pop filter up a little bit?
Yeah, if you like.
Okay, there we go.
Whatever you prefer.
Just block my face. I think I already am. All right, so this is chapter 1, Introduction. This hackbook will enable you to stop using pornography immediately, painlessly, and permanently without willpower or any sense of deprivation or sacrifice. It won't place any judgment, embarrassment, or pressure to undergo painful measures. In fact, there's absolutely no need to cut down or reduce your usage whilst reading. Doing so is actually detrimental. Perhaps this goes against everything that you've ever been told, but ask yourself if what you have been told has worked. If it had, you wouldn't be reading this hackbook. Or listening to it. Hello, by the way. Pornography addiction manifests in various ways with far-reaching societal effects. Many people use pornography because the internet allows instantaneous access to supernormal stimuli. Consider if the following questions apply to you. Do you spend far more time viewing porn than you originally intended? Are you unsuccessful in efforts to stop or limit your consumption of pornography? Has time spent viewing pornography interfered with or taken precedence over personal or professional commitments, hobbies, or relationships in your life? Do you go out of your way to keep your pornography consumption secret? For example, deleting browser history or lying about viewing porn. Has viewing pornography caused significant problems in intimate relationships? Do you experience a cycle of arousal and enjoyment before and during pornography consumption, followed by feelings of shame, guilt, and remorse after? Do you spend significant amounts of time thinking about pornography, even when not watching it? And has viewing pornography caused any other negative consequences in your personal or professional life? For example, missed work, poor performance, neglected relationships, or financial problems. If you're a porn user that depends on porn for masturbation or sex at all, the only thing you need to do is to read on. If you're here for a loved one, all you need to do is persuade them to read this book. If unable to persuade them, read the book yourself. Understanding the method assists getting the message across and preventing your children from starting. Don't be fooled by the fact they don't have access to it now. All do before becoming hooked. And just quickly, so if you're a casual user as well, this book does apply to you. I think that's mentioned in the preface, but skipped over it. Warning. It's like that's a chapter heading. Like a sub-chapter. Anyway. Perhaps you are somewhat apprehensive about reading this book. Perhaps, like many porn users, the mere thought of stopping fills you with panic. And although you have every intention of stopping one day, it is not today. If you're expecting this book to scare you into quitting with the various health issues users risk, such as sexual dysfunction, including porn-induced erectile dysfunction, unreliable arousal, loss of interest in real sex partners, brain hypofrontality, and the blinding accusation that it's a filthy, disgusting habit and that you are a stupid, spineless, weak-willed jellyfish, you'll be sorely disappointed. Those tactics never helped me to quit, and if they were going to help you, you'd have quit already. Conventional methods of quitting advocate using willpower, or substitution methods such as porn diets, using porn every X days, and cutting down consumption, which are equally ineffective because they don't actually remove the reasons for using porn. Ultimately, turning something into a forbidden fruit isn't how you treat addiction. Many sites go into detail about effects on the brain, backed up by peer-reviewed research about neurotransmitters and neuroplasticity. While these sites are informative, many are aware of the dangers of porn, yet choose to do nothing. Users young and old tend to avoid such material regardless, feeling safe in the knowledge that one look at a porn site won't kill them. This method, referred to as easy peasy, works differently. Some of the things about to be said might be difficult to believe, but by the time you finish the book, you'll not only believe them, you'll wonder how you could have ever been brainwashed into believing otherwise. There's a common misconception that we choose to watch porn. Porn addicts, yes, addicts, no more choose to watch porn than alcoholics choose to become alcoholics, than heroin addicts choose to become heroin addicts. It's true that we choose to boot up the laptop or smartphone, fire up the browser, and visit our favourite online harem. Occasionally, I choose to go to the cinema, but I certainly didn't choose to spend my whole life in the cinema theatre. Originally, curiosity and human nature took me there, but I wouldn't have started if I'd known I'd become addicted, causing the decline of my health, happiness, and ships. If only I'd heard about sexual dysfunction on my first visit to that porn site. That wasn't me, by the way. I never got that, but I know people have, and it's bad. But anyway, take a moment to reflect. Did you ever make the positive decision that you must/need porn to masturbate? Or that you should/must/need porn-induced fantasies to spice up sex with your partner? Or that at certain times in your life, you couldn't enjoy a good night's sleep or perhaps even pass an evening after a hard day at work without surfing for porn? Or that you couldn't concentrate or handle stress without it? At what stage did you decide that you needed porn, that you needed it permanently in your life, feeling insecure, even panic-stricken without porn, without your online harem? Like every other porn user, you have been lured into the most sinister and subtle trap that man and nature have ever combined to devise. There's not a person alive, whether a user themselves or not, that likes the thought of their children using porn to cope or for pleasure. This means all addicts wish they'd never started. That's unsurprising. No one needs porn to enjoy life or cope with stress before they get hooked. At the same time, all users wish to continue to use. After all, nobody forces us to launch our browser's incognito mode. Whether they understand the reason or not, it's only users that decide to knock on the doors of their online harems. If there was a magic button the user could press to wake up the following morning as if they'd never accessed their first tube site, the only addicts tomorrow would be young people still experimenting. The only thing that prevents us from quitting is fear. Fear caused by the belief that we'll have to survive an indeterminate period of misery, deprivation, and unsatisfied craving in order to be free from porn. These spawn from irrational beliefs, both learned and acquired, such as masturbation or sex leading to orgasm is the only and most important thing in life. Porn is safer than real-life sex because porn can't reject me. Porn is educative and useful. Entitlement to a superior sex experience, and that more is always better. These irrational beliefs spawn irrational consequences when acted upon, including worshipping and obsessing when a perfect 10 out of 10 is found, perceiving yourself as a loser if you miss out on sex, as if it's the most important thing in the human experience, holding out for a perfect 10, being excessively judgmental and critical of prospective partners, and forcing yourself to have sex whether you want it or not. It's fear that a night all by yourself will be miserable, spent fighting uncontrollable impulses. Fear that the night before exams will be a night from hell without porn. Fear that we'll never be able to concentrate, handle stress, or be as confident without our little crutch, and that our personality and character will change. But most of all, fear that once an addict, always an addict, that we'll never be completely free, spending the rest of our lives craving the occasional porn-induced orgasm at odd times. If, as I did, you've already tried all the conventional ways to quit and have been through the misery and torture of the willpower method, you'll not only be affected by that fear, you'll be convinced you can never quit. If you're apprehensive, panic-stricken, or feel that the time is not right for you to quit, let me assure you that your apprehension and panic isn't relieved by porn. It's caused by it. You didn't decide to fall into the porn trap, but like all traps, it's designed to ensure that you remain trapped. Ask yourself, when you viewed those first porn pictures and videos, did you decide to come back to view them for as long as you live? So when will you quit? Tomorrow? Next year? Stop kidding yourself. The trap is designed to hold you for life. Why else do you think all those other addicts don't quit before it kills their lives? I've referred to a magic button. Easy peasy works just like that magic button. Let me make it quite clear. Easy peasy isn't magic, but for myself and others who found it so easy and enjoyable to quit, it seems like it. The warning is as follows. This is a chicken and egg situation. Every addict wants to quit, and every addict can find it easy and enjoyable to quit. It's only fear that prevents users from attempting to quit. The single greatest gain is to be rid of that fear, but you won't be free of that fear until you complete the book. On the contrary, your fear might increase as you continue reading, which might prevent you from finishing it. Take this comment from one woman. I've just finished reading Easy Peasy. I know that it's only been 4 days, but I feel so great. I know that I'll never need to use porn again. I first started to read your book 5 months ago, got halfway through and panicked. I knew that if I went on reading, I would have to stop. Wasn't I silly? You didn't decide to fall into the trap, but be clear in your mind. You won't escape from it unless you make the affirmative decision to do so. You may already be straining at the leash to quit, or you may be apprehensive about the very thought, but either way, please bear in mind, you have nothing to lose. If at the end of the book you decide that you wish to use porn for masturbation or sex, there's nothing to prevent you from doing so. You don't even have to cut down or stop using porn whilst reading the book. And remember, there is no shock treatment. On the contrary, I have only good news for you. Can you imagine how Andy Dufresne felt when he finally escaped from Shawshank prison? That's how I felt when I escaped the porn trap, and that's how the ex-users who've used Easy Peasy feel. By the end of the book, that's how you'll feel. Go for it. Finally, everyone can find it easy and enjoyable to quit porn, including you. All you have to do is read the rest of this book with an open mind. The more you understand, the easier it will be. Even if you don't understand a word, provided you follow instructions, you'll find it easy. Most importantly, you won't go through life moping for porn or feeling deprived, and by the end of the book, the only mystery will be why you did it for so long. With Easy Peasy, there are only 2 reasons for failure. 1. Failure to carry out instructions. Some will find it annoying that the book is so dogmatic about certain recommendations, such as not to try cutting down or using substitutes. I don't deny that there are many who have succeeded in stopping using such ruses, but they've succeeded in spite of and not because of them. Some people can make love standing on a hammock, but it isn't the easiest way. The numbers for opening this trap's lock are in the book, but they need to be used in the correct order, going from one chapter to the next and not skipping chapters. 2. Failure to understand. Don't take anything for granted. Question not only what you're told, but your own views and what society has told you about sex, internet porn, and addiction. For example, those who believe it's just a habit, ask yourself why other habits, some of which are enjoyable, are easy to break, while a habit that feels awful, costs energy, time, and virility is so difficult to break. Those who believe you enjoy porn, ask yourself why other things that are infinitely more enjoyable you can take or leave. Why do you have to have porn, with panic setting in if you don't? Easy Peasy is about to give you the knowledge on how easy and enjoyable it is to quit porn. Like many others, one of my greatest triumphs in life has been escaping the porn trap. There's no need to feel depressed. On the contrary, you're about to accomplish something that every user on the planet would love to achieve. Freedom. And then it's in bold here. Remember, do not skip chapters. And, pay attention. But some terms before you begin. There's some PMO means the cycle of porn, masturbation, and orgasm. An online harem are websites hosting high-speed internet porn. Chapter 2, The Easy Method. This book's objective is directing you into a new frame of mind. In contrast to the usual method of stopping, whereby you start off with the feeling of climbing Mount Everest and spend the next few weeks craving and feeling deprived, you start right away with a feeling of elation, as if cured of a terrible disease. From then on, the further you go through life, the more you will look at this period of time and wonder how you used any porn in the first place. You will look at other porn users with pity as opposed to envy. Provided you're not someone who had never become addicted, reading for your significant other, or had quit, or is in the fasting days of a porn diet, it's essential to keep using until you have finished the book completely. This may appear to be a contradiction, and this instruction to continue masturbating to porn causes more objection than any other. But as you read further, your desire to use porn will gradually be reduced. Take this instruction seriously. Attempting to quit early will not benefit you. Many don't finish the book because they feel they have to give something up. Some even deliberately reading only 1 line per day in order to postpone the evil event. Look at it this way. What have you got to lose? If you don't stop at the end of the book, you're no worse off than you are now. It's by definition a Pascal's wager, a bet taken where you have nothing to lose and high chances of large gains. Incidentally, if you haven't watched porn for a few days or weeks and aren't sure whether you're a porn user, ex-user, or a non-user, then don't use porn to masturbate whilst reading. In fact, you're already a non-user, but we have to let your brain catch up with your body. By the end of the book, you'll be a happy non-user. Easy Peasy is the complete opposite of the normal method, where one lists the considerable disadvantages of porn and says, if only I can go long enough without porn, eventually the desire will go and I can enjoy life again, free of slavery. This is the logical way to go about it, with thousands stopping every day using this method. However, it is very difficult to succeed for the following reasons. Stopping PMO isn't the real problem. Every time you finish your session, you've stopped using it. You may have powerful reasons on the first day of your once-in-4 porn diet to say, I don't want to use porn or even masturbate anymore. All users do, and their reasons are more powerful than you can possibly imagine. The real problem is day 2, 10, or 10,000, where in a weak moment you'll have just one peak, want another, and suddenly you're an addict again. Awareness of the health risks generates more fear, making it more difficult to stop. Tell a user it's destroying their virility, and the first thing they'll do is reach for something to surge their dopamine. A cigarette, alcohol, or even firing up the browser to search for porn. All reasons for stopping actually make it harder. This is due to 2 reasons. First, we're continually being forced to give up our little friend, or some prop, vice, or pleasure, whichever the way the user perceives it. Second, they create a blind. We do not masturbate for the reasons we should stop. The real question is, why do we want or need to do it? With Easy Peasy, we initially forget the reasons we'd like to stop, face the porn problem, and ask ourselves the following questions. 1. What is porn doing for me? 2. Am I actually enjoying it? 3. Do I really need to go through life sabotaging my mind and body? The beautiful truth is that all porn does absolutely nothing for you whatsoever. Let me make it quite clear. It's not that the disadvantages of being a user outweigh the advantages, it's that there are 0 advantages to looking at pornography. Most users find it necessary to rationalize why they use porn, but the reasons they come up with are all fallacies and illusions. First, we'll remove those fallacies and illusions. In fact, you'll soon realize that there is nothing to give up. Not only that, but there are marvelous positive gains from being a non-PMOer, with well-being and happiness being only 2 of these gains. Once illusions that a life will never be quite as enjoyable without porn is removed, realizing that not only is life just as enjoyable without it, but infinitely more so, and once feelings of being deprived or missing out are eradicated, we'll go back to reconsider increased well-being and happiness, and the dozens of other reasons for quitting porn. These rationalizations will become positive additional aids to help you achieve what you really desire, enjoying your life free from the slavery of porn addiction. And it's time for some water. Oh, tasty. Yum, yum. It's nice that I can hear it so clearly. That's such a great... Chapter 3. Why is it difficult to stop? All users feel something evil has possessed them. In the early days, it's a simple question of, I will stop, but just not today. But eventually, we progress to believing we haven't got enough willpower to stop, or there's something inherent in porn that we must have in order to enjoy life. Porn addiction can be compared to clawing your way out of a slippery pit. As you near the top, you see the sunshine, but find yourself sliding back down as your mood dips. Eventually, you open your browser, and as you masturbate, you feel awful and try to work out why you have to do it. Ask a user, if you could go back to the time before you became hooked, with the knowledge you have now, would you have started using porn? No way, would be the reply. Ask the confirmed user, someone who defends internet porn and doesn't believe it causes injury to the brain or downregulation of dopamine receptors. Do you encourage your children to use porn? No way, is again the reply. Porn is an extraordinary enigma. As said previously, the problem isn't explaining why it's easy to stop, it's explaining why it's difficult. The problem is explaining why anyone does it after getting insights on neurological damage. Part of the reason we start is because of the tens of millions already into it, yet all of those wish they hadn't started in the first place and tell us it's like living life in second gear. We cannot quite believe they're not enjoying it. We associate it with freedom or being sex educated and work hard to become hooked ourselves. We then spend the rest of our lives telling others not to do it and trying to kick the habit ourselves. We also spend a significant proportion of our time feeling hopeless and miserable, educating ourselves with the supernormal, and that's in quotes, educating ourselves with the supernormal makes us prefer and long for these cold images, even when warm, real ones are available. Through the constant surge and fall of dopamine induced by PMO, we sentence ourselves to a life of irritability, anger, stress, fatigue, and sexual dysfunction. Using porn, with its absence of the best parts of sex and connection, we end up feeling miserable and guilty. In fact, reading about internet pornography's addictive and destructive capabilities here and on other sites makes us even more nervous and hopeless. What sort of hobby is it that when you're doing it, you wish you weren't, and when you aren't, you crave it? Users despise themselves every time they read about hypofrontality and desensitization, every time they use behind their trusting partner's back, every time they can't bring themselves to exercise after a daytime session. An otherwise intelligent and rational human being spends all their days in contempt. But worst of all, what do users get from having to endure life with these awful black shadows at the back of their mind? Absolutely nothing. You might be thinking, that's all very well. I know this, but once you're hooked on these things, it's very difficult to stop. But why is it so difficult? Some say it's because of the powerful withdrawal symptoms, but as you'll soon come to learn, the actual withdrawal symptoms are so mild you should be aware of PMOers who have lived and died without realizing they're drug addicts. Some say internet porn is free, and hence humankind should claim this biological bonanza. But this is untrue. It's addictive and acts just like any other drug. Just like any drug. Not all drugs are addictive. Ask a user that swears that they only enjoy erotica like Playboy magazines if they've ever crossed the line to unsafe porn, and if completely honest, they recount the times they'd unwittingly rationalize doing so, rather than not use anything at all. Enjoyment has nothing to do with it either. I enjoy crayfish, but I never got to the point where I had to have crayfish every day. With other things in life, we enjoy them when we're doing them, but we don't sit around feeling deprived when we're not. Some say, it's educational. So when's your graduation? It's sexual satisfaction. So why do it alone instead of finding a partner and saving it for them? It's a feeling of release. Release from the stresses of real life? Porn won't remove the source of the stress, but it does add to it. Many believe that porn relieves boredom, which is also a fallacy. Boredom is a frame of mind. Porn will habituate you to novelty seeking in no time, causing you to become increasingly bored until you finally participate in the wild goose chase for just the right clip, causing you to become increasingly wired to seek anything that invokes novelty, strong emotion, and eventually outrageous shock value. Some say they only do it because their friends and everyone they know does it. If so, pray that your friends don't start cutting their heads off to cure a headache. Most users who think about it eventually come to conclude that it's just a habit. This is not really an explanation, but having discounted all the usual rational explanations, it appears to be the only remaining excuse. Unfortunately, it's equally illogical. Every day of our lives we change habits, some of them very enjoyable. We've been brainwashed to believe that PMO is a habit and that habits are difficult to break. Are habits difficult to break? Drivers in the US are in the habit of driving on the right-hand side of the road, yet when driving overseas, they break the habit with hardly any aggravation whatsoever. It is clearly a fallacy that habits are hard to break. We make and break habits every day of our lives, so why do we find it difficult to break a habit that makes us feel deprived when we don't have it, guilty when we do, one that we would love to break anyway, when all we have to do is stop doing it? The answer is that porn isn't habit. It's addiction. That's why it appears to be so difficult to give up. Most users don't understand addiction and believe they get some genuine pleasure or crutch from porn. They believe they're making a genuine sacrifice if they quit. The beautiful truth is that once you understand the true nature of porn addiction and the reasons why you use it, you'll stop doing it, just like that. Within 3 weeks, the only mystery will be why you found it necessary to use porn as long as you have, and why you can't persuade other users how nice it is to not be a PMOer. 3.1. The Sinister Trap. Internet porn is the most subtle, sinister trap that man and nature have combined to devise. It is the only trap in nature whose setup doesn't require hard work. Some of us are even warned about the danger, but we can't believe how they aren't enjoying it. But what gets us into it in the first place? Typically, free samples from amateurs and professionals who share. That's how the trap is sprung. Your first peek has stains and holes, with most thumbnails on any porn page being amateurish and homemade clips of unknown models. If the first timer's gaze was only filled with angelic beauties and professional models, then alarm bells would ring. Due to this mismatch in clips, our young minds are reassured that we'll never become hooked, thinking that because we don't enjoy them, we can stop whenever we want to. As intelligent human beings, we then understand why half the adult population was systematically addicted to something cutting down their very potential to perform what they're viewing. Curiosity brings us closer to their doorsteps, but not daring to click on some thumbnails, fearing they make you ill. If you accidentally clicked on one, your only desire being getting away from the page as soon as possible. We then spend the rest of our lives trying to understand why we do it, telling children not to start, and at odd times trying to escape ourselves. The trap is designed that we try and stop only due to an incident, whether sexual performance, loss of a career or relationship, shortage of drive, or just plain feeling like a leper. As soon as we stop, we have more stress due to withdrawal pangs, with the method we relied on to remove that stress now unavailable. After a few days of torture, we come to the decision that we picked the wrong time to quit, deciding we'll wait for periods without stress, which upon arriving removes our reason for initially stopping. Of course, that period will never arrive, as we internally believe our lives tend to become more and more stressful. Leaving the protection of our parents, stresses such as jobs, homemaking, babies, bigger houses, and more babies crowd our lives. This is an illusion, the truth being that the most stressful parts of any creature's life are early childhood and adolescence. We tend to confuse responsibility and stress. A user's life, like a drug addict's, automatically becomes more stressful because porn doesn't relax you or relieve stress, as some try to make you believe. It's just the reverse, causing you to become more stressed as you continue using, piling more straw onto the camel's back. Even users who kick the habit, most do one or more times throughout their lives, can lead perfectly happy lives, yet suddenly become hooked again. Wandering into the pornographic maze, our minds become hazy and we spend the rest of our lives trying to escape. Many do succeed, only to fall into the sinister trap at a later date. Porn addiction is a complex and fascinating puzzle, and much like a Rubik's Cube, practically impossible to solve. But if you have the solution, it's simple and fun. Easy Peasy contains the solution to this puzzle, leading you out of the maze, never wandering in again. All you have to do is follow the instructions. However, if you take a wrong turn, the rest of the instructions are pointless. Anyone can find it easy to stop, but we must first establish the facts. No, not facts designed to scare you. There's already more than enough information out there. If that was going to stop you, you'd have already stopped. But why do we find it difficult to stop? Answering this requires us to know the real reason we're still using porn, boiling down to two factors. They are nature and internet porn, and brainwashing. Porn users are intelligent, rational human beings. They know they're taking enormous future risks, so they spend lots of time rationalizing their habit. But porn users know in their hearts they're fools, knowing they had no need to use porn before becoming hooked. Most remember that their first peak was a mix of revulsion and novel curiosity. They then specialize in locating, filtering, and bookmarking sites, working hard to become hooked. Most annoyingly, there's the sense that non-addicts, most women, older guys, and people living in countries where high-speed internet porn is unavailable, aren't missing out on anything and find the situation laughable. By dismantling these factors in the next chapters, you too will understand the subtle trap. More water. Quick break. Fun fact, I've been on a boat for 5 days, as you know, Michael. It's weird, like my left hand feels weird. Anyway, just like a little tangent there. It's like, I don't know. It's hard. Like I hold the look, I'm just sort of getting off topic, you know. Anyway, we've done with water break. Donezo. Well done. I bet it was hauling rope because it's a sailboat. There we go. Oh, it could have been anything. I'm going to put my legs up on the footrest. No, I can do it. I can do it. Just like squeaky chair too. Oh, I love this. Love it. Okay, chapter 4, nature. Internet porn works through hijacking natural reward mechanisms designed to keep you reproducing for as long as possible. Oh, I need a burp now, little baby. Oh, God. Internet porn's instant and highly accessible form keeps the brain's reward mechanism producing dopamine for significantly longer than normally possible. Scientifically, this is called the Coolidge effect, which you might already be aware of. This might like recap like a whole bunch of stuff, but like keep going. This isn't what the book's about, like the effects on the brain. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter associated with feelings of wanting, with actual pleasure being produced by opioids. More dopamine, more opioids, and more action. Without dopamine, actions such as eating don't feel pleasurable and aren't completed, with high fat and sugar foods producing the highest chemical release. Dopamine is also released in response to novelty. With seemingly infinite amounts of pornography available, this floods the limbic system, reward circuit. The limbic system is the reward circuit. So the first time you see porn, you act, orgasming and triggering another flood of opioids. Incentivized to get as much dopamine as possible, the brain stores this as a script for easy recall and strengthens neural pathways through the release of a chemical called delta phosphate. Now, the brain calls up these pathways in response to cues such as sexy commercials, alone time, stress, or even feeling a little down, and suddenly you're ready to take a ride on the water slide. Every time this is repeated, more delta phosphate is released, and so the water slide is greased, alive and easier to ride down the next time. The limbic system has a self-correcting system to trim the number of dopamine and opioid receptors when frequent and daily flooding of dopamine is detected. Unfortunately, these receptors are also needed to keep us motivated to handle daily life stresses. Nominal amounts of dopamine produced by natural rewards simply don't compare to pornography and aren't as efficiently absorbed by the decreased receptors, leading you to feel more stressed and irritated than normal. This process is known as desensitization. In this cycle, you cross the red line and triggered emotions such as guilt, disgust, embarrassment, anxiety, and fear, which in turn raise dopamine levels even higher and cause the brain to misinterpret these feelings as sexual arousal. As time passes, not only is the brain desensitized to previous clips it's seen, but also similar genres and shock level. This lower motivation triggers feelings of lower satisfaction as our brains engage in constant rating, pushing you to find clips to satisfy the hunger. So you seek more novelty, clicking on the amateurish, shock-inducing clip on the homepage you confidently said you wouldn't on your first visit. And then there's like a graphic. It says the Coolidge effect, and then it has like it's constant spiking of dopamine. So there it is. Oh, I hit the mic. No, Michael, don't hit me. No. Now a quote: "For in the dew of little things, the heart finds its morning and is refreshed." By Cahill Gibran. Hopefully, I'm saying that right. A fleeting feeling of security is all that's needed to get through a rough spot in life. But will your desensitized brain be able to catch that drop of de-stressor that a non-user's brain is able to use? Dopamine flooding acts like a quick-acting drug, falling quickly and inducing withdrawal pangs. Many users have the illusion these pangs are the terrible trauma they suffer when trying or being forced to stop. In fact, they're primarily mental, since the user is feeling deprived of their pleasure or prop. 4.1. The Little Monster. The actual chemical withdrawal from porn is so subtle that most users have lived and died without realizing they're drug addicts. Most users have a fear of drugs, yet that's exactly what they are, drug addicts. Fortunately, it's an easy drug to kick, but you first need to accept that you are in fact addicted. Withdrawal from porn doesn't cause any physical pain and is merely a empty, restless feeling of something missing, which is why many believe it's something to do with sexual desire. Prolonged, this feeling becomes nervousness, insecurity, agitation, low confidence, and irritability. It's like hunger for a poison. Within seconds of engaging in a session, dopamine is supplied and the craving ends, resulting in a feeling of fulfillment as you whiz down the water slide. In the early days, withdrawal pangs and their subsequent relief are so slight we're unaware of them. But when we become regular users, we believe it's because we've come to enjoy them or gotten into the habit. The truth being that we're already hooked but don't realize it. The little monster is already in our brains, so every once in a while we take trips down the water slide to feed it. All users begin seeking porn for rational reasons. The only reason anyone continues using porn, whether they're a casual or heavy user, is to feed that little monster. The whole conundrum is a series of cruel and confusing punishments. But perhaps the most pathetic aspect is the sense of enjoyment a user gets from a session, trying to get back to the sense of peace, tranquility, and confidence their body had before becoming hooked in the first place. 4.2. The annoying alarm. You know that feeling when a neighbour's home alarm has been ringing all day, or some other minor persistent aggravation? Then the noise suddenly stops, and marvellous feelings of peace, of tranquility wash over you? Butcher that. This isn't really peace, but the ending of an aggravation. Before starting the next session, our bodies are complete, but then we begin forcing our brains to pump dopamine, and when we're done and it begins to leave, we suffer withdrawal pangs. These aren't physical pain, merely an empty feeling. We aren't even aware it exists, but it's like a dripping tap inside our bodies. Our rational minds don't understand it, but they don't need to. All we know is that when we want porn and when we masturbate, the craving goes. However, the satisfaction is fleeting because in order to relieve the craving, more porn is required. As soon as you orgasm, the craving starts again and the trap continues to hold you. A feedback loop, unless you break it. The porn trap is similar to wearing tight shoes just to obtain the pleasure of taking them off. There are 3 primary reasons why users can't see it this way. 1. From birth, we've been subjected to massive amounts of brainwashing, telling us internet porn is simply another modern development that plays the print version of porn. This fallacy is packaged with the truth that masturbation isn't harmful, so why shouldn't we believe them? 2. Because physical dopamine withdrawal involves no actual pain, merely an empty, insecure feeling inseparable from hunger and normal stress, this feeling manifests into a porn session, as those are the very times we tend to seek internet porn. We tend to regard this feeling as normal. 3. However, the primary reason why users fail to see internet porn in its true light is due to it working back to front. It's when you're not consuming it that you suffer the empty feeling. Because the process of getting hooked is incredibly subtle and gradual in the early days, the feeling is regarded as normal and so isn't blamed on the previous session. The moment the browser is fired up and you begin your session, you get an immediate boost, become less nervous or more relaxed, so internet porn gets the credit. This back-to-front reverse process makes all drugs difficult to kick. Imagine the state of panic of a heroin addict without any heroin. Now picture the utter joy of when they can finally plunge a needle into their vein. Non-heroin addicts don't suffer that panicked feeling. The heroin doesn't relieve the feeling, it causes it. Similarly, non-users don't suffer empty feelings of needing internet porn or panic when they're offline. Non-users can't understand how users possibly obtain pleasure from 2-dimensional videos with muted sounds and abnormal body proportions. Eventually, users can't understand either. We talk about internet porn being relaxing or satisfying, but how can you be satisfied unless you were dissatisfied in the first place? A non-user doesn't suffer from this unsatisfied state, completely relieved after a no-sex date, while the user isn't until they've satisfied their little monster. 4.3. A pleasure or a crutch? An important reminder. The main reason that users find it difficult to quit is due to the belief that they're giving up a genuine pleasure or crutch. It's essential to understand that you're giving up absolutely nothing whatsoever. The best way to understand the subtleties of the porn trap is comparing it with eating. The habit of regular meals causes us not to feel hungry between, only aware of hunger if the meal is delayed. There's no physical pain, just an empty, insecure feeling recognized as hunger. The process of satisfying our hunger is a very pleasant experience. Pornography appears to be almost identical, but it's not. Like hunger, there's no physical pain and the reward mechanism behaves in similar ways, but it's this similarity to eating that tricks the user into believing there's a genuine pleasure or crutch. Although eating and porn appear to be very similar, in reality, they're exact opposites. You eat to survive and energize your life, whereas porn dims and cuts down your mojo. Food genuinely tastes good, and eating is a genuinely pleasant experience that we enjoy throughout our lives. Porn involves self-sabotaging the happiness receptors and thus destroying your chances to cope and feel happy. Eating doesn't create hunger and genuinely relieves it, whereas the first porn session starts the craving for dopamine and each subsequent session. Far from relieving it, it endures suffering for the rest of your life. Is eating a habit? If you think so, try breaking it completely. To describe eating as a habit would be like describing breathing as a habit. Both are essential for survival. It's true that people have the habit of satisfying their hunger at different times with varying types of food, but eating itself isn't habit. Neither is porn. The only reason a user fires up the browser is trying to end the empty feelings that the previous session created, at different times with varying escalating genres. On the internet, porn is frequently referred to as habit, and for convenience, Easy Peasy also refers to the habit. But be constantly aware that porn isn't habit, it's drug addiction. When we start to use porn, we have to force ourselves to cope with it. Before we know it, we're escalating into increasingly bizarre and shocking porn. The thrill is in the hunting. The thrill is in the hunting, not the killing, with dopamine rapidly leaving the body after orgasm, explaining why users want to edge, delaying orgasm, and flicking through flicking between multiple browser windows and tabs. 4.4. Crossing the red line. As with any other drug, no, not all drugs are addictive, the body tends to develop immunity to the effects of the same old clips, our brains wanting more or something else. After short periods of watching the same clip, it ceases to completely relieve the withdrawal pangs that the previous session created. There's a tug of war occurring in this porn paradise. You want to stay on the safe side of your red line, but your brain is asking you to click on the forbidden fruit clip. You feel better after engaging in this porn session, but you're more nervous and less relaxed than someone who never started, even though you're living in a supposed porn paradise. This position is even more ridiculous than wearing tight shoes, because as you go through life, an ever-increasing amount of discomfort remains after taking the shoes off. Because the user knows that the monster has to be fed, they themselves decide the time, tending to be on 4 types of occasions or a combination of them. Boredom / concentration, 2 complete opposites, or stress / relaxation, 2 complete opposites. What magic drug can suddenly reverse the very effect it had minutes before? The truth is that porn neither relieves boredom and stress or promotes concentration and relaxation. If you think about it, what other types of occasions are there in our lives, bar sleep? If you have ideas of toning down to other types of realistic or soft genres of porn, please note that the content of this book applies to all porn, print, webcams, pay-per-views, chat, live shows, etc. The human body is the most sophisticated object on the planet, but no species, even the lowest amoeba or worm, survives without knowing the difference between food and poison. Through natural selection, our minds and bodies have developed techniques for rewarding actions that multiply and sustain humanity. They're not prepared for supernormal stimuli that are bigger, brighter, and edgier than anything found in nature. Even the most muted two-dimensional image causes us to become aroused. But repeatedly look at the same image and you won't be. In real life, checks and balances ensure you do something else, but internet porn has no such limiter, causing you to spend your life in a virtual harem. It's a fallacy that physically and mentally weak people become users, the lucky ones being those who found their first instance repulsive and are cured for life. Alternatively, they aren't mentally prepared to go through the severe learning process of fighting to get themselves hooked, fears of getting caught or not being technical enough to operate browser privacy settings. Perhaps the most tragic part of the whole business relates to teenagers, skilled in finding material and covering their tracks, who start in increasing number. Enjoying internet porn is an illusion, jumping from genre to genre, merely keeping our novelty monkey within the red line of safe porn genres in order to get our dopamine fix. Like heroin addicts, all they're really enjoying is the ritual of relieving those pangs. 4.5. The high from the dance around the red line. Even with the one clip that's lingered on, users constantly teach themselves to filter out the bad and ugly portions of porn clips. Even if it's solo, they filter on the body parts that appeal to them the most. In fact, some take pleasure in this dance around the red line, finding excuses to declare they like the soft stuff, but are unaddicted to supernormal stimuli. But ask a user who believes they stick to a certain actor or genre. If you cannot get your normal brand of porn and can only obtain an unsafe genre, do you stop masturbating? No way! A user will masturbate to anything. Escalating genres, difference in sex orientation, look-alike performers, dangerous settings, shocking relationships, anything to sate the little monster. To begin with, they taste awful, but given enough time, you'll learn to enjoy them. Users will seek empty fulfillment after having real sex, after a long workday, fever, colds, flu, sore throats, and even during admittance in hospitals. Enjoyment has nothing to do with it. If sex is wanted, it makes no sense to be with your laptop. Some users find it alarming to realize they're drug addicts and believe this will make it even more difficult to stop. In fact, this is good news for two important reasons. The reason why most of us continue using is although we know the disadvantages far outweigh the advantages, we believe there's something in porn that we actually enjoy or that it acts like some sort of prop. We're under the illusion that after we stop using, there'll be a void, certain situations in our lives never being quite the same. In fact, porn not only provides nothing, it only subtracts. 2. Although internet porn is the most powerful trigger for novelty and sex-based dopamine flooding, because of the speed you become hooked, you're never badly hooked. The actual withdrawal pangs are so mild that most users have lived and died without realizing they suffered them. Why is it then that many users find it so difficult to stop, going through months of torture and spending the rest of their lives pining for it at odd times? The answer is the second reason, brainwashing. The neurotransmitter addiction is easy to cope with. Most users going for days without online porn or on business trips or travel, unaffected by withdrawal pangs. The little monster is safe in the knowledge that you'll open your laptop as soon as you return to your hotel room. You can survive your obnoxious client or megalomaniac manager knowing the fix is there for your taking. 4.6. The smoker's analogy. A good analogy is that of the cigarette smoker. If they went 10 hours of the day without a cigarette, they'd be tearing their hair out. But many smokers will buy a new car and refrain from smoking in it. Many will visit theatres, supermarkets, churches, and being able to smoke causes them no problems. Even on trains and airplanes, there have been no riots. Smokers are almost plead for someone or something to stop them smoking. Users will automatically refrain from using internet porn in their parents' home during family gatherings and other events with little discomfort. In fact, most users have extended periods during which they can abstain without effort. The neurological little monster is easy to cope with even while you're still addicted. There are millions of users who remain casual users all their lives, and they're just as addicted as the heavy user. There are even heavy users who've kicked the addiction but have an occasional peak, greasing the water slide to be ridden down at the next dip in mood. As said previously, the actual porn addiction isn't the main problem, simply acting as a catalyst in keeping our minds confused over the main problem: brainwashing. Don't think that the bad effects of porn are exaggerated, however. If anything, they're sadly understated. Occasionally, rumours circulate that the neural pathways created are there for life, with the right mix of chance and stimulus sending you down the life-ruining water slide again. But these are untrue. Our brains and bodies are miraculous machines, recovering within a matter of weeks. It's never too late to stop. A quick browse of online communities will show you people of all ages rebooting, and their partners' lives. As with anything humans do, some take it to the next level, practicing semen retention, caresa, and through differentiation of the sensory and propagative sides of sex, make their partners happier than ever before. It may be of consolation to lifelong and heavy users that it's just as easy for them to stop as casual users, and in a peculiar way, it's easier. The further that it drags you down, the greater the greater the relief. When I stopped, I went straight to 0 and didn't have one bad pang. In fact, the process was actually enjoyable even through the withdrawal period. But first, we must remove the brainwashing. Water. Michael's having some water too. Hey, you good water?
Delicious.
Fantastic. Chapter 5. Brainwashing. This is the second reason reason we start using. Understanding this brainwashing fully required us to first examine the powerful effects of supernormal stimulus. Our brains simply aren't prepared for the creation of an online harem, allowing us to flick through more potential mates in 15 minutes than our ancestors had in several lifetimes. There's been much misguided advice in the past, an example being that masturbation leads to blindness. This, along with other scare tactics, clearly overdid it. Misconceptions such as these were right to be overthrown by science, but the baby has been thrown out with the bathwater. Oh, tiny little burp there. Tiny little baby burp. Oh. But the baby has been thrown out with the bathwater. From our earliest years, our subconscious minds are bombarded with sexual messages and imagery. Magazines and advertisements loaded with innuendo. Some pop videos are extremely suggestive, but don't despair. Make it a game to identify what components they're using. Is it shock value, novelty, colour, size, taboo, etc.? Such a game can even be taught to preteens as a way to educate them. At its core, the message is, the most precious thing on this earth, my last thought and action, will be orgasm. Is this an exaggeration? Watch any TV or movie plot and you'll see the mix-up of the sensory, touch, smell, voice, and the propagative, orgasmic, parts of sex. The impact of this doesn't register on our conscious, but the subconscious has time to absorb it. 5.1. Scientific reasoning. There's publicity the other way. Sexual dysfunction scares, loss of motivation, preparing virtual porn to real girls, your brain on porn, and various internet subcultures. But these movements don't actually stop people from using. Logically speaking, they should, but the simple fact is they don't. Even the health risks listed from peer-reviewed studies on your brain on porn aren't enough to stop an adolescent from starting. Ironically, the most powerful force in this confusion is the user themselves. It's a fallacy that users are weak-willed or physically weak people. You have to be physically strong in order to cope with an addiction after you know it exists. Perhaps the most painful aspect is that they place themselves as unsuccessful users and insufferable introverts. It's likely that a friend could be more interesting in person if they hadn't put themselves down for seeking self-pleasure. Then there is a little graphic there that goes, so it's like a cycle. It shows like the trap cycle. So it's like this first one. It's a really good graphic. I didn't make it. So the first thing is brainwashing, and then like it's got like a little picture of a little monster next to it. It's like, go on, you deserve it. Everyone does it. It's natural. You only get one life. You love it. And then like that goes to PMO, and it's like, you did it again, idiot. You have no self-control. And then the dopamine drops, and then the little monster says, feed me. And then it goes, then it goes to urge to PMO, and it goes, you know how this goes. Just get on with it. You can stop after this last one. And that goes to the brainwashing. Go on, you deserve it. Yeah, so that's the trap. So 5.2, the willpower method. Users quitting using the willpower method blame their own lack of willpower and ruin their peace and happiness. It's one thing to fail in self-discipline and another to self-loathe. After all, there's no law that requires you to be hard all the time before sex, properly roused and able to satisfy your partner. We're working on an addiction, not a habit, and at no point do you argue with yourself to stop a habit like golfing. But to do the same with porn addiction is normalized. Why? Constant exposure to a supernormal stimulus rewires your brain. So building resistance to this brainwashing is critical, as if buying a car from a second-hand car dealer, nodding politely but not believing a word the man is saying. So don't believe that you must have as much sex as you can, all of it being exceptionally good and using porn in its absence. Don't play the safe porn game either. Your little monster invented that game to lure you. Is amateur porn certified by some authority? Porn sites gather data from their users and gather it and use it to cater to their needs. If they see an uptick in a certain category, they'll focus on it and get content out ASAP. Don't be fooled by educational intent or safe female marketed clips. Start asking yourself, why am I doing it? Do I really need to? No, of course you don't. Most users swear they only watch static and soft porn, and are therefore fine, when in actuality they're straining at the leash, fighting with their willpower to resist temptations. If done too often and for too long, this depletes their willpower considerably, and they begin failing in other life projects where willpower is of great value, like exercise, dieting, etc. Failure in these areas makes them feel miserable and guilty, cascading them and kicking them back into pornography. If this isn't done, they'll vent their anger and depression onto loved ones. Once you become addicted to internet porn, the brainwashing is increased. Your subconscious mind knows that the little monster has to be fed, blocking everything else. It's fear that keeps people from quitting. Fear of that empty, insecure feeling they get when they stop flooding their brains with dopamine. Just because you're unaware of it doesn't mean it's not there. You don't have to understand it any more than a cat needs to understand where the hot water pipes are. The cat just knows that if it sits in a certain spot, it feels warm. 5.3. Passivity. Yeah, I think that's right. The passivity of our minds and dependence on authority leading to brainwashing is the primary difficulty of giving up porn. Our upbringing in society, reinforced by the brainwashing of our own addiction and combined with the most powerful, our friends, relatives, and colleagues. The phrase giving up is a classic example of the brainwashing, implying a genuine sacrifice. The beautiful truth is that there's nothing to give up. On the contrary, you'll be freeing yourself from a terrible disease and achieving marvelous positive gains. We'll begin removing this brainwashing now, starting with no longer referring to giving up, but to stopping, quitting, and perhaps to the true position, escaping. The only thing that persuades us to use initially is other people doing it, feeling that we're missing out. We work hard to become hooked, yet never find what they've been missing. Every time we see another clip, it reassures us there must be something in it. Otherwise people wouldn't be doing it and the business wouldn't be so big. But when they kick the habit, the ex-user feels they're being deprived when a discussion on a sexy entertainer, singer, or even a porn star comes up during parties or social functions. They must be good if all my friends talk about them, right? Do they have free pictures of them online? They feel safe. They'll just have one peek tonight, and before they know it, they're hooked again. The brainwashing is extremely powerful, and you need to be aware of its effects. Technology continues to grow, and the future will bring exponentially faster sites and access methods. The porn industry is investing millions in virtual reality, so it will become the next best thing. We don't know where we're going, unequipped to deal with present technology or what is to come. We're about to remove this brainwashing. It isn't the non-user who's being deprived, but the user who is forfeiting a lifetime of health, energy, wealth, peace of mind, confidence, courage, self-respect, happiness, and freedom. What do they gain from these considerable sacrifices? Absolutely nothing, apart from the illusion of trying to get back to the state of peace, tranquility, and confidence that the non-user always enjoys. 5.4. Withdrawal Pangs. As explained earlier, users believe they use porn for enjoyment, relaxation, or some sort of education. The actual reason is relief of withdrawal pangs. Our subconscious mind begins to learn that internet porn and masturbation at certain times tends to be pleasurable. As we become increasingly hooked on the drug, the greater the need to relieve the withdrawal pangs becomes, and the further the subtle trap drags you down. The process happens so slowly that you aren't even aware of it. Most young users don't realize they're addicted until attempting to stop, and even then, many won't admit it. Take this conversation a therapist had with hundreds of teenagers. Therapist: you realize that internet porn is a drug and the only reason why you're using is that you cannot stop. Patient: nonsense. I enjoy it. If I didn't, I would stop. Therapist: just stop for a week to prove to me that you can if you want to. Patient: no need. I enjoy it. If I wanted to stop, I would. Therapist: just stop for a week to prove to yourself you aren't hooked. Patient: what's the point? I enjoy it. As already stated, users tend to relieve their withdrawal pangs at times of stress, boredom, concentration, or combinations of these. In the following chapters, we'll target these aspects of the brainwashing. No. This is Tex, by the way. This is Tex. He's my friend. I just almost tugged on him. I did tug on him. He moved. He has a life of his own, doesn't he? Just filled up Tex. He's a bit thirsty too. Chapter 6. Brainwashing Aspects. The porn trap's big monster is bred through the culmination of many aspects, including societal forces, media portrayals, peers, and the user's own internal narrative. Failure to deconstruct these fallacies using the willpower method eventually leads to feelings of deprivation, leading the user back into the trap. Deconstruction of the imagined value of porn is crucial for success and allows you to see where you're being robbed. Of importance to note is the link between brainwashing and fear. It's the fear of feeling future withdrawal pangs, that creates the pangs. Fear is the pang itself. Think about when you've had withdrawal symptoms such as sweaty palms, shortness of breath, sleeping problems, and an inability to think straight. Now think of similar situations where you've had those feelings. Job interviews, nerves around an attractive person, public speaking, etc. These are the same anxious feelings the fear causes. Simply put, how can a physical drug still hook people months after stopping? It must be mentally, correct? 6.1. Not only great tragedies in life, but also minor stresses drive users into the forbidden, unsafe area previously excluded. like unsafe is in quotes. Stresses include socializing, phone calls, anxieties of the housewife with young children, and many others. Let's take phone calls as an example, particularly for the business person. Most calls aren't from satisfied customers or your boss congratulating you. There's some sort of aggravation. Coming home to mundane family life of kids screaming and their partner's emotional demands causes the user, if they aren't already doing so, to fantasize the relief of porn promised that night. They unconsciously suffer withdrawal pangs. De-stress is weakened and unprepared for additional aggravation. Partially relieving the withdrawal pangs at the same time as normal stress, the total is reduced and the user gets a temporary boost. The boost isn't an illusion. The user genuinely does feel better than before, but they're more tense than they would be as a non-user. The following example isn't designed to shock you. Easy peasy promises no such treatment, but it is to emphasize that porn destroys your nerves rather than relaxing them. Try to imagine getting to the stage where you're unable to be aroused, even with a very sexy and attractive partner. For a moment, pause and try to visualize life where a very lovely and charming person has to compete and fail with the virtual porn stars occupying your harem to get your attention. Imagine the frame of mind of a person who, when issued with that warning, continues using and dies without ever having real sex with this charming and willing partner. It's easy to dismiss these people as weirdos, but stories like these aren't fakes. This is what the awful novelty of the porn drug does to your brain. The more you go through life, the more courage is sapped, and the more you're deluded into believing porn is doing the opposite. Have you ever been overtaken by panic when out of the blue the Wi-Fi stops using, or when the Wi-Fi stops working or is too slow? Non-users don't suffer from it, as internet porn causes that feeling. As you go through life, it systematically destroys your nerve and courage, leaving delta phosphate to form powerful neural water slides in its wake, progressively destroying your ability to say no. By the stage where virility has been killed, the user believes porn is their new partner and is unable to face life without it. Internet porn isn't relieving your nerves, it's slowly destroying them. One of the great gains of breaking the addiction is the return of your natural confidence and self-assurance. There's no need to self-rate based on your ability to satisfy a partner. This isn't freedom. But this freedom cannot be obtained by continuing to grease the dopamine water slide in ways that undercut your happiness and libido by repeating the same destructive behavior. 6.2. Boredom. If you're like many people, as soon as you climb into bed, you're already on your favorite porn site, probably already forgetting until reminded. It's become second nature. Similarly, porn relieving boredom is another fallacy because boredom is a frame of mind, occurring when you've been deprived for a long time or are trying to cut down. The actual situation is this. When you're addicted to the supernormal pull of internet porn and then try to abstain, it feels like there's something missing. If you have something to occupy your mind that isn't stressful, you can go for long periods of time without being bothered by the absence of the drug. However, when you're bored, there's nothing to take your mind off it, so you feed the monster. When you're indulging yourself and trying not to stop or cut down, even firing up private browsing becomes subconscious. The ritual is automatic. If the user tries to remember sessions during the last week, they're only able to remember a small proportion of them, like the very last one or the session after a long abstinence. The truth being that internet porn increases boredom indirectly because internet porn makes you feel lethargic, and instead of undertaking an energetic activity, users tend to prefer lounging around, bored, and relieving their withdrawal pangs. Countering the brainwashing is important because users tend to view porn when bored. Our brains are wired to interpret porn as interesting. Similarly, we've also been brainwashed into believing sex, even bad sex, aids relaxation. It's a fact that when sad or under stress, couples want to have sex. In the absence of discrimination between tantric and propagative sex, watch how quickly you want to get away from each other after the mandatory orgasm is achieved. If the couple had just decided to hug, speak, or cuddle and go to sleep, they'd have felt relieved. 6.3. Concentration. Masturbation and sex don't help concentration. When you're trying to concentrate, you automatically try and avoid distractions. Therefore, when a user wants to concentrate, they don't even think, automatically opening the browser, feeding the little monster, and partially ending the craving. They get on with the matter at hand, already forgetting they viewed porn. After years of dopamine flooding, the neurological changes affect abilities such as accessing information, planning, and impulse control. You're also driven to provide novelty for the next session as the same stuff no longer generates dopamine and opioids. You have to roam the internet streets for novelty, fighting the pull to cross the line towards shocking material, which in turn generates more stress and relieves you unfulfilled after finishing. Concentration is also adversely affected as the dopamine receptors are culled due to natural tolerance to the large surges, reducing the benefit of smaller dopamine boosts from natural de-stressors. Your concentration and inspiration will be greatly boosted as this process is reduced. For many, it's the concentration aspect that prevents them from succeeding with the willpower method. They could put up with the irritability and bad temper, but the failure to concentrate on something difficult once their crutch is removed ruins many. Loss of concentration that users suffer when trying to escape isn't due to the absence of sex, let alone porn. You have mental blocks when you're addicted to something, and when you have a mental block, what do? You fire up the browser, which doesn't cure the block, so what do? You get on what you have to do. You do what you have to do, getting on with it just as non-users do. When you're a user, nothing is blamed on the cause. Users never have sexual dysfunction, just occasional downtime. The moment you stop using, everything that goes wrong is blamed on the reason you stopped. Now, when you have a mental block, instead of just getting on with it, you begin to say, if only I could check my harem now, it would solve all my problems. You then begin to question your decision to quit and escape from the slavery. If you believe that porn is a genuine aid to concentration, worrying about it will guarantee that you'll be unable to concentrate. Doubt, not the physical withdrawal pangs, creates the problem. Always remember, it's the user that suffers pangs, not non-users. 6.4. Relaxation. Most users think that porn helps them to relax. It doesn't. The frantic search to get the fix in those dark alleys of the internet and the internal struggle of straining a leash to cross the red line certainly doesn't sound like a relaxing activity. As night rolls in after a trip to a new place or after a long day, we sit down to relax, relieving our hunger, thirst, and are completely satisfied. The user is not, as they have another hunger to satisfy. Users think of porn as the icing on the cake, but in actuality it's the little monster that needs feeding. The truth is that the addict can never be completely relaxed, and going through life it gets exponentially worse. Take one online comment from an ex-user. I really believed I had an evil demon in my makeup. I now know that I had. However, it wasn't some inherent flaw in my character, but the little porn monster that was creating the problem. During those problems, I thought I had all the problems in the world. During those times, I thought I had all the problems in the world. But when I look back on my life, I wonder where all the great stress was. In everything else in my life, I was in control. The only thing controlling me was porn slavery. The sad thing is even today, I can't convince my children that it was the slavery that caused me to become so irritable. Every time I hear porn addicts trying to justify their addiction, the message is, oh, it helps me to relax. Take the online account of a single dad whose 6-year-old son wanted to share his bed in the night after a scary movie, but the dad would refuse so that he could have his session and edge for hours. Here's another smoking analogy. A couple of years ago, adoption agencies threatened to prevent smokers from adopting children. A man rang up, irate. "You're completely wrong," he said. I can remember when I was a child, if I had a contentious matter to raise with my mother, I would wait until she lit a cigarette because she was more relaxed then. Why couldn't the man talk to his mother when she wasn't smoking a cigarette? Why are some users so stressed when they're not getting their fix even after real sex? One story online details a man working in the advertising field having 9s and 10s open for dates at any time, but lost interest in taking them out for dinner as internet porn was far easier, involved no restaurant spending, and no possibility of a no from his date at the end of an evening. Why be bothered when his internet porn when his little monster keeps him craving the low-risk, high-reward scheme at his fingertips upon reaching home? Why are non-users completely relaxed then? Why are users not able to relax without a fix for a day or two? Read about the experience of a user taking the abstinence oath and quitting, and you'll notice the struggle with temptations, clearly not relaxed at all when no longer allowed to have the only pleasure they are entitled to enjoy. They've forgotten what it's like to be completely relaxed. Porn can be likened to a fly being caught in a pitcher plant. To begin with, the fly is eating the nectar, but at some imperceptible stage, the plant begins to eat the fly. Isn't it time you climbed out of the plant? 6.5. Energy. Most users are aware of the progressive effects of porn's novelty and escalation seeking has on their brain's reward and sexual systems. However, they aren't aware of the effect it has on their energy level. One of the porn trap's subtleties is the effects it has upon us, both physically and mentally, happens so gradually and imperceptibly that we remain aware of them and instead regard withdrawal as normal. The effect is similar to that of bad eating habits. We look at people who are grossly overweight and wonder how they could have possibly allowed themselves to reach that state. But suppose that it happened overnight. You went to bed trim, rippling with muscles, and not an ounce of fat on your body, and awoke to find yourself fat, bloated, and pot-bellied. Instead of waking up feeling fully rested and full of energy, you feel miserable, lethargic, and barely able to open your eyes. You'd be panic-stricken, wondering what awful disease you had contracted overnight, and yet the disease is exactly the same. The fact it took you 20 years to arrive there is irrelevant. Porn is the same. If it was possible to immediately transfer your mind and body to give you a direct comparison on how you'd feel having stopped porn for just 3 weeks, that's all that would be required to convince you. Asking if you'd really feel this good, or what it really amounts to, had I really sunk that low? You wouldn't just feel healthier with more energy, but spouting far more confidence and a heightened ability to concentrate. Lack of energy, tiredness, and everything related to it is nicely swept under the rug of getting older. Friends and colleagues who also live sedentary lifestyles further compound the normalization of this behavior. The belief that energy is the exclusive prerogative of children and teenagers and that old age begins in your 20s and is another symptom of the brainwashing, as is being unaware of eating and exercise habits as a result of the compounding effects of dopamine desensitization. Shortly after stopping porn, the foggy and muggy feeling will leave you. The point being, with porn, you're always debting yourself and debting your energy, and in that process, tampering with the chemistry of your limbic system. Unlike quitting smoking, where the return of your physical and mental health is only gradual, quitting porn gives you excellent results from day one. Killing the little monster and closing the water slides takes a little bit of time, but recovering your reward center is nothing like the slow slide into the pit. If you're going through the trauma of the willpower method, any health or energy gains will be obliterated by the depression you'll be going through. Unfortunately, it's not possible for Easy Peasy to immediately transfer you into your mind in 3 weeks' time, but you can. You know instinctively what you're being told is correct. All you need to do is use your imagination. 6.6. Social night sessions. This is information that seems to make sense, but doesn't. In order to control your appetite, will you eat at home before leaving to go to a restaurant or a party? This is what you're doing with sessions before social nights, looking so tired and not up to your best. The widespread adoption of pickup techniques has introduced pressure to perform, pick up, and score. Attempting to drown your butterflies with porn and substances will only make the problem worse in the long run. Personally, I like a bit of anxiety to keep me focused and engaged, and tiring yourself mentally and physically with orgasm isn't going to help. Social night porn is occasioned by two or more of our usual reasons for stopping. Usual reasons for pleasure/prop seeking. Social functions at their core being both stressful and relaxing. This might appear to be a contradiction, but any form of socialization can be stressful, even with friends, wanting to be yourself and completely relaxed. There's many occasions that have multiple factors present at any one time. Take driving for an example, since, after all, your life is at stake. Stressful, with concentration required for sustained periods of time. You need not be aware of these factors, your subconscious already receiving the message. By the same token, when finding yourself stuck in traffic jams or bored on long highway drives, the promise of a session upon reaching home occupies your mind. Another good example is going on a first date, your mind throwing out questions about the person you're about to meet. Then, if your enthusiasm starts to fade upon meeting the person in the flesh, you start to feel too relaxed, feeling guilty for feeling this way. The tug of war has started. I want sex, or get me out of here ASAP, prying you for post-date porn. Even if the date went well, and hours later you're back at their place, no matter which way it goes, you won't be satisfied if your only goal is seeking orgasm. At other times you drive home alone, your only thought being your online harem instead of congratulating yourself for your efforts. You can bet that someone in this position will have a session upon reaching home. It's often nights after nights like these, waking to feel uneasy emptiness, are the ones we'll miss the most when we contemplate stopping porn. We think that life will never be quite as enjoyable again. In fact, it's the same principle at work. The sessions simply provide relief from the withdrawal pangs, at sometimes having greater needs than others, greasing the water slide for the next cue. Make this clear. It's not internet porn and harem dwellers that are special, it's the occasion. Once the internet need for porn is removed, such occasions will become more enjoyable and stressful situations less stressful. There's a graphic here, and it has the little monster in a prison, in a cage, and it has urge to PMO crossed out, dopamine drops crossed out, PMO crossed out, and it has no brainwashing, and then it goes to freedom. Oh, good. Good, that's what we want. We also want some water. Yes. Man, I love water. I drink like 3 of these a day at least, but more sometimes 5, because it's just great. If you have a lot of water, you'll drink it. Anyway, chapter 7. What am I giving up? Absolutely nothing. Porn is difficult to give up because the fear we're being deprived of our pleasure or prop. The fear that certain pleasant situations will never be quite the same again. Fear that you'll be left unable to cope with stressful situations. In other words, it's the effect of brainwashing deluding us into believing that sex, and by extension orgasm, is a must for all human beings. Even further, it's the belief that there's something inherent in internet porn that we need, and that when we stop using, we'll burp. When we stop using, we'll be denying ourselves and creating a void. Make this clear in your mind. Porn doesn't fill a void, it creates one. Our bodies are the most sophisticated objects on the planet. Whether you believe in intelligent design, natural selection, or a combination of both, our bodies are thousands of times more effective than man. We're unable to create the smallest living cell or the miracles of eyesight, reproduction, and various interlinked systems present in our bodies and brains. If this creator or process had intended us to handle supernormal stimulus, would have been provided with different ward systems. Our bodies are provided with fail-safe warning devices, and we ignore these at our peril. 7.1. there's nothing to give up. Once you purge the little monster from your body and the brainwashing, the big monster, from your mind, you'll neither want to masturbate often nor use internet porn for it. There are many knowns and unknowns when it comes to porn addiction, with many in the medical community having no concept of questioning or determining someone as a porn addict. A lot of reported symptoms are wrongly tagged under other causes. It's not that users are generally stupid people. It's not that users are generally stupid people. It's that they are miserable without porn. It's just that they are miserable without porn. Caught between the devil and the deep blue sea, abstaining and being miserable because they cannot use porn, or miserable because they're guilty and begin despising themselves because of it. When they get symptoms such as lower back pain or sexual dysfunction, their minds are torn between accepting responsibility and looking the other way. Another smoker analogy. All of us have seen smokers who develop excuses to sneak off for a crafty puff, and we see the true addiction in action. Addicts don't do this for enjoyment. Instead, they do it because they're miserable without it. For many, their first sexual experience ended in an orgasm, so they acquired the belief they can't enjoy sex without one. For men, porn is marketed as an aid towards sex, sometimes even as an education in confidence during the act. This is nonsense. The conditioning of supernormal stimulus only succeeds in bringing it down. Not only is there nothing to give up, but marvelous positive gains to be had. When users contemplate quitting, they tend to concentrate on health and virility. These are valid and important reasons, but I personally believe that the greatest gains are psychological. The return of your confidence and courage, freedom from slavery, and no longer having awful black shadows at the back of your mind and despising yourself. 7.2. Void, the beautiful void. Imagine having a cold sore on your face. So you go to the pharmacist and he gives you a free ointment to try. You put the ointment on and it disappears immediately. A week later, it reappears. So you go back to the pharmacist and ask if they have any more ointment. The pharmacist says, sure, keep the tube. You might need it later. I didn't phrase. Sure, keep the tube. You might need it later. You apply the ointment and hey presto, the sore disappears once again. But every time the sore returns, it gets larger and more painful, with the interval getting shorter and shorter. Eventually, the sore covers your whole face and is excruciatingly painful, and it's returning every half hour. You know the ointment will remove it temporarily, but you're very worried. Will the sore eventually spread over your whole body? Will the interval disappear completely? You go to your doctor and they can't cure it, so you try other things, but nothing helps apart from the ointment. By now, you're completely dependent on the ointment, never going out without ensuring you have a tube with you. If you go abroad, you make sure you take several tubes with you. In addition to your worries about your health, the pharmacist is charging you $100 a tube. You have no choice but to pay up. You stumble across an article discussing this and find out that it isn't just happening to you. Many people are suffering from the same problem. In fact, the medical community has discovered that the ointment doesn't actually cure the sore. It instead only takes it beneath the surface of the skin. It's the ointment that caused the sore to grow. So all you have to do is to get rid of the sore is stop using the ointment and it'll disappear in due course. Would you continue to use the ointment? Would it take willpower not to use the ointment? If you didn't believe the article, there might be a few days of apprehension, but once you realized the sore was beginning to get better, the need or desire to use the ointment would go. Would you be miserable? Of course you wouldn't. You had an awful problem which you thought was incurable, but now you've found the solution. Even if it took a year for the sore to go away, each day as it improved, you'd think about how marvelous you felt. This is the magic of quitting porn. The sore isn't the body pains, lack of normal lust, flagging arousal, fading penetration, The wasted time spent on two-dimensional images, feeling of infringement on entitlement, and despising the people who caught you, or even worse, despising yourself. These are all in addition to the sore. The sore makes us close our minds to these things. It's the panic feeling of wanting a fix. Non-users don't suffer from that feeling. The worst thing we ever suffer is fear. The greatest fear, again, being rid of that fear. It's caused by your first session, further strengthened and caused by each subsequent one. Some users are happy, blinded by their cunning little monsters, and so go through this same nightmare, putting up phony arguments to try and justify their stupidity. It's so nice to be free. Chapter 8. Saving time. Usually, when users try stopping, the main reasons given are health, religion, and partner stigma. Part of the brainwashing of this awful drug is the sheer slavery of it. Man has fought hard to abolish slavery in many parts of the world, yet the user spends life suffering self-imposed slavery. They're oblivious to the fact that when they're allowed to use porn, they wish they were a non-user. The only time that porn becomes precious is when we're trying to cut down or abstain, or when abstinence is forced upon us. It cannot be repeated often enough that brainwashing makes it difficult to stop porn. The more we dispel before we start, the easier you'll find it to achieve your goal. Confirmed users who don't believe that porn has any negative effect on their health, porn-induced erectile dysfunction, hypofrontality, etc., aren't having a mental tug of war, and aren't having a mental tug of war are typically younger or single with an occasional sex partner. Thus, the internal feedback is lost due to the nature of their youth or is too infrequent to be observed and registered. A better argument for a younger user is the time spent. Rather saying, I can't believe you aren't, is the time spent. Rather saying, I can't believe you aren't worried about the time you are spending. Generally, their eyes light up, feeling disadvantaged if attacked on health grounds or social stigma. But on time, oh, I can afford it. It's only X hours per week, and I think it's worth it. It's my only vice or pleasure. I still can't believe you're not worried. Let's assume a half-hour daily average, which includes the physical strain of dopamine withdrawals. You're spending approximately a full working day every fortnight. I'm sure you'd agree that half an hour a day is a very conservative estimate. Have you thought about how much time you'll spend in your lifetime? What are you doing in that time? Developing real relationships? No, your favourite porn star doesn't have sympathy for you, just because you spent so much time on their videos. You're throwing time away. Not only that, you're actually using that time to ruin your physical health, destroying your nerves and confidence in order to suffer a lifetime of slavery, pain, melancholy, and peevishness. Surely that must worry you, right? It's apparent at this point, especially with younger users, that they've never considered it a lifetime addiction. Occasionally, they work out the time they waste in a week, and that's alarming enough. Very occasionally, and only when they think of stopping, they'll estimate what they spend in a year, which is frightening, but over in a lifetime is unthinkable. However, because we're in an argument, the confirmed user will impulsively say, I can afford it, it's only so much a week, pulling an encyclopedia salesman routine on themselves. Would you refuse a job offer which pays your current annual salary and also gives you a month off every year? Any user would sign in a heartbeat and get busy finding holiday deals to exotic locations. Figuring out how to spend a full month with no work would be the biggest problem to solve. In every discussion with a confirmed user, and please bear in mind that's not someone like yourself who plans to stop, nobody has ever taken me up on that offer. Why not? Often, at this point, a confirmed user will say, look, I'm really not worried about the money aspect. If you're thinking along those lines, ask yourself why you aren't worried. Why, in other aspects of your life, you will go to great deals of trouble to save a few dollars here or there, but spend thousands killing your happiness and hanging the expense. Every other decision you make in your life will be the result of an analytical process of weighing up advantages and disadvantages to arrive at a rational decision. It may be the wrong decision, but it'll be the result of rational deduction. Whenever any user weighs up the pros and cons of using internet porn, the answer is a dozen times over. Stop using! You're a mug! Therefore, All users are using not because they want or decide to, but because they can't stop. They have to use porn, and so brainwash themselves, keeping their heads in the sand. Confirmed users should keep in mind that the situation will only get exponentially worse, with more studies coming out and more people talking about the ill effects of internet porn. Today, it's non-medical people discussing the effects. Tomorrow, it'll be on your doctor's list of diagnostic tests. Gone are the days where the user can hide downtime behind work stress in their sex life. Your partner is going to ask why you're on your laptop late at night. The poor user, already feeling wretched, now wants the ground to open up and swallow them. The strange thing is that many people would pay good money for gym memberships and personal trainers to build muscles and look sculpted. Many in their imaginary and real desperation turning to treatments such as boosting testosterone with dubious and dangerous side effects. Yet there are many in this group who would benefit from stopping a practice systematically destroying their brain's natural relaxation system. Systems, there's multiple. This is because they're still thinking with the brainwashed mind of the user. Wipe the sand out of your eyes for a moment. Internet porn is a chain reaction and a change for life. And if you don't break that chain, you remain a user for the rest of your life. Estimate how much time you'll think you'll spend on the porn for the remainder of your existence. Obviously, the amount will vary from person to person, but let's assume it's 1.5 years of work hours. Imagine if there was a check from the lottery for 1.5 years, for 1.5 years of your salary lying on your carpet tomorrow. You'd be dancing with delight. So start dancing. You're about to start receiving those benefits. If you think this is a tricky way of seeing it, you're still kidding yourself. Work out how much time you would have saved if you'd never taken your first peek right at the very start. Shortly, you'll be making the decision not to use your final session. Not yet. Please remember the instructions, but remaining a non-user by not falling for the trap again. All you have to do to remain a non-user is not using porn and avoiding just one peg. Remember, if you do, it'll cost you whatever you estimated your salary gain will be. If you're mentoring someone for their porn addiction, tell them you know someone who's refused a job offer that pays their current annual salary and also gives them a full month's worth of paid time off. When asked who that idiot is, tell them, you! It's rude, but sometimes you need to get the point across in a less than polite way. I know there has to be a better way. Sorry, Alan Carr, I won't discuss. Yeah. Chapter 9: Health. This is the area where the brainwashing is greatest with users, particularly the young and single, who think they're aware of the health risks but aren't. Many kid themselves by saying they're prepared to accept the consequences. If your internet router had a function that played an alarm tone with a warning when you hit a porn site saying, "Up until now, you've gotten away with it, but if you stay another minute, your head will explode," would you have stayed? If you're in doubt about the answer, try walking up to a cliff, standing on the edge with your eyes closed, and imagining having the choice of either quitting porn or walking up blindfolded. There's no doubt what your choice will be, but by burying your head in the sand and hoping you'll wake up one morning and not want to watch porn anymore, you accomplish nothing. Users cannot allow themselves to think of the health risks. If they do, the addiction's illusory enjoyment goes. This explains why shock treatments are so ineffective in the first stages of quitting. It's only non-users who bring themselves to read about the destructive brain changes. Take this common conversation with users, generally younger ones. Me. Why do you want to stop? I read it in a pickup artist blog that it's good to stop for 4 days to amp myself up. Aren't you worried about the health risks? No, I could step under a bus tomorrow. But would you deliberately step under a bus? Of course not. Do you not bother to look left and right when you cross the road? Of course I do. Exactly. They go through a lot of trouble not to step under a bus, and the odds are thousands to 1 against it happening. Yet the user risks the near certainty of being crippled by their addiction, and appears to be completely oblivious. Such is the power of the brainwashing. Internet porn is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Isn't it strange if we felt that
If felt there was the slightest fault in an airplane, we wouldn't go up in it, even though the risks are millions to one. Yet we take more than a half certainty with porn and are apparently oblivious to it. What does the user get out of this? Absolutely nothing. Another common myth is depression or peevishness. Many younger people aren't worried about their health because they don't suffer any of the depression or melancholy. The depression or stress isn't the disease, it's a symptom. Younger people in general don't feel the irritability or depression created due to their body's natural ability to produce more dopamine. As they age or lives encounter serious setbacks, their already depleted resources are overworked and they'll experience full-blown symptoms. When older users feel stressed, depressed, or irritated, it's because nature's fail-safe mechanisms are protecting their nervous system from excessive dopamine flooding through trimming receptors. The user also develops other neurological changes that keep them in the rut. Think of it this way. If you had a nice car and allowed it to rust without doing anything about it, that would be pretty stupid. It would quickly become an immovable heap of rust, incapable of transporting you anywhere. However, it wouldn't be the end of the world as it's only a question of money. But your body is the vehicle that carries you through life. We all say our health is our greatest asset. Ask any sick millionaire. Most of us can look back on an illness or accident in our lives where we prayed to get better. By being a porn user, you're not only letting the rust get in and doing nothing about it, you're systematically destroying the one vehicle used to go through your entire life. Wise up. You don't have to do this. Remember, it's doing absolutely nothing for you. Just for a moment, take your head out of the sand and ask yourself if you knew with certainty that your next session would start a process that will make you utterly unresponsive to someone you deeply love, would you continue using? Speaking to the people this happens to, they certainly didn't expect it would happen to them either. And the worst thing isn't the disease itself, but the knowledge that they brought it on themselves. Try to imagine how people who've hit the button feel. For them, the brainwashing has ended. They spend the remainder of their lives thinking, why did I kid myself for so long that I needed to masturbate to internet porn? If only I had the chance to go back. Stop kidding yourself. You have that chance. It's a chain reaction. If you engage in the next porn session, it'll lead you to the next one and the next. It's already happening to you. Easy Peasy promises no shock treatment. So if you've already decided that you're going to stop, the following won't be shocking for you. If you haven't, skip the remainder of this chapter and come back to it once you've read the rest of the book. This poses a challenge, doesn't it, Michael? Look, no one does this. I'm sure I didn't do it, but I was like, yeah, I'm going to quit. But if you're not, look, no, just listen. Just listen to me. Volumes upon volumes of research have already been written about the damage internet porn causes to our sex lives and mental well-being. The trouble is that until deciding to stop, they don't want to know. Forums and mentor groups are a waste of time because porn puts the blinders on. If inadvertently read, the first thing they do is open their favourite tube site. Porn users tend to think of the happiness, stress, and sex hazards as a hit and miss affair, like stepping on a landmine. Get it into your head. It's already happening. Every single time you open your porn site, you're triggering dopamine flooding and opioids get to work. The neural water slides are greased and the ride takes you smoothly through the next steps, your brain having already given into the script. The nervous system is now flooded by dopamine, and since it's the upteenth time, the dopamine receptors close up, and the little monster uses this slight dip in pleasure compared to the last time to drive you further over the red line to more shocking porn or behaviour in order to release more dopamine. More novelty, more dopamine, and the little monster tells you to keep going. So many pictures and videos in a single session triggers a supernormal stimulus, injecting more chemicals into the brain and driving you to continue. The entire time, your receptors are receiving information to shut down in response to the flooding. Orgasm only increases this effect and leads to withdrawal. You're in denial since the little monster craves for its fix with no real pain and discomfort. The threat of having erectile dysfunction terrifies many, which is why they block it from their mind and overshadow it with the fear of stopping. It's not that the fear is greater, But quitting today is immediate. Why look on the negative side? Perhaps it won't happen, having bound to have quit by then anyway. We tend to think of porn as a tug of war. On one side is fear. It's healthy, it's unhealthy, filthy, and enslaving. On the other side, the positives. It's my pleasure, my friend, my crutch. It never seems to occur to us that this side is also fear. It's not that we enjoy porn, it's that we tend to be miserable without it. Heroin addicts deprived of heroin go through misery, but picture the utter joy when they're finally allowed to plunge a needle into their vein and end that terrible craving. Try to imagine how anyone could actually believe they get pleasure from sticking a hypodermic syringe into a vein. Non-heroin addicts don't suffer that panic feeling, and heroin doesn't relieve the feeling, it causes it. Non-users don't feel miserable if they aren't allowed to use porn. It's only users that suffer that feeling. Internet porn doesn't relieve the feeling, it causes it. The fear of the negative consequences doesn't help users quit, likening the feeling to walking through a minefield. If you get away with it, fine, but if you are unlucky, you stepped on a mine and faced the consequences. If you knew the risks and were prepared to take them, what did it have to do with anyone else? What did it have to do with anyone else? Addicts in this state typically develop the following evasive tactics. Just going to have a quick sip before we get into the evasive tactics.
Are you evading the evasive tactics? What
I cannot confirm nor deny this allegation. Hold on. Okay. Just cheeky, like you know how sometimes you drink a liquid and then it like gets all tight, and then it's gone. That just happened.
Oh.
So here are the evasive tactics. I know you pried it out of me. You'll eventually get old and lose your sexual prowess anyway. Of course you do, but sexual prowess isn't the point. We're talking slavery here. Even if that's the case, is that a logical reason for deliberately cutting yourself short? Quality of life is more important than just living. Precisely. Are you suggesting that the quality of life of an addict is greater than someone who isn't addicted? Do you really believe the quality of a user's life is better than a non-user's? A life spent covering their head in the sand and being miserable doesn't sound like a pleasant one. I'm single and not planning to settle down in the future, so why not? Even if that were true, is that a logical reason for playing with neurological impulse control mechanisms? Can you possibly conceive of anyone being stupid enough to strip naked whenever they're alone, regardless of how sure they aren't expecting anyone? That's what porn users effectively do. Progressive gunging up of our reward circuits with excessive stimulation and making them incapable of handling normal stresses of life doesn't help in enjoying your life with enthusiasm and vigour. Porn and masturbation has replaced the natural sexual appetite, like a chocolate bar replacing real food. Unsurprisingly, many doctors and psychologists are now relating various mental health problems to physiological causes. The mainstream medical community has laboured that porn has never been scientifically proven to be the direct cause of the issues reported by self-confessing individuals. I'm not sure if that's actually right. But admitting one's sexual inability in public is such a shame-triggering event. Why would anyone do this unless they were really concerned, having found the cause and eliminating it from their own lives? Easy Peasy will help you rid yourself of porn and become a happy ex-user. No porn, porn-aided masturbation, or unnecessary orgasms. The only aid will be the touch, smell, and scent of your partner. Like whole grain bread after a well-developed appetite, you'll no longer want the high fructose corn syrup of internet porn. Evidence so overwhelming as to not need proof. When I bang my thumb with a hammer, it hurts. It need not be proven. The stress of internet porn has flow-on effects onto other aspects of the user's life, predisposing many to turn to drugs such as cigarettes and alcohol to cope, in some instances even turning the host to consider suicide. Users also suffer illusions that the ill effects of porn are overstated. The reverse is the case. There's no doubt that internet porn is the major cause of sexual dysfunction and many other problems. How many divorces have been caused by porn? There are no reliable ways to know, but searches of online communities suggest the number is growing exponentially. If you are like a partner of a porn addict, there's like a subreddit r/love after porn. It's a read. There's an episode of Friends where the guys, TV, I love watching. With the guys who are receiving continuous free porn on TV, started to wonder why the pizza delivery girl didn't ask to check out their big bedroom. When you're big bedroom, when you're addicted, you invariably project porn fantasies on real women. Imagine what careless or even accidental porn exposure on the darker side of the internet might do to someone already at a tipping point in their life. Fighting against these porn-induced thoughts will be a major drain on their mental health. Here's another thought experiment. Let's say someone comes to you and says they don't necessarily want an orgasm, but very much want to make love, even penetrative. They want to do it for as long and as far as you can go without an orgasm, but if it happens, then it's fine. I assure you of a phenomenal new sexual experience far better than any other, if you even get that offer. Try it. Effects of the Brainwashing. That's actually from the original hack book, but yeah, good advice. Props. Based. Effects of the Brainwashing make us tend to think like the man who, having fallen off at a 100-story building, is quoted saying as he whizzes past the 50th floor, "So far, so good." We think that we've gotten away with it so far. As we've gotten away with it so far, one more porn session won't make the difference. See it another way. The habit is a continuous chain for life, with each session creating the need for the next. Once you start the habit, you light a fuse. The trouble is, you don't know how long the fuse is. Every time you give into a porn session, you're one step closer to the bomb exploding. How will you know if it's the next one? Sort of slurring my words there, but you don't know how long the fuse is. Just emphasizing it for no reason. Anyway. Water time. Get ready. I'll probably leave it with the thing off, but no, we're with it now. More charm. 9.1. Sinister black shadows. Users find it very difficult to believe that internet porn actually causes those insecure feelings when you're out late at night after a contentious day at home or work. Non-users don't suffer from that feeling. It's porn that causes it. Another one of the great joys of quitting porn is the freedom from the sinister black shadows at the back of our minds. All users know they're fools to close their minds from the ill effects of pornography. For most of our lives, it's automatic. The black shadows are always lurking in our subconscious minds, just below the surface. Several of the marvellous benefits of quitting are conscious, such as the waste of time and the sheer stupidity of making love to a two-dimensional image. The last chapters have dealt with the considerable advantages of being a non-user, but in the interests of fairness, it's necessary to give a balanced account. Therefore, the next page lists the advantages of being a user. It's just a blank page. Yeah. We draw a picture, but none. Chapter 11. Oh, that was chapter 10, by the way. Just so you're aware.
My favourite one.
Thanks. It's a pretty easy read. Chapter 11. The Willpower Method. It's an accepted fact in society that it's very difficult to stop porn. Books and forums advising you on how easy to stop usually start off by telling you how difficult it is. The truth is that it's ridiculously easy. It's understandable to question that statement, but first just consider it. If your aim is running a mile in 4 minutes, that's difficult, and you'll have to undergo years of hard training, and even then possibly being physically incapable. However, all you have to do to stop porn is not watch it and/or masturbate anymore. Nobody forces you to masturbate, apart from yourself, and unlike food or water, it isn't needed for survival. So if you want to stop doing it, why should it be difficult? In fact, it isn't. Cheeky burp. It's the users who make it difficult for themselves through use of willpower or any method that forces the user to feel like they're making some sort of sacrifice. Let's consider these methods. We don't decide to become users. We don't decide to become users. We merely experiment with porn magazines or websites, and because they're awful, that's right, awful, apart from our desired clip, we're convinced that we can stop whenever we want to. At first, we watch those first few clips when we want to, and on special occasions. Before we realise it, we're not only visiting those sites regularly and masturbating when we want to, we're masturbating to them daily. Porn has become a part of our lives, ensuring that we require an internet connection wherever we go. We then believe we're entitled to love, sex, orgasm, and the stress-relieving properties of porn. It doesn't seem to occur to us that the same clip and actors don't provide us with the same degree of arousal, and we begin fighting with the red line to avoid bad porn. In fact, masturbation and internet porn neither improves our sex lives or reduces stress, merely that users believe they can't enjoy life or handle stress without an orgasm. It usually takes a long time to realize we're hooked because we suffer from the illusion that users enjoy porn because they watch porn because they enjoy it, and not because they need to. When we're not enjoying porn, which we can never do unless novelty, shock, or escalation is added, we're under the illusion we can stop whenever. This is a confidence trap. I don't enjoy porn, so I can stop when I want to, only that you never seem to want to stop. It's usually not until we actually try to stop that we realize a problem exists. The first attempts are generally early, triggered by meeting a partner and noticing they aren't quite enough after the initial dates. Another common reason is noticing the health effects present in daily life. Regardless of reason, the user always waits for a stressful situation, whether health or sex. As soon as they stop, the little monster begins to get hungry. The user then wants something to pump their dopamine, such as cigarettes, alcohol, or their favourite, internet porn, with their harem only a click away. The porn cache is no longer in the basement. It's virtual and accessible from anywhere. If their partner's around or they're with friends, they no longer have access to their virtual harem, making them even more distressed. If the user has come across scientific material or online communities, they'll be having a tug-of-war in their mind, resisting temptations and feeling deprived. Their way to usually relieve stress is now unavailable, suffering a triple blow. The probable result after this period of torture is compromise. I'll cut down, or I've picked the wrong time, or perhaps I'll wait until the stress is gone from my life. However, once the stress is gone, there's no reason to stop, and the user doesn't decide to quit again until the next stressful time. Of course, there's never a right time because life for most people becomes more stressful. We leave the protection of our parents, entering the world of setting up home, taking on mortgages, having children, and having more responsible jobs. Regardless, the user's life cannot become less stressful because porn actually causes stress. The quicker a user passes on to the escalation stage, the more distressed they become and the greater the illusion dependency goes. In fact, it's an illusion that life becomes more stressful, and porn, or a similar crutch, creates that illusion. This will be discussed in greater detail later, but after these initial failures, the user usually relies on the possibility that one day they'll wake up and just not want to masturbate or use porn, etc. This hope is usually kindled by stories heard from other ex-users. I wasn't serious until I had a fading penetration. Then I didn't want to use porn anymore and stopped masturbating. Don't kid yourself. Probe these rumors and you'll discover they're never quite as simple as they appear. Usually, the user has already been preparing to stop and merely use the incident as a springboard. More often, in the case of people who stop just like that, they've suffered a shock, perhaps a discovery by their partner, a self-spotting incident of accessing porn that's not of their normal sexual orientation, or they've had a sexual dysfunction scare themselves. That's just the sort of person I am. Stop kidding yourself. It won't happen unless you make it happen. Let's consider in greater detail why the willpower method is so difficult. For most of our lives, we adopt the head in the sand, I'll stop tomorrow approach. At odd times, something will trigger off an attempt to stop. It may be concerns about health, virility, or a bout of self-analysis and realizing that we don't actually enjoy it. Whatever the reason, we start to weigh up the pros and cons of porn. Sex is split into tantric, touch, smell, voice, and propagative, orgasm. This is one of the major keys in opening our mind. Without this important distinction, there will be confusion which leads to failure. On rational assessment, we find out what we've known our entire lives. The conclusion is 1,000 times over. Stop watching it. If you were to sit down and give points to the advantages of stopping and compare them to the advantages of porn, the total point count for stopping would far outweigh any disadvantages. If you employ Pascal's wager, by quitting you're losing almost nothing, with high chances of gains and higher chances of not losing. Although the user knows that they'll be better off as a non-user, the belief they're making a sacrifice trips them up. Although an illusion, it's powerful. They don't know why, but the user has the belief that during the good and bad times of life, the sessions appear to help. Even before starting their attempt, societal brainwashing, further reinforced by the brainwashing from their own addiction, is then combined with the even more powerful brainwashing of how difficult it is to give up. Hearing stories of those who stopped for many months and still desperately crave, and accounts of disgruntled quitters having stopped and spending the rest of their lives bemoaning the fact they love to have a session. Having stopped and spending the rest of their lives bemoaning the fact they love to have a session. That's a better intonation. Tales of users stopping for many months or years, living happy lives only to have one peak at porn and are suddenly hooked again. They probably know several in the advanced stages of the disease, visibly destroying themselves and clearly not enjoying life, yet continue to use. Additionally, they've probably suffered one or more of these experiences themselves. So instead of starting with the feeling, great, have you heard the news? I don't need to watch porn anymore. They instead start with feelings of doom and gloom, as if trying to climb Mount Everest, and falsely determined that once the little monster has got its hooks in you, you're hooked for life. Many start the attempt by apologising to their girlfriends or wives. Look, I'm trying to give up porn. I'll probably be irritable for the next couple of weeks. Try to bear with me. Most attempts are doomed before they begin. Assume the user survives a few days without a session. They're getting back their arousal and are starting to recover. They haven't opened their favourite tube sites and are consequently getting aroused by normal stimuluses they'd previously zoned out at. The reasons they decided to stop in the first place are rapidly disappearing from their thoughts, like seeing a bad road accident whilst driving, slowing you down for a while, but stomping your foot on the throttle next time you're late for an appointment. On the other side of the war is the little monster who still hasn't had its fix. There's no physical pain. If you had the same feeling because of a cold, you wouldn't stop working or get depressed. You'd laugh it off. All the user knows is that they want to visit their harem. The little monster knows this, and so starts up the big brainwashing monster, causing the same person who was a few hours or days earlier listing all the reasons to stop to now desperately search for any excuse to start again. They begin saying things like, life is too short. A bomb could go off. I could step under a bus tomorrow. I've left it too late. They tell you everything gives you an addiction nowadays. I've picked the wrong time. I should have waited until after Christmas, after my holidays/tests, after this stressful event in my life. I can't concentrate. I'm getting irritable and bad-tempered. I can't even do my job properly. My family and friends won't love me. Let's face it, for everyone's sake, I have to start again. I'm a confirmed sex addict, and there's no way I'll ever be happy without an orgasm. Nobody can survive without sex. Brainwashed by well-meaning people who don't consider the distinction between the tantric and propagative parts of sex. I knew this would happen. My brain is sensitized by delta phos B due to changes affected by dopamine searches because of my past excessive porn use. Sensitization can never be removed from the brain, which is false. At this stage, the user usually gives in. Firing up the browser, the schizophrenia increasing. On one hand, there's a tremendous relief of ending the craving as the little monster finally gets its fix. On the other hand, the orgasm is awful and the user cannot understand why they're doing it. This is why the user thinks they lack willpower. It's not in fact lack of willpower. All they've done is change their mind and make a perfectly rational decision in light of the latest information. What's the point of being healthy or rich if you're miserable? Absolutely none. They're far better to have a shorter, enjoyable life than a lengthy, miserable one. Fortunately, this is untrue for the non-user, as life is infinitely more enjoyable. The misery the user is suffering isn't due to withdrawal pangs, though it's initially triggered by them. The actual agony is the tug of war in the mind caused by doubt and uncertainty. Because the user starts by feeling they're making a sacrifice, they then begin to feel deprived, which is a form of stress. One of these stressful times is when the brain tells them to have a peek, wanting to backtrack as soon as they stop. But because they've stopped, they can't, and this makes them even more depressed and sets the trigger off again. Another factor making quitting so difficult is waiting for something to happen. If your objective is passing a driving test, as soon as you've passed the test, it's certain whether you've achieved your objective. Under the willpower method, the internal narrative is, if I can go long enough without internet porn, the urge to watch it will eventually go. You can see this in practice in online forums where addicts talk about their streaks or days of abstinence. As said above, the agony the user undergoes is mental and caused by uncertainty. Although there's no physical pain, it still has powerful effects. Now miserable and insecure, the user is far from forgetting, now full of doubts and fears. How long will the craving last? How long will the craving last? Will I ever be happy again? Will I ever want to get up in the morning? How will I ever cope with stress in future? The user is waiting for things to improve, but while they're still moping, the harem is becoming ever more precious. In fact, something is happening, but unconsciously. If they can survive weeks without opening the browser, the craving for the little monster disappears. However, as stated previously, the pangs of withdrawal from dopamine and opioids are so mild that the user isn't even aware of them. At this time, many users sense they've kicked it, and so take a peek to prove it, sending them back down the water slide. Having supplied dopamine to the body, there's now a little voice at the back of their mind saying, "You want another one." In fact, they'd kicked it, but have hooked themselves again. As a child, you watched cartoons, and as per neuroscience, you formed neural pathways, delta phos-B, for them. If you wanted to discourage a child from watching, you'd study if those pathways still existed and surveyed adults on why they don't like to watch their favourite childhood cartoons anymore. For one, there's better entertainment available, and secondly, the cartoons just don't hold the magic. With the willpower method, you're just denying the child the cartoon, but with easy peasy, you're also making sure they see no value in it. Which is better? Water. Michael, would you be able to go into my room and then on the shelves facing this way, like a lip balm? Thank you. Maybe we'll wait for Michael to go back before we continue. I'm leaving you the edge of your seat. Hey, green one, thank you. Oh, yum yum. Take a bite of it. Looks so good. Oh, come on. Wrong way. Quick lip balm break.
As you do.
Yeah. Oh, so amazing. Oh, it feels so good. And the recording ticks away. No, you love it. The user won't get into another session immediately, thinking, I don't want to get hooked again, and allows a safe period of hours, days, or even weeks to pass. The ex-user can then say, well, I didn't get hooked, so I can safely have another session. They've fallen back into the same trap as when they first started and are already on the slippery slope. Users who succeed using the willpower method tend to find it long and difficult because the primary problem is the brainwashing. Long after the physical addiction has died, the user is still moping around miserable. Eventually, after surviving this long-term torture, it begins to dawn on them that they aren't going to give in, stopping the moping and accepting that life goes on and is enjoyable without porn. There's significantly more failures than successes. Some who succeed go through their lives in vulnerable states, left with a certain amount of the brainwashing, telling them that porn does in fact give them a boost. This explains why many users who've stopped for long periods end up starting again later on. Many ex-users will have the occasional session as a special treat or to convince themselves how strong their self-control is. It does exactly that, but as soon as their session ends, the dopamine starts to leave and a little voice at the back of their mind begins driving them towards another one. If they decide to partake, it still seems to be under control. No shocks, escalation, or novelty seeking, so they say. Marvelous. Well, I'm not really enjoying it. I won't get hooked. After Christmas, this holiday, this trauma, I'll stop. Little do they know that the water slides of their brain have been greased even more. Too late. They're already hooked. The trap they managed to claw themselves out of has claimed its victim again. As said previously, enjoyment doesn't come into it. It never did. If we watched because of enjoyment, nobody would stay on the tube sites for longer than it takes to finish the date. Regardless, a better way to self-pleasure is from memories. We assume we enjoy internet porn because we can't believe we'd be stupid enough to get addicted if we didn't enjoy it. Most users don't have any idea about supernormal stimulus, novelty, or shock seeking, and even after reading about it, they don't believe their use is motivated by evolutionary reward circuit wiring. That's why so much of porn is subconscious. If you're aware of the neurological changes and had to justify it costing you money in future, even the illusion of enjoyment would go. When we try to block our minds to the bad side, we feel stupid. If we had to face it, that would be intolerable. If you watch a user in action, you'll see that they are happy only when unaware of their using. Once aware, they tend to be uncomfortable and apologetic. Porn feeds the little monster, so upon purging it from your body along with the brainwashing, the big monster, you'll have neither need nor desire to watch. More water. Elixir of life. Spooked ya. Chapter 12. Beware of cutting down. Many users resort to cutting down as a stepping stone towards stopping, or as an attempt to control the little monster. Many recommend cutting down or a porn diet as a pick-me-up. Using cutting down as a stepping stone to stopping is fatal. It's these attempts to cut down that keep us trapped for the remainder of our lives. Generally, cutting down follows failed attempts to stop. After a few hours or days of abstinence, the user says something like, I can't face the thought of going to sleep without visiting my online harem. So from now on, I'll just use porn once in 4 days or purge my collection of bad porn. If I can follow this porn diet, I can burp. If I can follow this porn diet, I can either hold it there or cut down even further. Certain terrible things now happen. 1. They're stuck with the worst of all worlds, still addicted to internet porn and keeping the monster alive not only in their body, but in their mind. 2. Wishing their lives away, waiting for this next session. 3. Prior to cutting down, whenever they wanted to visit their harem, they'd fire up their browser and at least partially relieve their withdrawal pangs. Now, in addition to the normal stresses of life, they're causing themselves to suffer the withdrawal pangs for most of their lives, which makes them even more miserable and bad-tempered. 4. Whilst indulging, they neither enjoyed most of the sessions nor realised they were using supernormal stimulus. It was automatic. The only harem visit that was enjoyed was one after a period of abstinence. Now they wait an extra hour for each harem visit. And now that they wait an extra hour for each harem visit, they enjoy each one. The longer waited, the more enjoyable each session appears to become, because the enjoyment is in a session isn't the session itself. It's the ending of the agitation caused by the craving, whether slight physical craving or mental moping. The longer the suffering, the more enjoyable each session becomes. The primary difficulty in stopping isn't the neurological addiction, which is easy. Users will stop without difficulty on various occasions: the death of a loved one, family or work affairs, etc. They'll go, say, 10 days without access to it and it doesn't bother them. But if they went the same 10 days when they could have had access to porn, they'd be tearing their hair out. Many users will get chances during their workday and abstain. They'll pass through Victoria's Secret, swimming pools, and so on without undue inconvenience. Many will abstain if they have to sleep on the couch temporarily to make space for a visitor, or are themselves visiting. Even in go-go bars or nudist beaches, there have been no riots. Users are almost pleased for someone or something to say they cannot view porn. In fact, users who want to quit get a secret pleasure out of going for long periods without harem visits, giving them hope that perhaps one day they'll never want it. The real problem when stopping is brainwashing, an illusion of entitlement that internet porn is some sort of prop or reward and life will never be the same without it. Far from turning you off internet porn, all that cutting down accomplishes is leaving you feeling insecure and miserable, convincing you that the most precious thing on earth is the new clip you missed, that there's no way you'll be happy again without seeing it. There is nothing more pathetic than the user who's been trying to cut down, suffering from the delusion that the less porn they watch, the less they'll want to visit online harems. The reverse is true. The less they watch porn, the longer they suffer withdrawal pangs, and the more they enjoy, quote, in quotes, the relief of relieving them. However, they'll notice that their favourite genre isn't hitting the spot. But that won't stop them. If the tube sites were dedicated to only one star or genre, no user would ever go more than once. Difficult to believe? What's the worst moment of self-control one feels? Waiting for 4 days and then having a climax. Then, what's the most precious moment for users in a 4-day porn diet? That's right, the same climax after waiting for 4 days. Do you really believe that you're masturbating to enjoy the orgasm, or the more rational explanation that you need to relieve withdrawal pangs under the illusion that you're entitled to? Removal of the brainwashing is essential to remove illusions about porn before you extinguish that final session. Unless you've removed the illusion that you enjoy it before you close that window, there's no way you can prove it afterwards without getting hooked again. When hovering over bookmarks and saved pictures, ask yourself where the glory in this action is. Perhaps you believe that only certain clips are of good taste, like ones on habitual or favourite themes. If so, why bother to watch other videos or themes? Because you got into the habit? Why would anyone habitually mess up their brain and waste themselves? Nothing is different after a month. Why should a porn clip be any different? You can test this yourself. Find that hot clip from last month to prove it's different. Then set a reminder and watch the same clip after a month without porn. It will hit almost the same spots as it did last month. The same clip will be different after a social event where you're turned down or tested by a potential partner. Where was I? Reason being that the addict can never be fully happy if the little monster remains unsatisfied. Where does satisfaction come into it? It's just they're miserable if they can't relieve their withdrawal symptoms. The difference between watching porn and not is the difference between being happy and miserable. That's why internet porn appears to be better, whereas users who get on their sites first thing in the morning for porn are miserable whether watching it or not. Cutting down not only doesn't work, but is the worst form of torture. It doesn't work because initially the user hopes that by getting into the habit less or less, they'll reduce their desire to watch porn. It's not a habit, it's addiction. The nature of any addiction is wanting more and more, not less and less. Therefore, in order to cut down, the user has to exercise willpower and discipline for the rest of their lives. So cutting down means willpower and discipline forever. Stopping is far easier and less painful. There's literally tens of thousands of cases in which cutting down has failed. The problem with stopping isn't the dopamine addiction, which is easy to cope with. It's the mistaken belief that porn gives you pleasure, brought about initially by brainwashing received before we started using, further reinforced by the actual addiction. All cutting down does is reinforce the fallacy further, to the extent that porn dominates their lives completely and convinces them that the most precious thing on earth is their addiction. The handful of cases that do succeed have been achieved by a relatively short period of cutting down, followed by going cold turkey. These users stopped in spite of cutting down, not because of it. All it did was prolong the agony. Failed attempts leaving users nervous, wrecks, and even more convinced they're hooked for life. This is usually enough to keep them from reverting back to their online harem for pleasure and crutch, or another stretch before the next attempt. However, cutting down does help to illustrate the futility of porn, clearly illustrating that visits to the harem are not enjoyable after periods of abstinence. You have to bang your head against a brick wall, suffer withdrawal pangs, in order to make it nice upon stopping. Therefore, the choices are 1. Cut down for life and suffer self-imposed torture, which you'll be unable to do anyway. 2. Increasingly torture yourself for life, which is pointless. Or 3. Being nice to yourself and cutting out porn altogether. The other aspect that cutting down demonstrates is there's no such thing as the odd or occasional harem visit. Internet porn is a chain reaction that will last the rest of your life unless you make a positive effort to break it. Remember, cutting down will drag you down. Whoops. Chapter 13. Just one peak. Just one peak is a myth you must remove from your mind. It's just one peak that gets us started in the first place. It's just one peak to tide us over a difficult patch or on a special occasion that defeats most of our attempts to stop. It's just one peak that after having succeeded in breaking the addiction, sends us back into the trap. Sometimes it's just to confirm they don't need porn anymore, and one harem visit just does just that. The after effects of porn will be horrible and convinces the user they'll never become hooked again, but they already are. The user feels that something making them so miserable and guilty shouldn't have made them do it, yet they did. It's the thought of one special session that often prevents users from stopping, the one after your long conference trip, the hard day at work, fight with the kids, or incident where your partner rejects you for sex. Get it firmly in your mind that there's no such thing as just one peak. It's a chain reaction that will last the rest of your life unless broken. The myth about the odd, special session keeps users moping after stopping. Get into the habit of never seeing the no big deal session. It's fantasy. Whenever you think about porn, see a filthy lifetime of spending eons behind a screen for the privilege of destroying yourself mentally and physically. A lifetime of slavery and hopelessness. It isn't a crime if your erections are unreliable, but it is when you could be happier long term, but instead choose to sacrifice that for short-term pleasure. Pleasure in quotes. It's okay we can't always come up with something to do to fill the void. Doing that isn't realistically possible in every instance for our entire lives. We can plan for most of them, but sometimes it just happens. Good and bad times also happen, irrespective of porn, but get it clearly in your mind. The porn isn't it. You're stuck with either a lifetime of misery or none at all. You wouldn't dream of taking cyanide just because you like the taste of almonds. So stop punishing yourself with the occasional no big deal session. Ask a user with issues. If you had the opportunity to go back to the time before you became hooked, would you have become a user? The answer is inevitably, you've got to be joking. Yet every user has that choice every day of their lives. Why don't they opt for it? The answer is fear. The fear that they can't stop or that life won't be the same without it. Stop kidding yourself. You can do it. Anybody can. It's ridiculously easy, but in order to make it so, there are certain fundamentals to get clear in your mind. 1. There's nothing to give up, only marvelous positive gains to achieve. 2. Never convince yourself of the odd, no big deal, or just one peak session. It doesn't exist. There's only a lifetime of filth and slavery. 3. There's nothing different about you. Any user can find it easy to stop. Many users believe they're confirmed addicts or have addictive personalities. This usually happens as a result of reading excessive amounts of shocking neuroscience. There's no such thing. Nobody is born with the need to masturbate to video clips before they become hooked. It's the drug that hooks you, not the nature of your character or personality. The nature of addictive supernormal stimulus makes you believe this is the case. However, it's essential to remove this belief because if you believe you're addicted, you will be, even after the little monster in your body is long dead. It's essential to remove all of this brainwashing. It's a long one, so I'm going to have some water for it. Chapter 14. Casual users. Heavy users tend to envy the casual porn user. We've all met these characters. Oh, I can go all week without a session. It doesn't really bother me. We wish we were like that. This might be hard to believe, but no user enjoys being a user. Never forget. No user ever decided to become one, casual or otherwise. Therefore, all users feel stupid. Therefore, all users have to lie to themselves and others in a vain attempt to justify their stupidity. Golf fanatics brag about how often they play and want to play, so why do users brag about how little they masturbate? If that's the true criterion, then surely the accolade is not masturbating at all, isn't it? If someone said to you, I can go all week without carrots and it doesn't bother me in the slightest, you would think you were talking to a nutcase. If I enjoyed carrots, why would I want to go all week without them? If I didn't enjoy them, why would I make such a statement? So when a user makes a comment about surviving a week without a session, they're trying to convince themselves and you that they don't have a problem. But there will be no need to make a statement if they didn't have a problem. Translated, this comment is, I managed to survive an entire whole week without porn. Like every user, hoping that after this they could survive the rest of their lives. Only able to survive a week. Can you imagine how precious the session must have been afterwards, having felt deprived for an entire week? This is why casual users are effectively more hooked than heavy ones. Not only is the illusion of pleasure greater, but they have less incentive to quit because they spend less time and are therefore less vulnerable to health risks. Occasionally, they may experience sexual dysfunction, but are unsure what caused it, and so it's blamed on other factors. Remember, the only pleasure users get is in the search and seek dopamine cycle and relieving the withdrawal pangs, as has already been explained. The pleasure is an illusion. Imagine the little pool monster as a near imperceptible itch that we remain unaware of most of the time. If you have a permanent itch, the natural tendency is scratching it. As reward circuits become increasingly immune to dopamine and opioids, the natural tendency is to edge, escalate, binge, novelty seek, shock seek, etc. There are four main factors that prevent users from chain viewing. Time. Most cannot afford to. Health. In order to relieve the itch, we have to consume all free material that's available and then some. Capacity to cope with that kind of binging varies with each individual and at different times and situations in their lives. This acts as an automatic restraint. Discipline, imposed by society or the user's work, friends, and relatives, perhaps even by the user themselves as a result of the natural tug-of-war going on in every user's mind. Imagination. Lack of imagination plays down the shock, novelty, and other values of the clip on a subjective basis. It's easy to think of non-casual users as weak, unable to understand why others are able to limit their intake. However, heavy users should keep in mind that most casual users are simply incapable of chain viewing, requiring very strong imagination and stamina. Some of these once-a-week users are heavy users that heavy users tend to envy are physically incapable to do more, or because their job, society, or their own hatred of becoming hooked won't allow them. It may be advantageous to provide a few definitions. The non-user. Someone who has never fallen prey to the trap but shouldn't be complacent. They're a non-user only by luck or grace of goodness. All users were convinced they'd never become hooked, and some users keep trying an occasional session. The casual user, of which there are two basic classifications. 1. The user who's fallen for the trap but doesn't realise it. Don't envy such users. They're merely sampling the nectar at the mouth of the pitcher plant, and in all probability will soon be heavy users. Remember, just as all alcoholics started off as casual drinkers, so too do all users start off casually. 2. The user who was previously a heavy user and so thinks they can't stop. These users are the saddest of all, and they fall into various categories, each requiring separate comment. The once-a-day user. If they enjoy their entitlement to orgasm, why use internet porn only once daily? If they can take it or leave it, why bother at all? Remember, the habit is, in actuality, banging your head against a wall to make it relaxing upon stopping. The once-a-day user relieves their withdrawal pangs for less than an hour each day. Although unaware, the rest of their day is spent banging their head against this wall, doing this for most of their lives. They're using once a day because they cannot risk getting caught or messing with their neurological health. It's easy to convince the heavy user that they don't enjoy it, but significantly harder to convince a casual one. Anyone who has gone through an attempt to cut down will know it's the worst torture of all, and almost guaranteed to keep you addicted for the rest of your life. The rejected user. They demand the right to orgasm every day, but their sex partner isn't always happy to fulfill the request. Initially, they were using internet porn to fill this void, but upon taking the exciting water slide, they're trapped in a cycle of novelty, shock, supernormal images, etc. In fact, they're happy with their partner's rejection as it provides something of an excuse. If internet porn gives so much to you, why bother to have a partner at all? Set them free instead. They're not even enjoying sessions when they have to carry their partner in their mind. At some point, they're looking for their real-life partner to hand them an excuse to venture into the dark valleys of the internet. The porn diet user. Also known as, I can stop whenever I want to. I've done it thousands of times. If they think dieting helps them to get them into the mood to pick up partners, why are they even on the diet of once every 4 days? Nobody can predict the future. What if the happenstance of meeting occurred an hour after your scheduled session? Also, if occasional cleaning the plumbing is good to relieve tension, why not plumb every day? It's been proven that masturbation isn't required to keep genitals healthy, and internet porn isn't required at all. Even if that's the case, no pickup artist guru who has read about the neurological damage will ever recommend watching super stimulus porn. The truth is, they're still hooked. Although they're rid of the physical addiction, they're still left with the primary problem of brainwashing. They're hoping each time they'll stop for good, but soon fall for the same trap again. Most users actually envy these stoppers and starters and think about how lucky the dieter is to be able to control their usage. However, they overlook that the dieter isn't controlling their usage. When they're using, they wish they weren't. They go through the hassle of stopping, then begin to feel deprived and fall for the trap again, wishing they hadn't. They get the worst of both worlds. If you think about it, this is true in the lives of users when allowed to have a session, taking it as entitled or wishing they didn't. It's only when deprived that porn becomes precious. The forbidden fruit syndrome is one of the awful dilemmas for users. They can never win because they're moping for a myth, an illusion. There's only a single way they can win: stopping moping by stopping porn. I only watch static, tame, homemade porn, slashes between the static /tame /homemade porn user. Yes, everyone does this to start with, but isn't it amazing how the average shock value of these clips seems to rapidly increase, and before we know it, we're feeling deprived, tolerance. The novelty lacks with static porn, so we pay the piper for a cup of grease and ride down the water slide towards resentment and guilt. The worst thing you can do is use your partner's pictures, with approval, of course, for masturbation. Why? Well, why? Because in the process, you're rewiring your brain for the seeking, searching, and variety-induced dopamine flushes. Chemically, the porn water slides in the brain is delta phos B building up, so you'll find yourself having difficulties when you're with them in real time. Another trap in this category is amateur and homemade porn. Most are fakes and you know it. Plus, you're also not going to stop the very first one that hits your eyes, instead continuing to seek and search. Remember, it's not only orgasm the brain seeks, but the novelty of the hunt that gives the water slide its thrill. The porn content isn't the issue, whether amateur or professional. It's the flushes of dopamine in the brain causing build-up of tolerance and satiation. Porn destroys normal brain operation. Masturbation confusing the muscle-brain response. Orgasm flooding the brain with opioids and making the pathway easier to follow next time. I've stopped but have an occasional peak user. In a way, peaking users are the most pathetic of all. Either they go through their lives believing they're being deprived, or more often, the occasional peak becomes too. Sliding downwards on the slippery slope, sooner or later falling back to being heavy users. They've again fallen for the very trap they fell into in the first place. There are two other categories of casual users. The first is the type masturbating to images or clips of the latest celebrity sex tapes hitting the news, or something they carried home from their accidental viewing at school or work. These people are really just non-users, but they feel they're missing out. They feel that they're missing out. They want to be part of the action, with most of us starting off this way. Next time, notice after a while that the celebrity of your fantasy isn't doing it for you anymore. The more unattainable the target of your fantasy, the more frustrating the withdrawal of the orgasm is. The second category has been gaining attention recently, best outlined by describing a case shared online. A professional woman had been reading internet porn stories for many years and had never used more or less once each night. Incidentally, she was a very strong-willed lady. Most users would wonder why she wanted to stop in the first place, gladly pointing out that there was no risk of PIED, so porn-induced erectile dysfunction, or PE in her case, which is untrue. She wasn't even using static images, the stories being far tamer than any material that they themselves use on a daily basis. They make the mistake of assuming that casual users are happier and more in control. They might be more in control, but they certainly aren't happy. In the woman's case, she wasn't satisfied with her partner, nor real sex, and highly irritable when responding to her daily stresses and strains. Her nearest and dearest was unable to figure out what was bothering her. Even if she convinced herself to be unafraid of her usage through rationalization, she still found herself unable to enjoy real relationships, which invariably involve ups and downs. Her brain's reward center was unable to make use of normal de-stressors present in life as a result of daily dopamine flooding. Subsequent downregulation of her brain's receptors had rendered her melancholic under most circumstances. Like most, she had a great fear of pornography's dark side and treatment of women before her first time. Eventually, she fell victim to societal brainwashing and tried her first site. Unlike most who capitulate and become chain users, upon seeing the foul clips of violence, she resisted the slide. All you ever enjoy in porn is ending the craving that started before it, whether the almost imperceptible physical craving or the mental torture of not being allowed to scratch the itch. Internet porn itself is poison. Porn itself is poison, which is why you only suffer the illusion of enjoying it after periods of abstinence. Similar to hunger or thirst, the longer you suffer it, the greater the pleasure when finally relieved. Making the mistake of believing porn is just habit, they think, if I can keep it down to a certain level, or only on certain occasions, my brain and body will accept it. Then I can keep using it that level, or reduce it further should I wish to. Get it clear in your mind. The habit doesn't exist. Porn is drug addiction, with the natural tendency being to relieve withdrawal pangs, not enduring them. To hold it at the level you're currently at would require you to exercise tremendous amounts of discipline and willpower for the rest of your life. As your brain's reward center becomes immune to dopamine and opioids, it wants more and more, not less and less. As porn begins to gradually destroy your nervous system, courage, confidence, and impulse controls, you become increasingly unable to resist, reducing the interval between each session. This is why, in the early days, we can take or leave it. If we get a sign of something amiss mentally or physically, we just stop. Don't envy this woman. When you only watch once every 24 hours, it appears to be the most precious thing on earth, turning porn into a forbidden fruit, which is, for many years, this poor woman had been at the center of a tug of war. Unable to stop using, yet frightened to escalate to streaming clips. For 23 hours and 10 minutes of every one of those days, she had to fight the temptation and lack of feelings towards her boyfriend. It took tremendous willpower to do what she did, eventually reducing her to tears. Such cases are rare, but look at it logically. Either there's a genuine crutch or pleasure in porn, or there isn't. If there is, who wants to wait an hour, a day, or even a week? Why should you be deprived of the crutch or pleasure in the meantime? If there's no genuine crutch or pleasure, why bother paying a visit to your online harem? Here is another case of a once in 4 days man, describing his life as follows. I'm 40 years old. I've suffered PIED, porn-induced erectile dysfunction, with real women and even when using porn, which is most of the time. It's been a while since I've had a full erection. Before going on the once in 4 porn diet, I used to sleep soundly through the night after my session. Now I wake up every hour of the night and it's all I can think about. Even when asleep, I dream about my favourite clips. On days after my scheduled session, I feel pretty down, the diet taking up all of my energy. My SO would leave me alone because I'm so bad-tempered, and if she can't leave, she won't have me in the house. I go for jogs outside, but my mind is obsessed with it. On the scheduled day, I begin planning earlier in the night, getting very irritated if something happens against my plans. I'd back out of conversations and give in, only to later regret, at work and home. I'm not an argumentative guy, but I don't want the topic or conversation to hold me down. I remember occasions when I picked silly fights with my SO, significant other. I'd wait for 10 o'clock, and when it arrives, my hands are shaking uncontrollably. I don't start the deed right away, as there are new videos that have been added, and shop around. My mind tells me that since I've starved myself for 4 days, I deserve a special clip that has to be worth the time spent searching. Eventually, I settle for 1 or 2, but I want it to last so I can survive the next 4 days, so I take more time to finish the deed. In addition to his other troubles, this poor man has no idea he's treating himself to poison. First, suffering forbidden fruit syndrome, and then forcing his brain to flush dopamine. Comparatively, his dopamine receptors aren't as cut down, but he's gracing the porn water slides, searching for novelty, variety, shock, and anxiety in order to survive the next 4 days. You probably picture this man as a pathetic imbecile, but this isn't so. A former athlete turned ex-Marine sergeant, He didn't want to become addicted to anything. However, upon returning from war, he trained as an IT technician in a veterans rehab program. When entering the civil workforce, he was a well-paid IT professional in a bank and was given a laptop to take home. It was the year that the famous socialites leaked their porn videos online. That famous socialite leaked their porn videos online, and there was much talk about it. He then got hooked, spending the rest of his life paying through the nose and ruining himself physically and mentally. If he was an animal, society would have long since put him out of his misery, yet we allow mentally and physically healthy young teenagers to become hooked. You may think this case and notes are exaggerated, but this case, while extreme, is far from unique. There are tens of thousands of similar stories. Can you be sure that many of his friends and acquaintances envied him for being a once-in-4 man? If you think this couldn't happen to you, stop kidding yourself. It's already happening. Like other porn addicts are notorious liars, even to themselves. They have to be. Most casual users indulge far more times and on far more occasions than they'll admit to. Many conversations with so-called twice-a-week users will admit they've done so more than 3 or 4 times a week. Read Reddit, NoFap, or rebooting forum stories from casual users, and you'll find they're either counting days or waiting to fail. You don't need to envy casual users. You don't need to envy casual users. You don't need to use either. Life is infinitely sweeter without it. Take the following log. It started with a simple challenge to not touch my junk for a day and being unable. I don't think about masturbation anymore. It doesn't cross my mind. That is possible, I promise you. The riches that await those who are able, they're incredible. Teenagers are generally more difficult to cure, not because they find it more difficult to stop, but because they don't believe they're hooked or are at the initial stages of the trap. Generally suffering from the delusion that they'll automatically have stopped before the second stage. Parents of children who loathe internet porn shouldn't have a false sense of security. All children loathe the dark sides of porn before becoming hooked. At one point, you did too. Don't be fooled by scare campaigns either. The trap is the same as it always was. Children know that internet porn is supernormal stimulus, but they also know that one visit, or peek, won't do it. At some stage, they may be influenced by a partner, classmate, or work colleague. Please do not become complacent in this matter. Society's failure to protect adolescents from becoming addicted to internet porn and other drugs is perhaps the most disturbing facet of this addiction. Adolescent brains are significantly more plastic, and it is necessary to educate and protect them. If you're unsure where to start, good resources include the Your Brain on Porn book to educate yourself on the neuroscience. Even if you suspect your teenager might already be hooked, the book provides foundational understanding in helping someone to escape. Otherwise, recommend this book. Chapter 15. The YouTube/Twitch/Instagram user. This user should be grouped with casual users, but the effects are so insidious that it merits a separate chapter. It leads to the breakdown of self-control, nearly causing a split for one NoFap forum user. I was 3 weeks into one of my failed attempts to stop. The attempt had been triggered by my wife's worry about my unreliable hard-ons and lack of interest. I had told her that it wasn't her, just job pressure. She said, I know you've handled the work pressure before, but how would you feel if you were me and you had to watch someone you love systematically destroying themselves? It was an argument I found irresistible, hence the attempt to stop. She knows I'm not cheating, but this in a way is worse than that. The attempt ended after 3 weeks, culminating in a heated argument with an old friend. It didn't register until years after that my devious mind had deliberately triggered off the argument. I felt justifiably aggravated at the time, but I don't believe it was coincidence, as I have never argued with this particular friend before, nor have I since. It was clearly the little monster at work. Regardless, I had my excuse. I desperately needed a release, and it didn't matter how. My wife wasn't in the mood, so I had feelings of entitlement. So I convinced myself it would be okay if I restricted myself by avoiding porn sites and staying this side of the red line by only watching YouTube videos. But my wife ended up coming around as the night unfolded and wanted to make love. However, I was tired and without my horsepower, and so invented a headache. I couldn't bear to think of the disappointment this would cause my wife. Then I gradually returned to old ways, with YouTube becoming my new harem destination. I remember being quite pleased at the time, thinking it was at least cutting down my consumption. Eventually, she accused me of continuing to ignore her in bed. I'll move the mic a little bit closer. There we go. I hadn't realised it, but she described the times I'd caused an argument and stormed out of the house. At other times, taking 2 hours to purchase some minor item and faking sprains. I'd made feeble excuses to cop out of wooing her, so when I have an online harem, it's even harder. The worst thing about the YouTube user is that it supports the fallacy in their mind that they're being deprived. Simultaneously, it causes major losses of self-respect. An otherwise honest person may force themselves to deceive their loved ones. It probably has happened, or is still happening to you in some form. Problems faced by websites like Twitch, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, and most social media are primarily driven by supplementation. Driven by novelty-seeking dopamine urges, they trick themselves into believing they're on a safe site. Remember, the thrill is in the seeking, not the killing, and the little monster doesn't care where it comes from, where its fix comes from. For the user, the soft content received in their various online feeds gives them fleeting relief of withdrawal pangs, keeping them hooked and waiting for their next session. The model in the image / video is indeed beautiful, and if you had them on your side right now, they could surely give you pleasure. But that image can't. It simply just isn't real. Your brain is tricked like a bull running into a red cape, and afterwards doesn't understand why it did it. One could think that you could just look at those images then, without masturbating. But remember that your brain is hooked on the limitless novelty, and the little monster doesn't care where its fix comes from. It's the same trap. You might have watched the TV series Columbo. TV. The theme of each episode, I've never seen Columbo. The theme of each episode is similar. The villain, usually a wealthy and respected businessman, has committed what he's convinced is the perfect murder, and his confidence in his crime remaining undetected receives a boost when he discovers the rather shabby and unimpressive-looking Detective Columbo is in charge of the case. Columbo has this frustrating practice of closing the door after finishing his interrogation, having assured the suspect he's in the clear. But just before the satisfied look has disappeared from the murderer's face, Columbo reappears, saying, "Just one small point, sir, which I'm sure you can explain." The subject stammers, and from this point on, he knows that Columbo will gradually wear him down. No matter how serious the crime, from that point, sympathies were with the murderer. These bouts are similar. The tension of not being allowed to cross the red line to get the porn fix they rightly deserved, then wondering where the pleasure was after finishing the deed. Fear of crossing the line, losing control, and returning to the bed, only to be stalked by the fear of your partner that your partner wanted sex. The safe YouTube video, in quotes, will no longer satisfy you due to desensitization, lack of novelty, and the certain knowledge that sooner or later you'll visit your favorite online harem. The final humiliation and shame then being that certainty when that certainty becomes a fact, followed by the immediate return to chain viewing. Oh, the joys of being a PMR. Chapter 16. A social habit? And that's a question mark too. A social habit? Health of the mind and body are the primary reasons why we should want to stop, but then they always have been. We don't actually need scientific research and knowledge in neuroscience to tell us porn is addictive and can potentially shatter our lives. These bodies of ours are the most sophisticated objects on the planet, and any user knows from the first session that the stimulus can go to excess and turn poisonous. The only reason why we get involved with porn is the cycles overlap with our evolutionary programming. Yeah, I think, can you hear that? Is the cycles overlap with our evolutionary programming. Internet porn is highly available, free and streaming 24 hours a day. Porn was once considered harmless, but that was when the images were static and videos involved a trip to the local store for a VHS tape. Today, it's generally considered, even by users themselves, that porn is a supernormal stimulus and addiction forming. In the old days, the strong man didn't admit he masturbated, with jerk being a derogatory term. In every pub, club, or bar, the majority of men will be proudly wanting to take a woman home and have real sex. Today, the position is completely reversed for the internet porn addict. Today's man realizes that he's beginning to feel like he doesn't need a woman. Banding together online, burp. No, come. Oh. Banding together online, he discusses experiences, devises strategies, and explores options. Today's strong man doesn't want to depend on drugs. Through social revolution, all users are giving serious thought to stopping internet porn and masturbation. Today's users consider porn a useless and harmful activity. The most significant trend noticed on forums is the increasing emphasis on the antisocial aspects of porn. The days when a man boasted of having sex and orgasms every day is slowly being replaced by the realization of slavery to the porn monster. The only reason why people continue after being educated is because they've failed to stop or are too afraid to try. Too frightened to try. There's a wide spectrum of interest in the subject, some abstaining from porn, masturbation, and orgasm, with or without partners. Practices that separate the tantric and propagative parts of sex, such as semen retention and caressa, are discussed and adopted in droves. Many aforementioned failures are in reality fall forwards, thus somewhat benefiting people practicing them. Once you start the non-PMO route, you'll find the best fit that applies to your life. It's encouraged to devise your own plan on orgasm after understanding and practicing sexual separation. Whatever your route, you'll see value in limiting the number of times you flush your brain with chemicals through orgasm, and never again seeing porn, sex, and orgasm as pleasure or crutch for your emotional self. Various popular online communities founded by non-users are dedicated to quitting not only porn, but also masturbation. These sites are ultimately beneficial to those escaping, but most notes point them to try using willpower. The consequence of obsession with streaks and other measures is self-pity and lack of elation. Much of the brainwashing is alive and well. Eventually, someone breaks down and the domino effect takes place, other users finding out they aren't the only ones. However, their efforts aren't in vain. They're falling forward, albeit with lots of self-torturing as they shut down their browsers but not the desire and need. Easy peasy works in the reverse, shutting down the need and desire first before shutting down the browser. Every day, more and more users leave the sinking ship, and those left on it become terrified they'll be the last. Don't let it be you. Chapter 17. Timing. Apart from the... water, why not? Why not? Just quickly, Mike, I realised we hadn't done it. Cheers. Hey, cheers. Chapter 17. Timing. Apart from the obvious point that it's doing you no good and that now is the right time to stop, timing is important. Society treats internet porn flippantly as a slightly distasteful habit that doesn't injure your health. This is untrue. It's a drug addiction, a disease and destroyer of relationships in society. The worst thing that happens in most users' lives is getting hooked on this awful addiction. If they stay hooked, horrendous things happen. Timing is therefore important to give yourself the right to a proper cure. First, identify the times or occasions when porn appears to be important to you. If you're a business person who uses it for the illusion of stress relief, pick a relatively slack period or a holiday. If you use porn mainly during boring or relaxing periods, the opposite applies. Regardless, if you take the attempt seriously and make it the most important thing in your life. Look ahead for a period of 3 weeks and try to anticipate any event that might lead to failure. Occasions such as conference trips, your partner being out of town, etc., need not deter you, provided you anticipate them in advance and don't feel you'll be deprived. Well, just a tiny one, and provided you anticipate them in advance and don't feel you'll be deprived. Don't attempt to cut down in the meantime, as this will only create the illusion that being denied is enjoyable. In fact, it helps to force yourself to watch and have as many porn sessions as possible. While you're having the last session and your last time, be mindful of the disappointment due to this satiation, unfulfilled expectations, any bodily pain, withdrawal effects, peevishness, and melancholy. Think of how marvelous it will be when you allow yourself to stop doing it. Whatever you do, don't fall into the trap of just saying, "Not now, later," and putting it out of your mind. Work out your timetable now and look forward to it. Remember, you aren't giving anything up. On the contrary, you're about to receive marvelous positive gains. For years, the medical profession has viewed porn as harmless without knowing the difference between this tame static porn of yesteryear and the latest virtual reality streaming experience. The problem is that although every user consumes porn purely to relieve the dopamine craving caused by it, it's not addiction to the chemical that hooks the user, but self-brainwashing resulting from addiction. An intelligent person will fall for a confidence trick, but only a fool would continue falling for it upon realizing the trick. Fortunately, most users aren't fools. They only think they are. Each individual user has their own private brainwashing. That's why there appears to be such a diverse range in the types of addicts, only serving to further compound the mysteries. While the benefit of the original book was to quit nicotine, one of the quickest and most addictive drugs known to man, it was agreeably surprising to realize the philosophy propounded in the original book was still sound when adapted. The accumulated knowledge and challenge that Kara and myself undertake is how to communicate that knowledge to each individual user. The fact I know that every user can find it easy to stop, not only find it easy to stop, but can actually enjoy the process, is not only pointless, but exceedingly frustrating unless the user can be made to realize it. In his original book, Alan Carr explains his original advice. Many people have said to me, "You say, continue to smoke until you finish the book. This tends to make the smoker take ages to read the book or just not finish it, period. Therefore, you should change the instruction." This sounds logical, but I know if the instruction were, stop immediately, some smokers wouldn't even start reading the book. I had a smoker consult me in the early days. He said, "I really resent having to seek your help. I know I'm strong-willed. In every other area of my life, I'm in control. Why is it that all these other smokers quit by using their own willpower, yet I have to come to you?" He continued, "I think I could do it on my own, if I could smoke while I was doing it." Societal belief dictates that stopping smoking is incredibly difficult. So what does the smoker need when something is difficult? A little friend, our crutch. Escaping smoking appears to be a double blow. Not only is there a difficult task to perform, which is hard enough, but the crutch we normally rely on for such occasions isn't available. Perhaps the real beauty of this method is that you don't need to give up while going through the process, getting rid of all fears and doubts initially instead. So upon finishing the final session, you're already enjoying freedom. Therefore, this hack book will keep the same advice intact. No matter how much it's said that it will be easy and enjoyable, there'll be a vast majority who won't be able to accept it due to personal brainwashing on how difficult quitting is. Timing is the only chapter that's caused me to consider. Timing is the only chapter that's caused me to question Alan's original advice seriously. Above all, if triggers include office stress, then picking a holiday to make an attempt, and vice versa. This isn't the easiest way. Instead, picking what you consider to be the most difficult time, whether that's stress, social obligations, concentration, or boredom. Once you've proved you cope with and enjoy life in the worst situations, every other one is enjoyable. But if that was the advice, would you even make the attempt? Here's an analogy. My sister and I intend to swim together. We arrive at the pool at the same time, but rarely end up swimming together. The reason being that she immerses one toe and half an hour later is actually swimming. That's slow torture. I know in advance that at some stage, no matter how cold the water is, I'll have to brave it at some point. So I've learned to do it the easy way, diving straight in. Now imagine if I was in a position to insist that if she didn't dive straight in, she couldn't swim. If that was the case, she wouldn't swim at all. Do you see the problem? I don't think my sister does this, by the way. She got a burn on her hand a while back, and she's like the most stoic. She had to get like laser on it, and she just sat there. I love my sister. She's just a great egg. Wishing you well, Moo. From feedback, many users have used the original. Just quickly, public safety announcement. Be careful with yourself while you're pouring like cup of noodles. It's not like she did it in a different way than what you're thinking. Or apparently some like different way. But I see people do it all the time. Like my aunt did it, and she's like a nurse. And she had the coffee bottle of kettle. She's putting it in her AeroPress, and she's holding the AeroPress and stabilizing it. Well, get any other piece of skin away from any bit where you're putting hot water. So public safety. Yeah, it makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, could see how it happened though.
Yeah. She was so stoic, in fact, because my sister is just a legend, that the nurse comes up and she's got a pretty almost a 3rd degree burn. It was really bad. It was skin. It was really bad. Most people they see the scar and they're like, do you want to see a photo of it? And it's just what? But the nurse came up to her and was it's oh, how do you rate the pain? And in hindsight, 9, 8, 9, and she was 7. And so they just left it for a bit because it was she's all right. But the they came back and looked at it, and she was oh, what? Anyway, key takeaway: my sister is a legend, absolute, queen. Anyway, I'm looking forward to seeing her over the holidays too. She's just a good egg. Anyway, from feedback, many users have used the original timing advice to delay what they think will be the evil day. My next thoughts were using a similar technique to the advantages of porn chapter, something like timing is very important, and in the next chapter you'll be advised on the best time to make the attempt, and on the next page there's just a massive now. That is in fact the best advice, but would you take it? Perhaps the most subtle aspect of the trap is that when we have genuine stress in our lives, it's not the right time to stop. But at times without stress, some guy does I don't understand because he's just he just blows leaves. And I don't anyway, he just stops. I don't, maybe it's a woman, who knows? But and also just quickly, this isn't my writing. I just need to remind people. So it sounds like it's coming from first person, but it is, it's 3 people. I'll someday I'll do it better. But at times without stress, we have, I'll start from the center. Perhaps the most subtle aspect of the trap is that when we have genuine stress in our lives, it's not the right time to stop. But at times without stress, we have no desire to end the torture. Ask yourself the following questions. 1. When you got onto porn for the first time, did you really decide that you continue to depend on it for the rest of your life without ever being unable to stop? Of course you didn't. 2. Are you going to continue the rest of your life without ever being able to stop? Of course you aren't. So when will you stop? Tomorrow? Next year? The year after? Isn't that what you've been asking yourself since you first realized you were hooked? Are you hoping that one morning you'll wake up and just not want to watch anymore? Stop kidding yourself. With any addiction, you get progressively more hooked, not less. Are you going to wait until you've actually started to feel that getting out of bed is harder than just masturbating? That will be a bit pointless. The real trap is the belief that now isn't the right time. It'll always be easier tomorrow. We believe that we live stressful lives, but in actuality we don't. Most genuine stress has been removed from our lives. When we're leaving home, you don't live in fear of being attacked by wild animals. Most don't wonder where the next meal will come from or if a roof will be over their heads tonight. Think of the life of a wild animal. Every time a rabbit comes out of its burrow, it's facing Vietnam for its entire life. But the rabbit handles it. It's got adrenaline and other hormones, and so do we. The truth is, the most stressful periods of any creature's life are early childhood and adolescence. But 3 billion years of natural selection has equipped us to cope with stress, and many who grow up with hard childhoods lead normal lives. It's cliche to say, if you haven't got your health, you've got nothing, but it's absolutely true. When you feel physically and mentally strong, you can enjoy the highs and handle the lows. Many confuse responsibility with stress. Responsibility only becomes stressful when we don't feel strong enough to handle it. What destroys most isn't stress, jobs, or old age, but the illusory lying crutches they turn to. Look at it this way. You've already decided that you aren't staying in the trap for the rest of your life. Therefore, at some point, whether you find it easy or difficult, you'll have to go through the process of getting free. Porn isn't a habit or pleasure. It's drug addiction and a disease. We've established that far from being easy tomorrow, it'll get progressively worse. The time to get rid of it is now, or as near to now as you can manage. Think of how quickly each week of our lives passes. That's all it takes. Think of how nice it'll be to enjoy the rest of your life without ever-increasing shadows hanging over you. Provided you follow all the instructions, you won't even have to wait 5 days or 3 weeks. You'll not only find it easy to quit, you'll enjoy it. A bit more water. Mm-hmm. It's a beautiful sound, isn't it? A bit more lip balm. This audiobook recording is proudly sponsored by my orthodontist. I have a really bad overbite. So if I didn't get braces, my front teeth would be gone in 40 years. Yeah. Man, I wish I had done it when I was younger. There's a funny story there, but I won't get into it. Chapter 18. Will I miss the fun? No! Once the little porn monster is dead, after your body stops craving dopamine and the porn water slides in your brain rapidly begin to fade due to lack of greasing, any remaining brainwashing will vanish. Not only will you find yourself both physically and mentally better equipped to handle the stresses and strains of life, but you'll enjoy the good times to the fullest. There's only one danger, that being the influence of those who still use sex as their crutch and pleasure. The other man's grass is always greener is commonplace in many aspects of our lives and easily understandable. Why in the case of porn, with disadvantages so enormous when compared to illusory advantages, does the ex-user tend to envy those demanding sex and pornography as a crutch? With all of the brainwashing from childhood, it's quite understandable that we've fallen into the trap. Why is it then, after realizing what a mug's game porn is and managing to kick the habit, that we walk straight back into the same trap? It's the influence of the societal brainwashing conflating porn with sex, presented as normal. The ex-user has a pang. The insecure void feelings of them being single, which isn't a crime anyway, causes feelings of anxiety and drives them to ride the water slide. This is indeed a curious anomaly, particularly if this observation is considered. Not only is every non-user in the world happy to be so, but every user in the world, even with their warped, addicted, brainwashed mind, suffering the illusion of enjoyment or relaxation, wishes they'd never become hooked in the first place. So, why do some ex-users envy? 1. Just one peak. Remember, it doesn't exist. Stop seeing the isolated occasion and start looking at it from the point of view of the porn user. You might be envying them, but they don't approve of themselves and envy you. If only you could somehow clinically watch another user, as they can be the most powerful boost of all to help you out of it. Notice how quickly they open many tabs and browser windows, fast-forwarding to the important sections, quickly getting bored of clips and running through the gamut of genres, producing novelty, shock, anxiety, etc. Notice particularly that the act appears to be automatic. Remember, they aren't enjoying it. It's that they can't enjoy themselves without it. The next morning, waking up with a weakened will, lost energy, and bleary eyes, they'll have to continue choking themselves at the first appearance of stress and strain. They're facing a lifetime of filth, poor mental health, and stained confidence. A lifetime of destroying themselves with black shadows at the back of their mind. To achieve what purpose? The illusion you're getting what you deserve and damned pleasure? 2. The second reason why ex-users have pangs is that the porn user is because the porn user is doing something, such as self-pleasuring, and the user isn't, so tends to feel deprived. Get it clear in your mind. It's not the user that's being deprived, but the poor addict being deprived of health, energy, confidence, peace of mind, tranquility, freedom, peace of mind, courage, tranquility, freedom, self-respect. Get it out of the habit of envying porn users and start seeing them as the miserable, pathetic creatures they really are. I know, I was one of the worst. No, I wasn't. I just got caught up in the trap like everyone does. Hopefully this, the original hack author, I'm sure you're a top bloke, mate. That's why you're reading this book and not the ones who can't face up to it and continue to kid themselves. You wouldn't envy a heroin addict, and like all drug addictions, yours won't get any better. Each year, it'll get exponentially worse. If you don't enjoy being a user today, you'll enjoy it even less tomorrow. Don't envy other users, pity them. Believe me, they need your pity. Chapter 19. Can I compartmentalize? You know what? We're going to pull it again. Leave you just on edge there. Oh. Sort of like edging the porn, but edging it actually good. You like it when I tease you? I'm a sycophant. I know. Chapter 19. Can I compartmentalize? This myth is primarily spread by users attempting to stop on the willpower method, who perform mental gymnastics and begin a Jekyll and Hyde routine. Porn is for my alter ego and real-life romance is for my relationship side. Nothing is further from the truth. The porn water slides, Delta Phos B, and neurological changes are going to overrun the real-life romance, making it less desirable. Mr. Hyde is definitely going to overrule Dr. Jekyll's instructions. If you use internet porn, you're training yourself for the role of voyeur, or requiring the option of clicking to something more arousing at the slightest drop in dopamine levels, or the continual search for just the right scene for maximum effect. Additionally, you might be masturbating in a hunched over position or watching your smartphone in bed on the nightly, eventually desiring those cues more than real-life stimulus. Sex goes against nearly every aspect of the online harem, so stands no chance when compared. The memories created when you're young are powerful and long-lasting, so breaking down those pornographic water slides and rewiring or creating new ones takes longer. However, that's not to say it's any more difficult. Every time you ride on the porn water slide, you're greasing it, keeping the nerves fresh and ready to fire. When parking next to a fast food restaurant, the smell of the fryer floats into your nostrils and the sale is already made. Just quickly, they actually have fans that put blow. So that's what they do. Yeah. Likewise, and the sale is already made. Likewise, the porn water slides in your brain are ready for you to get sucked in and are open 24 hours a day. Each cue or trigger lights up your reward circuit with the promise of sex. Only it isn't sex. Nevertheless, nervous cells solidify these associations with sexual arousal by sprouting new branches to strengthen the connections. The more you use porn, the stronger the nerve connections become. The end result is that you might ultimately need to be a voyeur, needing to click to ever-escalating and novel material, needing porn to get to sleep, or needing to search for the perfect ending to get the job done. As with any substance or behavioural drug, the body builds immunity and the drug ceases to relieve the withdrawal pangs completely. As soon as the porn user closes a session, they want another one, and quickly, the permanent hunger remaining unsatisfied. The natural inclination being escalation to get the dopamine rush. However, most users are prevented from doing this for one or both of the following reasons. Money. They can't afford to subscribe to paid porn sites. Health. There's only so much the body can take, either the dopamine surges or orgasms. Plus, orgasms actually trigger chemicals in order to cut down the dopamine flush. It has to. That's just the way the body works. Once the little monster leaves your body, the awful feeling of insecurity ends. Your confidence returns, along with a marvelous feeling of self-respect, obtaining the assurance to take control of your life and using it as a springboard to tackle other problems. This is one of the many great advantages of breaking free from any addiction. The compartmentalization myth is one of the many tricks that the little monster plays with your mind. These tricks make it harder to stop due to the impossible satisfaction of the permanent hunger, causing many users to turn to cigarettes, heavy drinking, or even harder drugs to satisfy the void. Humans are rating animals, both to ourselves and others. Watching porn with your partner is unsatisfying, as you both rate each other's performance against the narrative. Do you want Brad Pitt in your bedroom, even if he's on a poster? No one person can match a harem where each experience is acted, scripted, directed by professionals, and immediately available 24 hours a day. More water. Mm. 20. Avoid false incentives. Many users on the Willpower method attempt to increase their motivation through construction of false incentives. There are many examples of this, a typical one being to reward themselves with gifts after not watching porn for a month. This appears to be a logical and sensible approach, but is in fact false, because any self-respecting user would rather continue watching porn every day than reward themselves with a self-given gift. This generates self-doubt in the user's mind, because not only will they have to abstain for 30 days, they're not even sure they'll enjoy the days without porn. Their only crutch or pleasure has been taken away. All this does is increase the size of the sacrifice the user feels they're making, now ever more precious in their mind. Other examples include, I'll stop so that it'll force me to get a social life and have more real sex. I'll stop so that some magical energy will help me to leap above the competitors and get the partner I pursue. I'll stop so I can commit myself to not wasting my energy and enthusiasm with porn in order to grow hunger in myself. These are true, can be effective, and you might end up getting what you want, but think on it for a second. If you do get what you wanted, once the novelty is gone, you'll feel deprived. If you didn't, you'll feel miserable. Either way, sooner or later you will fall for the same trap again. Linking quitting to a false incentive only increases doubt, because if you don't get your incentive, and even if you do, you'll begin thinking doubtful thoughts like, will quitting actually make my life better? If I quit and I don't get what I want, did I use the method correctly? Thoughts like these are increase feelings of sacrifice and therefore create pangs. Another typical example are online or forum packs. These have the advantage of eliminating temptation for certain periods. However, they generally fail for the following reasons. 1. The incentive is false. Why else would you want to stop just because other people are doing so? All this achieves is generating additional pressure and increases the feelings of sacrifice. It's fine if all users genuinely want to stop at one particular time, but you can't force them to stop, although all secretly want to. Until they're ready to do so, a pact creates additional pressure, which only increases their desire to watch. This in turn turns them into secret viewers, further increasing the feeling of dependency. 2. Dependency on each other using the willpower method breeds feelings of undergoing a period of penance, during which they wait for the urge to disappear. If they give in, there's a sense of failure. When using the willpower method, at least one of the participants is bound to give up, providing the other participants with the excuse they've been waiting for. It's not their fault. They would have held out, but Fred let them down. Nothing against anyone named Fred. The truth is that most of them have already been cheating. 3. Sharing the credit is the reverse of dependency. There's a marvelous sense of achievement in stopping porn, and when doing it alone, the acclaim you receive from your friends and online buddies can be a tremendous boost over the first few days. However, when everybody is doing it at the same time, the credit has to be shared and the boost is consequently reduced. 4. Another classic example is the guru promise. Stopping will give you happiness because you're no longer engaged in the tug of war. Your brain beginning rewiring and regaining impulse controls. However, you must keep in mind that this will neither make you a sex god or win the lottery. No one cares in the slightest if you stop porn. You aren't a weak person if you're using porn 3 times a day and have PIED, or a strong person if you're an addict and don't. Stop kidding yourself. If this offer, and that's number 4, and then there's a new paragraph. Stop kidding yourself. If the job offer of 10 months' work for 12 months' salary a year, or the risks of cutting down your brain's ability to cope with day-to-day stress and strains, or putting yourself at odds with having an unreliable erection, or a lifetime of mental and physical torture and slavery didn't stop them, then the above few phony incentives won't make the slightest bit of difference, only succeeding to make the sacrifice appear worse. Instead, concentrate on the other side. What am I getting out of it? Do I really need to use porn? Keep looking at the other side of the tug of war and ask yourself what porn is doing for you. Absolutely nothing. Why do I need to do it? You don't. You're only punishing yourself. It's Pascal's wager. You have almost nothing to lose, fading arousal, and chances of big profits, full and reliable arousal, mental well-being, and happiness, and no chance of losing big. There we go, burp. Why not then declare your of quitting for friends and family? Well, it'll make you a proud ex-addict or ex-user, not an elated and happy non-user. It might scare your partner a bit, since they may see this as a scheme to have more sex in a sort of new age way. They may also fear you turning into a sex machine. It's hard to explain unless they're open-minded. And I'm a beast, trust you. Any attempt to get others to help you in quitting gives more power to the little monster. Pushing it from your mind and totally ignoring it has the effect of trying not to think about it. Be mindful instead. As soon as you spot the thoughts, cues like Home Alone, or absent-minded thoughts, just say to yourself, "Great, I'm no longer a slave to porn. I'm free and happy to know differences in sex." This will cut the oxygen of the thought and stop it from burning towards urges and cravings. In this aspect, practicing mindfulness meditation can be very helpful to assist in the depersonalization of thoughts. Like seriously, it's really good. Michael, you like meditating, don't you?
I love meditation.
Yeah, good boy. Nah, it's because it's like, you know, you can imagine like you just like depersonalize from, yeah, I've just explained it then, but it really is like there's, it'll be shill at the end of the book too. But I like give him the, you know, the free month of like the Sam Harris app.
Mm-hmm.
Michael, how do you like this Waking Up course by Sam Harris?
It's amazing. It's incredible. He's great.
Yeah, he's so calming, isn't
He
he?
just knows how to guide you in nicely.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. But, and just quickly, if like, I know we, you know, a lot of people, we have a lot of religious listeners listening. It's completely compatible with religion. Like there's no, it's just like the practice of noticing thought. Like it's fine. And I know a lot of Christians who meditate and they vibe with it. Chapter 21, The Easy Way to Stop. This chapter contains instructions regarding the easy way to stop porn. Providing you follow the instructions, you'll find that stopping ranges from relatively easy to enjoyable. Provided you follow the instructions below, it's ridiculously easy to stop porn. All you have to do is two things. 1. Make the decision that you are never going to watch porn again. 2. Don't mope about it. Rejoice. You're probably asking, why the need for the rest of the book? Why couldn't you have said that in the first place? Well, the answer is that you'd eventually moped about it and consequently eventually change your decision. You've probably already done that many times before. As already said, porn is a subtle, sinister trap. The main problem with stopping isn't the dopamine addiction, which is certainly a problem, but not the primary one. It's the brainwashing. Therefore, it's necessary to destroy all the myths and delusions first. Understand your enemy, know their tactics, and you'll easily defeat them. Having spent large chunks of my life suffering black depression while attempting to quit, lucky not to. Upon finally escaping, I went straight to zero without a bad moment. That's true. It was enjoyable even through the withdrawal period, and I've never had the slightest pang since. On the contrary, it was one of the most wonderful things that's ever happened in my life. My final attempt was different. Like all users nowadays, I mean, well, my actual final attempt was just like reading the book and then, you know, but I think this is like he's like original hack authors like taken Alan Carr's thing. My final attempt was different. Like all users nowadays, the problem had been given serious thought in my mind. Up to then, after failing, it was routine to console myself with the thought that it would be easier next time. It never occurred to me that I would have to go on this way for the rest of my life. This thought filled me with horror, and I began thinking very deeply about the subject. Rather than firing up the browser subconsciously, I instead analysed my feelings and confirmed what I already knew. I wasn't enjoying porn and found it filthy and disgusting. I started looking at non-users living in other parts of the world, or older people who never got to know the tube sites. Up until then, I'd always regarded non-users as wishy-washy, unsociable, finicky people. However, examining when they appeared to be, if anything, more stronger and more relaxed. They appeared to be able to cope with the stresses and strains of life and seemed to enjoy social functions more than porn users. They certainly had more sparkle and zest, they certainly had more sparkle and zest than them. I started talking to ex-users. Up to that point, I'd always regarded them as being forced to give up for health or religious reasons, and was secretly longing for a harem visit. A few did say, "You get the odd pangs, but they're so few and far between that they aren't worth bothering about." Most instead said, "Miss it? You've got to be joking. Life's never felt better." Even failures were fall forwards for them. They didn't condemn themselves or unconditional, and even failures were fall forwards for them. They didn't condemn themselves and unconditionally accepted instead, like a coach who'll accept a mistake by a genuinely golden player. That's like an important point for like some people who like, you know, just don't really. Talking to users destroyed another myth I always had in my mind, that there was an inherent weakness within me, until it dawned on me that all go through this private nightmare. Basically, I said to myself, scores of people are stopping now and leading perfectly happy lives. I didn't need to do it before I started, and I can remember having to work hard to get used to this filth. So why do I need to do it now? In any event, I didn't enjoy porn, hating the entire filthy ritual, and didn't want to spend the rest of my life in slavery to this disgusting addiction. I then said this to myself: whether you like it or not, you've completed your last session. I knew, right from that point, that I'd never have another session again. I wasn't expecting it to be easy, just the reverse. I fully believed I'd signed up for months of black depression and spending the rest of my life having the occasional pang. Instead, it has been absolute bliss right from the start. It took me a long time to work out why it had been so easy and why I hadn't suffered those terrifying withdrawal pangs. The reason is that they don't exist. It's the doubt and uncertainty that creates pangs. The beautiful truth is that it's easy to stop porn. It's only indecision and moping that makes it difficult. Even while addicted, users can go for relatively long times at certain times without it. It's only when you want it, but can't have it, that you suffer. Therefore, the key to making it easy is to make stopping certain and final. Not hoping, but knowing that you've kicked it, having made the decision. Never doubt or question it. In fact, just the reverse. Always rejoicing. If you can be certain from the start, it'll be easy. But how can you be certain from the start? That's why the rest of the book is necessary. There are certain essential points necessary to get clear in your mind before you start. 1. Realize you can achieve it. There's nothing different about you, and the only person who can make you watch is yourself. Not that star, never in their wildest dreams having thought about themselves being used for reducing virility. 2. There's absolutely nothing to give up. On the contrary, there's enormous positive gains to be made. Not only that you'll be healthier and richer, but you'll enjoy the good times more and be less miserable during the bad. 3. There's no such thing as a peak or visit. Pornography is a drug addiction and a chain reaction. By moaning about the odd visit, you'll only be needlessly punishing yourself. See porn not as a boys will be boys habit, as it might injure you, but as drug addiction. Face up to the fact that whether you like it or not, you've got the disease. It won't go away because you bury your head in the sand. Remember, like all crippling diseases, it not only lasts for life, but gets exponentially worse. The easiest time to cure it is now. Separate the disease, the neurological addiction, from the mindset of being a user or not. This is number 4. Did I say number 5? I don't know. Look, it's just 5. Separate the disease, the neurological addiction, from the mindset of being a user or not. All users, if given the opportunity to go back to the time before they became hooked, would jump at the opportunity. You have that opportunity today. Don't even think about it as giving up. Upon making the final decision that you've had your last visit, you'll already be a non-user. A user is one of those poor wretches going through life destroying themselves with porn. A non-user is someone who doesn't. Once you've made that final decision, you've already achieved your objective. Rejoice in the fact. Don't sit around moping and waiting for the chemical addiction to go. Get out and enjoy life immediately. Life is marvelous even when you're addicted, and each day will get so much better when you aren't. The key to making it easy to quit is to be certain that you've succeeded in abstaining completely during the withdrawal period, a maximum of 3 weeks. If you're in the correct frame of mind, you'll find this ridiculously easy. By this stage, if you've opened your mind as requested in the beginning, you'll have already decided you're going to escape. You should now have feelings of excitement, like a dog straining at the leash, unable to wait to break down the Delta Phos B porn water slides. If you have a feeling of doom and gloom, it'll be for one of the following reasons. 1. Something hasn't gelled in your mind. Reread the above 5 points and ask yourself if you believe them to be true. If you doubt any point, reread the appropriate sections of the book. 2. You fear failure itself. Don't worry. Just read on and you'll succeed. The whole business of internet porn is a confidence trick on a gigantic scale. Intelligent people fall for confidence tricks, but only a fool, once having found out about the trick, goes on kidding themselves. 3. You agree with everything but are still miserable. Don't be. Open your eyes. Something marvelous is happening. You're about to escape from the prison. It's essential to start with the correct frame of mind. It's marvelous that I'm a non-user. All that needs to be done now is keeping you in the frame of mind during the withdrawal period, and the next few chapters deal with this with specific points to enable you to do so. After the withdrawal period, you won't have to think that way. You'll think it automatically, the only mystery of your life being why you didn't see it before. However, 2 important warnings. First, delay your plan to make your last visit until you finish the book. So just keep listening. And then secondly, a withdrawal period of up to 3 weeks has been mentioned many times, which can cause misunderstanding. First, you may subconsciously feel that you've got to suffer for 3 weeks. You don't. Secondly, avoid the trap of thinking, somehow I've got to abstain for 3 weeks and then I'll be fine. Nothing magical will actually happen after 3 weeks. You won't suddenly feel like a non-user, as they don't actually feel any different from users. If you're moping about stopping during the 3 weeks, in all probability, you'll still be moping about it after the 3 weeks. Summarized, if you can start right now by saying, I'm never going to use porn again. Isn't it marvelous? After 3 weeks, all temptation will go. Whereas, if you say, if only I can survive 3 weeks without porn, you'll be dying for a harem visit after the 3 weeks are up. Think of it this way. Your brain wants to maintain the status quo. So if you're under the belief that you're losing something good when quitting, you'll obviously feel horrible. It's impossible to force yourself to feel a certain way if your brain doesn't believe it. This is why it's important to go through the trouble of removing the illusion that pornography gives you anything at all. That's how you know you're sacrificing nothing. Sexual dysfunction has a lot to do with your brain and mind frame. Internet porn rewires your brain's reward circuit, and gives your mind a doubting mindset. This self-doubt will undoubtedly cause sexual dysfunction. Having all the desire in your upper part, but putting up with no arousal in your lower, is the worst thing to happen to your mindset. Libido going hand in hand with romance is the elixir of youth that you can have until you die. You'll keep the probabilities high by quitting, but that isn't the only or major game. It's your freedom from slavery. Big thumbs up. Bit yum. Water time. Chapter 22. The Withdrawal Period. For up to 3 weeks after your last session, you may be subjected to withdrawal pangs. These consist of 2 quite separate but distinct factors. 1. Dopamine withdrawal pangs. An empty, insecure feeling similar to hunger, identified as cravings or as something I must do feeling. 2. Psychological triggers of certain external stimulus such as commercials, online browsing, telephone conversations, etc. Failure to understand and differentiate between these 2 distinct factors makes it difficult to achieve success using the willpower method, and is the reason why many who do end up falling into the trap again. Although the withdrawal pangs of dopamine don't cause physical pain, don't underestimate their power. We talk of hunger pains if going without food for a day. There might be stomach rumbles, but there isn't any physical pain. Even so, hunger is a powerful force, and we're likely to become very irritable when deprived of food. It's similar to when our body is craving a dopamine rush. The difference between being that our body needs food, not poison. With the right frame of mind, withdrawal pangs are easily overcome and disappear very quickly. After abstaining for a few days in the willpower method, the craving for dopamine flushes soon disappears. It's the second factor, brainwashing, that causes difficulty. The user has gotten into the habit of relieving their withdrawal pangs at certain times and occasions, which causes an association of ideas. I've gotten hard on, so I must watch porn. Or, I'm in bed with my laptop and I must have a session to feel happy. This effect is best illustrated with an example. You have a car and the indicator is on the left, but on your next it's on the right. You know it's on the left, but for a couple weeks you turn the windscreen wipers on when you want to indicate. Stopping is similar. During the early days, the trigger mechanism will operate at certain times. You'll think about wanting a session, so therefore countering the brainwashing is essential right from square one and will cause these cues and triggers to quickly disappear. Under the willpower method, because the user believes they're making a sacrifice, they're moping about it and waiting for urges to leave, far from removing these trigger mechanisms and actually increasing them. Similarly, under guru thinking, the user starts to wonder when they're going to become a god and even demands they shouldn't have those thoughts, paving the way for self-loathing and failure. A common trigger is alone time, particularly at social events with friends. The ex-user using other methods to quit is already miserable due to feeling deprived of their usual crutch or pleasure. Their friends are with their partners and acting intimate. The user is either single or not getting any from their partner, and now no longer enjoys what should be a pleasant social occasion. Their existing brain water slides lead them to porn, which is easier than trying to woo their partner. Because of the association of entitlement to sex with their well-being, they're now suffering a triple blow, and the brainwashing is actually increased. If they're resolute and can hold out long enough, they eventually accept their lot and get on with life. However, part of the brainwashing still remains. The second most pathetic aspect being the user having quit, but even after several years, still craves one last visit to the harem. One last visit to the harem on certain occasions. They're pining for an illusion that exists only in their mind, and they needlessly torture themselves. Even under easy peasy, responding to triggers is the most common failing. The ex-user tends to regard internet porn as a sort of placebo or sugar pill, thinking, I know porn does nothing for me, but if I think it does, then on certain occasions it'll be helpful. A sugar pill, although giving no actual physical help, can be a powerful psychological aid to relieve genuine symptoms and is therefore beneficial. Internet porn and habitual masturbation, however, aren't sugar pills. Why? Porn creates the symptoms it relieves and ceases to relieve them completely. You may find it easier to understand the effect when related to a non-user or successful user who has quit for several years. Take the case of a user who loses their partner. It's quite common at such times with the best of intentions to say, have one harem visit, it'll help calm you down. If the offer is accepted, it won't have a calming effect, as there's no dopamine addiction and therefore no withdrawal pangs. At best, all it'll do is give them a momentary psychological boost. Even after the session is over, the original tragedy is there. In fact, it'll be increased because the person now suffers withdrawal pangs, the choice being enduring them or relief through repeating the water slide rides to start the chain of misery all over again. All the porn provided was a fleeting psychological boost, the same that could have been achieved by a book or feel-good movie, even a bad one. Many non-users and ex-users have become re-addicted as a result of such occasions. Get it quite clear in your mind. You don't need the dopamine rush and are only torturing yourself further by continuing to regard it as some sort of pop or boost. There's no need to feel miserable. Orgasms don't make good relations, most times ruining them. Remember too that it's not entirely true that those who show public displays of affection enjoy every occasion. Intimacy is best enjoyed in private, where partners can respond without embarrassment. You don't have to be an orgasm-induced dopamine addict. If it happens as a natural result of a series of life events, that's fine, but enjoy the occasion and life without it. After abandoning the concept of porn as pleasurable in yourself, many users think, if only there was clean internet porn. There is clean soft porn, and any who try it soon find out that it's a waste of time. Get it clear in your mind that the only reason you've been using porn is getting the dopamine flush. Once rid of the dopamine craving for porn, you'll have no need to visit your online harem. Whether the pangs are due to actual dopamine withdrawal symptoms or trigger cue mechanisms, accept it. The physical pain is non-existent, and with the right frame of mind, it won't be a problem. Don't worry about withdrawal. The feeling itself isn't bad. It's the association with wanting and feeling denied that's the problem. Instead of moping about it, acknowledge it. Recognize it for what it is. Instead of moping about it, acknowledge it. I know what this is. It's the withdrawal pang from porn. That's what users suffer their entire lives and keeps them addicts. Non-users don't suffer these pangs. It's another one of the many evils of this lying addiction. Isn't it marvelous that I'm purging this evil from my brain? In other words, for the next 3 weeks, you'll have a slight trauma inside your body. But during those weeks, and for the rest of your life, something marvelous will be happening. You'll be ridding yourself of an awful disease, with bonuses far outweighing the slight trauma and actually enjoying the withdrawal pangs. They'll become moments of pleasure, like an exciting game to starve the pornographic tapeworm inside your stomach. You've got to starve it for 3 weeks while it's trying to trick you into getting it in bed to keep it alive. At times, it'll try to make you miserable. At times, you'll be caught off guard. You receive a porn URL or stumble upon something online and forget you stopped, a slight feeling of deprivation when remembered. Be prepared for these tricks in advance, and whatever the temptation, get it into your mind that it's only there because of the monster inside your body, and every time you resist the temptation, you've dealt another mortal blow in the battle. Whatever you do, don't try to forget about porn. This is one of the things that causes PMOers using the willpower method hours of depression. They try to get through each day hoping that they'll just forget about it. It's like not being able to sleep. The more you worry about it, the harder it becomes. In any event, you won't be able to forget about it. For the first few days, the little monster will keep reminding you, and you won't be able to avoid it. While there are still laptops, smartphones, and magazines around, you'll have constant reminders. The point being that you have no need to forget. Nothing bad is happening. In fact, something marvelous and wonderful is happening, even if you're thinking about it 1,000 times a day. Savor each moment. Remind yourself how marvelous it is to be free again. Savor each moment. Remind yourself of how marvelous it is to be free again. Remind yourself of the sheer joy of not having to torture yourself anymore. As said previously, you'll find that pangs become moments of pleasure, being surprised how quickly you'll then forget about porn. Whatever you do, don't doubt your decision. Once you start to doubt, you'll start to mope, and it'll get worse. Instead, use that moment of moping and convert it into a boost. If the cause is depression, then remind yourself that the porn was causing it. If you're forwarded a URL by a friend, take pride in saying, I'm happy that I don't need that anymore. This will hurt them, but when they see it isn't bothering you, they'll be halfway to joining you. Remember, you have incredibly powerful reasons for stopping in the first place. Remind yourself of the costs and ask yourself if you really want to risk the malfunction of your body, mind, and the simple fact you'll be living under a spell for the rest of your life. Be mindful of the little monster's efforts to minimize the hazards, and above all, remember the feeling is only temporary and every moment is a moment closer to your goal. Some users fear they'll have to spend the rest of their lives reversing automatic triggers. In other words, believing they'll have to go through life kidding themselves that they don't need porn through use of psychology. This isn't so. Remember that the optimist sees the bottle as half full and the pessimist sees it as half empty. In the case of pornography, the bottle is empty and the user sees it as full. There are no advantages to using internet porn. It's the user who's been brainwashed to think they are. There are. Once you start telling yourself that you don't need or want porn, in a very short time you won't even need to say it, seeing the beautiful truth yourself. It's the last thing that you need to do. Make sure it isn't the last thing you do. Chapter 23. This is the chapter 23. Just one little peek. This is the undoing of many using the willpower method. They'll go through 3 or 4 days and then have the odd peak to tide them over. They don't realise the devastating effect this has on their morale. For most users, their first peak at a tube site harem was not as good as sex with a real person. The clips that are clean are far and in between, giving their conscious minds a boost. Thinking, they did a burp. Thinking, good, that wasn't entirely all that enjoyable. I'm losing the urge and I'm not that into the shocking stuff. In fact, the reverse is the case. Get it clear in your mind. Enjoyment of orgasm wasn't the reason you quit porn. If users were there for orgasm alone, they'd never watch more than one clip. The only reason why you needed porn was feeding that little monster. Just think, after being starved for 4 days, how precious that one peak must have been to it. Your conscious mind is unaware, but the fix your body received is communicated to your subconscious, and all your sound preparation will be undermined. There'll be a little voice at the back of your mind saying that in spite of all logic, the sessions are precious and that you want another one. That little peak has 2 damaging effects. 1, it keeps the little monster alive in your body. 2, worse, it keeps the big monster alive in your mind. If you had your last peak, it'll be easier to have the next one. Porn is a mousetrap without cheese, only poison. Using willpower, you have to convince yourself not to grab the cheese, but Easy Peasy allows you to see its poison. You don't need to avoid it, just don't go into it. Above all, remember, just one peak is how people get into the addiction in the first place. 24, or chapter 24. Will it be harder for me? There are infinite combinations of factors determining how easily each individual user will quit. To start with, each of us has their own character, career, personal circumstances, timing, metabolism, etc. Certain professions may make it harder than others, but providing the brainwashing is removed, this doesn't have to be so. Take the following few examples. Occasionally, it is difficult for members of the medical profession. We should think that it should be easier for doctors because they're more aware of the effects, but although this supplies more forceful reasons for stopping, it doesn't make it any easier to accomplish. The reasons are as follows. 1. The constant awareness of the health risks generates fear, one of the conditions under which we need to relieve the withdrawal pangs. 2. A doctor's work is exceedingly stressful, and they're usually unable to relieve the additional stress of withdrawal pangs while working. 3. They have the additional stress of guilt, feeling they should be setting an example for the rest of the population. This puts more pressure on them and increases the feeling of deprivation. After a hard day of work, when their stress is momentarily relieved by porn, that session becomes incorrectly attached to the relief experienced. Because of this misassociation of ideas, porn gets credit for the whole situation, suddenly becoming very precious upon quitting and going through the withdrawal pangs. This is a form of casual user and applies to any situation where the user is forced to abstain for lengthy periods. Under the willpower method, the user is miserable because they're being deprived and not enjoying the tiredness and sleep that comes after a session. Their sense of loss is greatly increased. However, if you can first remove the brainwashing and moping regarding porn, the break and sleep can still be enjoyed even while the body is craving the amine transmitters, serotonin, norepinephrine. Yeah, I think I learned this at uni. Norepinephrine. I think I got it the first time. So you just pretend norepinephrine, and dopamine. Oh, I got that one. Another difficult situation is boredom, particularly when combined with periods of stress. Typical examples are students and single parents, work being stressful yet monotonous. During an attempt to stop on the willpower method, the single person has long periods in which to mope about their loss, which in turn increases feelings of depression. Again, this can be easily overcome if your frame of mind is correct. Don't worry that you're continually reminded that you stopped porn. Use such moments to rejoice in the fact you're ridding yourself of the evil monster. If you have a positive frame of mind, these pangs will become moments of pleasure. Remember, any user, regardless of age, sex, intelligence, or profession, can find it easy and enjoyable to stop, provided you follow all the instructions. 24.1. Primary reasons for failure. There are two primary reasons for failure. The first being the influence of external stimulus, a commercial, online news article, internet browsing, etc. They find themselves in a weak moment or even become jealous when seeing intimacy in social scenarios. This topic has already been discussed at length. Use the moment to remind yourself there's no such thing as just as one visit or peak. Rejoice in the fact that you've broken the chain of mental slavery. Remember, the user envies you, and you should feel pity for them, for they need it. The other reason is to having a bad day. Get it clear in your mind before you start that whether you're a user or not, you will have good and bad days. It rains for both the Pope and the murderer. Life is relative, and you can't have ups without downs. The issue with the willpower method is that as soon as the user has a bad day, they begin moping for a visit to the harem, which further compounds the issue. The non-user is better equipped to handle stresses and strains, not only physically, but mentally. If you have a bad day during the withdrawal period, just take it on the chin. Remind yourself that bad days existed when you're addicted, otherwise you wouldn't have decided to stop. Instead of moping about it, recognize it instead. Okay, so today's not so good, but porn won't cure it. Tomorrow will be better. At least I've got a marvelous bonus. I've kicked that awful addiction. When you're a porn user, you have to block your mind to porn's negatives. Users never have brain fog. They just feel a bit down. They're just a bit down. When you're having life's inevitable troubles and you experience a thought of wanting porn, are you happy and cheerful? Of course you aren't. Once you stop, the tendency is blaming everything that goes wrong on the fact you've stopped. Like a confirmation bias. If work stresses you out, you think, at times like this, I would have had a session. This is true, but the most important thing that's forgotten is porn didn't solve the problem, and you're simply punishing yourself by moping for illusory crutches. You're creating an impossible situation, miserable because you can't masturbate to porn, yet you'll be even more miserable if you do. You know you've made the correct decision by stopping it, so why punish yourself by doubting your decision? Remember, a positive mental approach is essential, always. Chapter 25. Substitutes. Some examples of substitutes include restricting to porn magazines, static internet images, porn diets, etc. Do not use any of them. They make it harder, not easier. If you do get a pang and use a substitute, it will just prolong the pang, making it harder. What you're really saying is that you need porn to fill the void. It'll be like giving into a hijacker or a child's tantrum, just keeping the pangs coming and prolonging torture. In any event, the substitutes won't relieve the pangs. Your craving is for amino acids in the brain. All it'll do is keep you thinking about porn. Remember these points. 1. There's no substitute for porn. 2. You don't need porn. You don't need porn. It's not food, it's poison. When the pangs come, remind yourself that it's users that suffer withdrawal pangs, not non-users. See them for what they are, another evil of the drug. See them as the death of a monster. 3. Internet porn creates the void. It doesn't fill it. The quicker you teach your brain that you don't need to watch, the sooner you'll be free. In particular, avoid anything that resembles porn, such as men's magazines, movies, romance novels, and commercials. This isn't being closed-minded. It's okay to talk romance and sex, but not porn. There is always a way to find when and where to discriminate. It's true that a small proportion of users who attempt to quit using softcore porn or porn diets do succeed, from their own perspectives anyway, and attribute their success to such use. However, they quit in spite of their use and not because of it. It's fortunate that many still recommend these measures. This is unsurprising because if you don't fully understand the porn trap, a diet or soft substitute sounds very logical. It's based on the belief that when you stop porn, you have two powerful enemies to defeat. The first being breaking the habit, and the second being suffering terrible physical withdrawal pangs. If you have two powerful enemies to defeat, it's sensible not to fight them simultaneously, but one at a time. So the theory goes that when you first stop using porn, you cut down to once a week or use safe porn. Then, once the habit is broken, gradually reduce the supply, thus tackling each enemy separately. This sounds logical, but is based on incorrect information. Porn isn't habit, but dopamine addiction, and the actual physical pain from withdrawal is almost imperceptible. What you're trying to achieve when quitting is killing both the monsters in your body and brain as quickly as possible. All substitution techniques do is prolonging the little monster's life, and in turn, this prolongs the brainwashing. Easy peasy makes it easy to quit immediately, killing the brainwashing before your final session. The little monster will soon be dead, and even while it's dying, it'll be no more of a problem than it was when you were a user. Just think, how can you possibly cure addiction to a drug through recommending the same drug? There are many stories online about those who've quit using hardcore internet porn, yet are hooked on safe alternatives, having fallen for their little monster's justifications. Don't be fooled by the fact that safe porn isn't awful. So was that first high-speed clip. All substitutes have exactly the same effects as any porn. Some even begin eating, but although the empty feeling of wanting a session is indistinguishable from hunger for food, one won't satisfy the other. In fact, if there's anything that's designed to make you want porn, it's stuffing yourself with food. As previously explained, porn diets and safe porn will only put you in the middle of the tug of war, with resistance to temptation being so annoying that you'll feel relieved visiting your online harem. The chief evil of substitutes is prolonging the real problem, brainwashing. Do you need a substitute for the flu when it's over? Of course you don't. By saying you need a substitute for porn, what you're really saying is that you're making a sacrifice. The depression associated with the willpower method is caused by the fact that the user believes they're making a sacrifice. All you'll be doing is substituting one problem for another. There's no pleasure in stuffing yourself with food, cigarettes, or alcohol. You'll just get fat, miserable, and in no time at all, you'll be back on the drug. Casual users find it difficult to dismiss the belief they're being deprived of their little reward, like those who aren't allowed to go online during a period of time during travel, a family event, etc. Some say, I wouldn't know how to unwind if it wasn't for porn. That proves the point. Often the break is taken not because the user wants or needs or even wants it, but because the addict, which is what they are, desperately needs to scratch the itch. Remember, the porn sessions were never genuine rewards. They were equivalent to wearing tight shoes in order to get the pleasure of taking them off. So if you feel you must have a little reward, let that be your substitute. While you're working, wear tight shoes or underwear a size too small, and don't allow yourself to remove them until you have your break. Then experience the wonderful moment of relaxation and satisfaction when they're removed. Perhaps you feel this would be rather stupid. You're absolutely right. It can be difficult to visualize while still in the trap, but that's what users do. It's also hard to visualize that soon you won't need that little reward, and that you'll soon regard friends who are still in the trap with genuine pity and wonder why they cannot see the point. Fun little fact, by the way, I can't visualize. I have aphantasia. So I literally, I sit there, I cannot visualize even a white dot, but I can conceptualize how that would be pity. However, if you continue kidding yourself that the online harem visit was a genuine reward or that you need a substitute, you'll feel deprived and miserable. The chances are that you'll end up falling into the disgusting trap again. If you need a genuine break, as housewives, teachers, doctors, and other workers do, you'll soon be enjoying that break even more because you won't have to addict yourself. Remember that you don't need a substitute. The pangs are a craving for dopamine and will soon be gone. Let that be your prop for the next few days and enjoy ridding your body and mind of slavery and dependence. Chapter 26. Should I avoid temptation situations? The advice has been direct so far and has asked you to treat it as instruction rather than suggestion. There are sound, practical reasons for this advice, and those reasons have been backed up by thousands of case studies. On the question of whether to try and avoid temptation, this isn't the case. Each user will need to decide this for themselves. However, 2 helpful suggestions can be made to assist you through this process. It's fear of future withdrawal pangs that keeps us using porn for the remainder of our lives, and this fear consists of 2 distinct phases, which I'll get into in just a moment.
Need a riffle?
No, I'm still pretty good, but I might take a break soon. Go the low. Phase 1. How can I survive without porn? This fear is the panicky feeling the user gets when they're single or have an asexual, uninterested, or unavailable partner. The fear isn't caused by withdrawal pangs, but is the psychological fear of dependency, being unable to survive without sex and orgasm. It peaks when on the verge of quitting, when your withdrawal pangs are at their lowest. It's the fear of the unknown, the sort of fear that people have when they're learning to dive. The diving board is 1 foot high, but appears to be 6 feet high. The water is 6 feet deep, but appears to be 1 foot deep. It takes courage to launch yourself, convinced you're going to smash your head. The launching is the hardest part. If you find the courage to do it, the rest is easy. This explains why many strong-willed users have never attempted to stop or can survive for only a few days when they do. In fact, there are some users on porn diets who, upon deciding to stop, actually binge and escalate to harsher clips more quickly than if they hadn't decided to stop. This decision causes panic, which is stressful and triggers a cue to take a trip to the harem. But now you can't have one, leading to thoughts of deprivation and compounding stress. The trigger activates quickly when the fuse blows and you fire up the browser. Don't worry. The panic is just psychological. It's the fear you're dependent. The beautiful truth is that you aren't, even when still addicted. Don't panic and launch yourself. Phase 2. Longer-term fear. Oh, I also want more water. Yum. Phase 2. Longer-term fear. The second phase is long-term, involving fear that certain situations in the future won't be enjoyable or that you won't be able to cope with trauma without porn. Don't worry. If you can launch yourself, you'll find the opposite to be the case. The avoidance of temptation itself falls into 2 categories. 1. I'll subscribe to a porn diet of once in 4 days. I'll feel confident that knowing that I can go online if it gets difficult. If I fail, it's okay. I'll just add additional days to the next cycle. The failure rate with people doing this is far higher than those quitting altogether. This is mainly due to the fact that if you're having a bad moment during the withdrawal period, it's easy to hop on the browser and visit the harem with the above excuses. If you have the indignity of clearly breaking your own rules like a shattered glass window, you're more likely to overcome the temptation. In any event, the pang would have probably already had passed if you delayed it. However, the main reason for the high failure rate in these cases is the user didn't feel completely committed to stopping in the first place. Remember, the 2 essentials to succeed are certainty and isn't it marvelous that I don't need porn anymore? In either case, why on earth do you need a session? If you still need to visit your harem, reread the book first. Something hasn't quite gelled. Take the time to kill the big brainwashing monster in your mind, stone dead. 2. Should I avoid stressful or social occasions during the withdrawal period? In the case of stressful situations, yes. There's no sense putting undue pressure on yourself. In the case of social events, like bars or clubs, the advice is the reverse. Go out and enjoy yourself straight away. You don't need sex or the propagative parts of sex even when you're addicted to porn. Go out and rejoice in the fact that you don't have to have sex or propagative sex. It'll quickly prove to you the beautiful truth that life is so much better without these pressures. Just think of how much better it will be when the little monster has left you, together with those needy thoughts. Chapter 27. The Moment of Revelation. Usually taking place within 3 weeks post-escape, ex-users experience the moment of revelation. The sky appears to become brighter, and it's the moment when the brainwashing ends completely. I think when instead of telling yourself that you don't need to watch porn, you suddenly realize that the last thread is broken and you can enjoy the rest of your life without ever needing it ever again. It's also from this point that you usually start looking at users as objects of pity. Quitters using the willpower method don't normally experience this moment because although they're glad to be ex-users, they continue moping, or they continue moving through life believing they're making a sacrifice. The more you are addicted, the more marvelous this moment is, and it lasts a lifetime. While there are many joys in life, it's impossible to recapture the actual feeling of experiencing them. The joy of not having to watch porn anymore is different. If feeling low and needing a boost, reminding yourself of how lovely it is not to be hooked on this awful addiction. Many list it as one of the greatest events of their lives. In most cases, the moment of revelation takes place not after 3 weeks, but after a few days. In my own case, it happened before finishing my last harem visit. I'm sure many of the readers here, or listeners, hello. Now I've lost for it. Listeners here, before they'd even got to the end of the chapters, would say something like, "You needn't say another word. I see it all so clearly. I know that I'll never need porn again." Based on the feedback received, this happens frequently. Ideally, if you follow all the instructions and understand the psychology completely, it should happen to you immediately. Well, it's stated that it takes around 5 days for noticeable physical withdrawal to go and about 3 weeks for an ex-user to get completely free. Such guidelines can cause 2 problems. The first being that the suggestion is implanted in people's minds that they'll have to suffer for 5 days or 3 weeks. The second is that the user tends to think, if I can survive for 3 weeks, the second is that the ex-user tends to think, if I can survive for 5 days or 3 weeks, I can expect a real boost at the end of that period. However, they may have 5 pleasant days or 3 pleasant weeks, then followed by disastrous days that strike everyone, which have nothing to do with addiction, but are caused by other factors in our lives. Then, our ex-user who's waiting for the moment of revelation experiences depression instead. It could destroy their confidence. By the same token, if there were no guidelines, the ex-user could spend the rest of their life waiting for nothing to happen. This is what happens to the vast majority of those who stop using the willpower method. People often ask about the significance of 5 days and 3 weeks. Are they just periods drawn out of the blue? No. While they aren't definite dates, they reflect an While they aren't definite dates, they reflect an accumulation of feedback over the years. About 5 days after stopping is when this ex-user ceases to have the addiction as the main occupant of their mind. Meditation helps, Most ex-users experience revelation around this period, generally in stressful or social situations that at one point weren't able to be coped with or enjoyable without a harem visit. You suddenly realize that not only are you enjoying or coping with it, but the thought of porn has never even occurred to you. From that point, it's usually plain sailing. That's when you know you're free. It's both mine and the experience of many others attempting to stop using the willpower method that around the 3-week period is when most serious attempts to stop fail. What usually happens is that after 3 weeks, you sense that you've lost the desire to watch porn. You need to prove this to yourself, so you hop on the browser to visit your harem. It feels weird proving you've kicked it, but in the process, you've greased the Delta Phos B water slides thanks to the fresh dopamine rush. When your body has been craving for the last 3 weeks, what your body has been craving for the last 3 weeks. As soon as you finish the deed, the dopamine starts to leave your body. A little voice reappears. You haven't kicked it. You want another one. You don't scurry back right away because you don't want to get hooked again, allowing a safe period to pass. When you're next tempted, you're able to say to yourself, well, I didn't get hooked again. There's no harm in having another one. You're already on your way down the slippery slope. The key to the problem isn't waiting for the moment of revelation, but to realize that once you close the browser, it's finished. You've cut off the supply of oxygen to your little monster. No force on earth can prevent you from being free, unless you mope about it or wait for revelation. Go and enjoy life. Cope with it right from the start. The moment will soon arrive. Chapter 28. The Final Visit. Having decided on timing, you're now ready to visit your harem one last time. Before you do so, check the 2 essentials. 1. The 2 essentials. Dip up your fly. The 2 essentials. 1. Do you feel certain of success? 2. Do you have a feeling of doom and gloom or a sense of excitement that you're about to achieve something marvelous? If you have any doubts, reread the book first. Remember that you never decided to fall into the porn trap, but the trap is designed to enslave you for life. In order to escape, you need to make the positive decision that you're about to stop and make your final visit. Remember, the only reason you've read this book so far is because you dearly love to escape. So make that positive decision now, making a solemn vow that when you close your private browser window, whether finding it easy or difficult, you'll never visit your harem again. Perhaps you're worried that you've made this vow several times in the past and are still failing, or that you'll have to go through awful trauma. Have no fear. The worst thing that can possibly happen is that you fail, and therefore you have absolutely nothing to lose and so much to gain. But stop even thinking about failure. The beautiful truth is that it's not only ridiculously easy to quit, but you can actually enjoy the process. This time, you're going to use easy peasy. All you need to do is follow the simple instructions about to be given. 1. Make the solemn vow now and mean it. 2. Browse the pictures and clips on your favorite tube site consciously, looking at the desperate attempts by the site administrators, actors, and even amateurs to amplify the shock, novelty, and supernormal nature of their wares, and ask yourself where the pleasure is. 3. When you finally close the browser, don't do so with a feeling of, I must never visit another online harem again, or I'm not allowed to visit another, but instead with a feeling of freedom, like, isn't it great? I'm free. I'm no longer a slave to porn. I don't ever have to visit those filthy sites in my life ever again. 4. Be aware that for a few days, there'll be a little porn saboteur inside your stomach. You might only be aware of the feeling of wanting a session. The little porn monster has been referred to as the slight physical craving for dopamine. Strictly speaking, this is incorrect, and it's important to understand why. Because it takes up to 3 weeks for that little monster to die, ex-users believe the little monster will continue to crave after the final online harem visit, and therefore they must use willpower to resist the temptation during this period. This isn't so. The body doesn't crave porn-triggered dopamine, only the brain craves. If you do get that feeling of wanting a peak over the next few days, your brain has a simple choice. It can either interpret that feeling for what it actually is, an empty, insecure feeling started by the first visit to an online porn site and further perpetuated by each subsequent one, and saying to yourself, "Yippee, I'm a non-user." Or you can start craving for porn and suffer Or you can start craving for porn and suffer for the remainder of your life. Just think for a moment. Wouldn't that be an incredibly stupid thing to do? To say, I never want to watch porn again, and then spending the rest of your life saying, I'd love a visit. That's what those using the willpower method do, and it's no wonder they feel so miserable, spending the rest of their lives desperately moping for something they desperately hope they'll never have. No wonder that so few succeed and the few that do never feel completely free. So now there's a quote. Get this mental picture clearly in your mind, for it can be quite helpful in overcoming the power of external stimuli to disturb you. See yourself sitting quietly, letting the phone ring, ignoring its signal, unmoved by its command. Although you are aware of it, you no longer mind or obey it. Also, get clearly in your mind the fact that the outside signal in itself has no power over you, no power to move you. In the past, you have obeyed it, responded to it purely out of habit. You can, if you wish, form a new habit of not responding. Also notice that your failure to respond does not consist in doing something, or making an effort, or resisting the fighting, but in doing nothing, in relaxation from doing. You merely relax, ignore the signal, and just let its summons go unheeded. The telephone ringing is a symbolic analogy to any and every other outside stimulus you might habitually give control over to, and now choose to very intentionally alter that habit. So that's from Maxwell Maltz from the New Psycho-Cybernetics, Chapter 12. It's only doubting and waiting that makes it difficult to quit. So never doubt your decision because you know it's the correct one. If you begin to doubt it, you'll put yourself in a no-win situation. Miserable while craving a visit and being but unable to have one. No matter what system you are using. What are you trying to achieve when quitting porn? Never to watch again? No. Many ex-users do that but go through the rest of their lives feeling deprived. What's the difference between users and non-users? Non-users haven't any need nor desire to watch porn. They're without craving and don't need to exercise willpower in order not to watch it. That's what you're trying to achieve, and it's completely within your power to do so. You don't have to wait to stop craving porn or become a non-user. It's completed the moment you close that final browser window, cutting off the supply of dopamine. You are already a happy non-user. You'll remain a happy non-user provided 1. You never doubt your decision. 2. You don't wait to become a non-user. If you do, you'll merely be waiting for nothing to happen and creating a phobia. 3. You don't try not to think about porn or wait for the moment of revelation to come, creating a phobia. 4. You don't use substitutes. 5. You see all the other users as they really are and pity them rather than you envying them. Whether they're good or bad days, don't change your life just because you've quit. If you do, you'll be making a genuine sacrifice when there's no need to. Remember, you haven't given up living. You haven't escaped. You haven't given up anything. Oh, you haven't escaped. No, you have. Remember, you haven't given up living. You haven't given up anything. On the contrary, you've cured yourself from an awful disease and escaped from an insidious prison. As days pass and your health, both physically and mentally, improves, the highs will appear lower and the lows less low than when you were a user. Whenever you think about porn during the next few days, the rest of your life, think, yippee, I'm a non-user. 28.1. A final warning. No user, if given the chance to go back to the time before they became hooked with the knowledge they have now, would opt to start. Tens of thousands who successfully kicked the habit for many years lead perfectly happy lives, only to get trapped once again. I trust this book will help you to find it relatively easy to stop. But be warned, users who find it easy to stop find it just as easy to start again. Do not fall for this trap. No matter how long you've stopped for or how confident you are that you're never going to become hooked again, make it a rule for life not to watch porn for any reason. Resist the illusions and innuendos in the media, and remember how they're pushing their image of openness by bringing porn into the mainstream, unaware that porn, internet porn, and compulsive masturbation are killers of relationships and of the personal sense of well-being for a huge number of men and some women. Remember that the first peak or visit will do nothing for you. You have no withdrawal pangs to relieve, and it will make you feel awful. What it will do is put the pleasure of the dopamine rush into your mind and brain, and a little voice at the back of your mind will be telling you that you want another one. Then you've got the choice of being miserable for a while or starting the whole filthy chain again. 29. Chapter 29. The war isn't against users, but the porn industry trap, and it's waged for the simple reason that I enjoy it. Hold on, I'm going to water. I'll start again. The war isn't against users, but the porn industry trap, and it's waged for the simple reason that I enjoy it. Every time I hear about a user escaping from the prison, I get a feeling of immense pleasure. But this pleasure hasn't been without considerable frustration, mainly caused by two categories of porn user. In spite of the warning in the previous chapter, and please follow it, I'm continually surprised by the number of those who find it easy to stop, yet later get hooked and find they can't succeed the next time. It's like finding someone up to their neck in a swamp and about to go under. You help pull them out and they're grateful, but then, 6 months later, dive straight back into the swamp. Users who find it easy to stop and start again pose a special problem. However, when you get free, please don't make the same mistake. They believe that such people start again because they're hooked, because they're hooked and are missing the dopamine. In fact, they find stopping so easy that they lose their fear of porn. They think, I can have an odd session, and even if I do get hooked again, I'll find it easy to stop. I'm afraid it just doesn't work that way. It's easy to stop porn, but impossible to control the addiction. Easy to burp too. The one thing essential to stopping porn is not using it. The other category of frustrating users are those too frightened to make the attempt to stop, or when they do, find it a great struggle. The main difficulties appear to be the following. Fear of failure. There's no disgrace in failure, but not trying is a plain stupidity. Look at it this way. You're hiding from nothing. The worst thing that can happen is that you fail, in which case you are no worse off than you are now. Think of how wonderful it would be to succeed. If you don't make the attempt, you're already guaranteed failure. Just like quick callback to like the accept a mistake by genuinely coach accepting a mistake by genuinely golden player. It's like, people like it's elaborated on later, but don't like, it's, yeah. But like remove the thought of failure from your mind. Anyway. Fear of pain and being miserable. Don't worry about it. Just think, what awful thing could happen to you if you never watched porn again? Absolutely nothing. Terrible things will happen if you do. Reread the notes on Pascal's wager. In any case, the panic is caused by dopamine and will soon be gone. The greatest gain is being rid of that fear. Do you really believe users are prepared to have fading penetrations, unreliable sexual performance, or the illusory pleasure that they get from porn? If you find yourself getting panicky, deep breathing will help. If you're with other people and they're getting you down, escape from them and go to the garage, an empty office, or somewhere else. If you feel like crying, don't be ashamed. Crying is nature's way of relieving tension. No one has ever had a good cry without feeling better afterwards. And just quickly, on the boat 5 days where I met some excellent people, might I add, having a vomit. Oh, you beauty. It just feels, get it out there. Got my, I only vomited once, so I was pretty happy. I was dosing myself up with seasickness tablets, but you can only take 4 in a day, otherwise you start getting intoxicated. But anyway. Without feeling better afterwards, one of the awful things we do to young men is conditioning them not to cry. You can see them trying to fight back the tears, but they watch the jaw grinding away. We teach ourselves not to show emotion, but we're not meant to bottle them up inside. Scream, shout, or have a tantrum. Kick something. Regard your struggle as a boxing match that you cannot lose. Nobody can stop time. Every moment that passes, the little monster inside you is dying. Enjoy your inevitable victory. Not following the instructions. Incredibly, some users say that the method didn't work for them. They then describe how they ignored not only one instruction, but practically all of them. For clarity, these are summarized as a checklist at the end of this chapter. Misunderstanding instructions. The chief problems appearing to be these. I can't stop thinking about porn. Of course you can't, and if you try, you'll create a phobia, becoming miserable. It's like trying to get to sleep at night. The more you try, the harder it becomes. It doesn't matter if you think about porn for 90% of your life. It's what you're thinking that if it's what you're thinking that's important. If you're thinking, oh, I'd love to look at porn, or when will I be free? You'll be miserable. If you're instead thinking, yippee, I'm free, you'll be happy. That's how I feel. When will the little porn die? Well, when will the little porn monster die? Let's kill. Yeah, no, it'll be funny. Let's around the neck. The little porn. The dopamine flush leaves your body very rapidly, but it's impossible to tell when your body will cease suffering from the slight physical sensation of dopamine withdrawal. That empty, insecure feeling is identical to normal hunger, depression, or stress. All porn does is increase the level of it. This is why users who stop using the willpower method are never quite sure if they've kicked it, even after their body has ceased suffering dopamine withdrawal. If suffering normal hunger or stress, their brain is still telling them that this is a valid reason to claim their entitled session. The point being that you don't have to wait for the craving to go. It's so slight that we don't even know it's there, only knowing it as a feeling of wanting. When you leave the dentist, do you wait for your jaw to stop aching? Of course you don't. You get on with life. Even though your jaw's still aching, you're elated. Don't wait for withdrawals to leave, because you'll create doubt and doubt by constantly asking yourself, how long will this take? Am I even free if I don't feel any different? Fear is the actual pang. Therefore, waiting for life to get better after quitting will create doubt. Withdrawal is imperceptible unless you fear it, and the exponential improvements to neurology are slow, so if you wait to feel different, it'll feel like nothing is happening, creating doubt. The moment of revelation hasn't arrived yet. If you wait for it, you're just causing another phobia. I once stopped for 3 weeks on the willpower method. Chatting with an old friend, he asked me how I was getting on. I've survived 3 weeks, I replied. He queried, what do you mean you've survived 3 weeks? I clarified, I've gone 3 weeks without porn. He said, what are you going to do? Survive the rest of your life? What are you waiting for? You've done it. You're a non-user. I thought, he's absolutely right. What am I waiting for? Unfortunately, due to lack of understanding of the trap, I was soon back in, but the point was noted. You become a non-user when closing your browser. The important thing is to be a happy non-user from the start. I'm still craving porn. Then you're being very stupid. How can you claim... Yeah, thanks, Michael. How can you claim you want to be a non-user and then say you want porn? That's a contradiction. If you say you want porn, you're saying you want to be a user. Non-users don't want to visit the disgusting tube sites. You already know what you want to be, so stop punishing yourself. I've opted out of life. Why? All you have to do is stop killing yourself and start energizing instead. You don't have to stop living in the slightest. It's as simple as this. For the next couple of days, you'll have a slight trauma in your life. Your body will suffer the almost imperceptible aggravation of withdrawal from the demands and claims for a dopamine surge. Now bear this in mind. You're no worse off than you were. This is what you've been suffering for the whole of your life, every time you've been asleep, in church, the supermarket, or library. It didn't seem to bother you when you were while you were a user, and if you don't stop, you'll go on suffering this distress for the rest of your life. Porn and orgasms don't make occasions. They deprive you of them. Even while your body is still craving dopamine, meals and social occasions are marvelous. Life is marvelous. Go to social functions even if there's naked dancers there. Remember that you're not being deprived, they are. Every single one of them would love to be in your position, if only they knew. Enjoy being the prima donna and centre of attention. Stopping porn is a wonderful conversation point, taking a secret pleasure they cannot. Your friends and peers will be surprised to see that you, formerly shy and tired looking, are now happy and cheerful. You'll be enjoying life right from the start. There's no need to envy pickup artists at parties. They'll be envying you, if only they knew. I'm miserable and irritable. This is a failure to follow instructions. Find out which one it is. Some people understand and believe everything written, but still start off with a feeling of doom and gloom, as if something terrible was happening. You're not only doing what you'd like to do, but what every user on the planet would like as well. With any method of stopping, the ex-user is trying to achieve a certain frame of mind. So every porn-related thought is punctuated by, "Yippee, I'm free." If that's your objective, why wait? Start off in that frame of mind and never lose it. There's no alternative. I had a good week, month, 6 months, but I'm back in the trap. Remember, fear is the pang itself. Giving into a pang generates more fear, feeding the weakened little monster and succeeding in spooking the non-user into thinking they're hooked for life. In reality, their conceptualization of the brainwashing hasn't changed, but they've given dopamine to the thought process. This is by definition falling forward, but is a failure to follow instructions. Understand which one below and rejoice. Oh, water, before we go into the checklist. This is the checklist we were referring to. Excited. 29.1, the checklist. If you follow these instructions, you cannot fail. 1. Make a solemn vow that you'll never, ever go online to visit your harem or settle for static pictures or make peace with erotic graphics or anything that contains supernormal stimuli and stick to your vow. Get this clear in your mind. There's absolutely nothing to give up. By that, it isn't meant that you will be better off as a non-PMOer. You've known this all along. Nor that although there's no rational reason why you PMO, you get some pleasure or crutch from it, since otherwise you wouldn't do it. What is meant is there's no genuine pleasure or crutch in PMOing. It's just an illusion, like banging your head against a wall to get pleasure when you stop. 3. There's no such thing as a confirmed PMOer. You're just one of the hundreds of millions who's fallen for the subtle trap. Like the millions of other ex-PMOers who once thought that they couldn't escape, you've escaped. 4. If at any time in your life you were to weigh up the pros and cons of PMOing, the overwhelming conclusion would always be, stop doing it, you're a fool. Nothing will ever change that. It's always been that way and always will be. Having made what you know to be the correct decision, don't ever torture yourself by doubting. Pascal's wager perfectly applies to PMO, with no chance of loss, high chances of gains, and high chances of avoiding losses. 5. Don't try not to think about porn, or worry that you're thinking about it constantly. Whenever you do think about it, whether today, tomorrow, or for the rest of your life, think, yippee, I'm a non-PMOer. 6. Do not use any form of substitute. Do not challenge yourself by keeping your laptop next to you while you sleep. Do not avoid plays, movies, or magazines. Do not change your lifestyle in any way purely because you stopped. If you follow the above instructions, you will soon experience the moment of revelation. But 7. Don't wait for the moment of revelation to come. Just get on with your life, enjoying the highs and coping with the lows. You'll find it in no time at all the moment will arrive. More water. 30. or chapter 30. I might just have it now. Help those on the sinking ship. Porn users are panicking nowadays, sensing changes in the way internet porn is perceived by men and women. Internet porn's addictive nature is being studied increasingly often, now rightly regarded as being different from traditional pornography. Effortlessness and availability raises alarm even in the hearts of porn supporters. They also sense their crusade for free speech and thought is being hijacked by various elements. The Wild West of the unpoliced internet makes it near impossible to enforce age restrictions to supernormal stimuli. It's unfortunate that this won't come to an end anytime soon, but hundreds of thousands of users are stopping, with most users aware of studies showing similarities between porn and substance addiction. Each time a user leaves the sinking ship, the ones left on it feel ever more miserable. Every user instinctively knows that it's ridiculous to self-sabotage and spend time in front of two-dimensional pixels, supersurging their brain and in the process developing neural pathways that guarantee poor sexual performance. If you still don't think it's silly, try talking to a porn magazine standing at the centre of your city and ask yourself what the difference is. Just one. You can't get the pleasure of warmth and intimacy that way. If you can stop buying alcohol and cigarettes every time you go to grocery shopping, you can definitely stop visiting your online harem. Users can't find rational reasons for watching porn, but they don't feel quite so silly if other people do it too. Users blatantly lie about their habit, not just to researchers and those around them, but to themselves. They have to. The brainwashing is essential if they're to retain some self-respect. They feel the need to justify their habit, not only to themselves, but to non-users. They're forever advertising the illusory advantages of porn by subtler means. If a user stops by using the willpower method, then they feel deprived, tending to become a moaner. All this does is to confirm to other users how right they are to continue using. If the ex-user succeeds in kicking the habit, then they're grateful they no longer have to go through life self-sabotaging or wasting energy, and have no need to justify themselves. Remember, it's fear that keeps the user's head in the sand, only questioning their behaviour when stopping. Help the user by removing those fears. Tell them how marvellous it is not having to go through life living in a prison, how lovely it is to wake up in the morning feeling fit and healthy instead of lacking in energy and self-loathing, how wonderful it is to be free of slavery, to be able to enjoy the whole life of your book. Enjoy the whole of your life and to be rid of those black shadows. Or better still, get them to read this book. It's essential not to belittle a married user by indicating they're deliberately ruining their relationship or it's in some way cheating or unclean. There's a common misconception that the ex-user is worst in this aspect. This conception has some substance, but is generally due to the willpower method of stopping. Because the ex-user, although having kicked the habit, still retains part of the brainwashing and still believe they've made a sacrifice, they feel vulnerable and their natural defense mechanism is to attack the porn user. This might boost the ex-user's ego, but it does nothing to help the user. All it does is put their back up against the wall, making them feel even more wretched and consequently their need for porn even greater. Although the change in the medical establishment's attitude to internet porn is the main reason why many users are quitting, it doesn't make it any easier to do so. In fact, it makes it a great deal harder. Most users nowadays believe they're stopping primarily for health reasons. This isn't strictly true. Although the enormous health risk is obviously the chief reason for quitting, users have been sabotaging their virility for years and it hasn't made the slightest bit of difference. The main reason why users are stopping is because society is beginning to see porn unmasked for what it is: drug addiction. Society's attitudes are slowly changing. Many partners would now ask questions if you're on your laptop in the middle of the night. Complete bans on porn in some countries or the availability of internet are classic examples of the travelling user's dilemma. Generally, they take the attitude that it will help them cut down on their intake. The result being that instead of 1 or 2 a day, neither of which they would have enjoyed, they abstain for an entire week. During this enforced period of abstinence, however, not only will they be mentally deprived waiting for their reward, their body is craving too. Oh, how precious that online harem visit is when they're eventually allowed. Enforced abstinences don't actually cut down the intake, because the user just indulges themselves even more when are finally allowed to be alone. All it does is to ingrain in the user's mind how precious internet porn is and how dependent they are upon it. The most insidious aspect of this enforced abstinence is its effect on adolescents. We now allow hijackers of freedom of expression, the porn producers, to target unfortunate teenagers to get them hooked in the first place. Then, at what is probably the most stressful period of their lives, when in their deluded minds they need porn most of all, we blackmail them into giving up because of the harm they're causing themselves. Many are unable to do so, and are forced, through no fault of their own, to suffer a guilt complex for the rest of their lives. Many succeed and are pleased to do so, thinking, "Fine, I'll do this for now, and after it's over, I'll be cured anyway." Then comes the pain and fear of finding work and other adult struggles, followed by the biggest high of their lives, finding a job. The pain and fear are over. Now feeling insecure, the old trigger mechanism comes back into operation. Part of the brainwashing still being there before the smell of the new work laptop is gone. The user is at the threshold of their favourite online harem. The elation of the occasion blocks the foul feelings from their mind. They have no intention of becoming hooked again. But that one peg couldn't hurt. Too late. They're already hooked again. The old craving from the little monster will begin again, even if they don't become hooked straight away. Post-high depression and will probably begin again, and even if they don't become hooked straight away, post-high depression will probably catch them out. It's strange that although heroin addicts are criminals in law, society's response is helping these individuals. Let's adopt the same attitude to the poor porn user. They're not doing it because they want to, but because they think they have to. Unlike the heroin addict, they usually have to suffer years upon years of mental and physical torture. We always say a quick death is better than a slow one, so don't envy the porn user. They deserve your pity. Oh, water. Mm. 31. Advice to non-users, and then immediately followed by 31.1. Help get your porn-using friends to read this book. First, study the contents of this book and try to put yourself in the place of the user. Don't force them to read this book by telling them they're ruining their health or playing with fire. They know this better than you do. Users don't continue viewing porn because they enjoy it or because they want to. They only tell themselves and other people this in order to retain self-respect. They do it because they're dependent on porn, because they think it relaxes them, gives them courage or confidence, pleasure or crutch, and because they feel that life will never be enjoyable without sex, at least their version of it. If you try and force a user to stop, they'll feel like a trapped animal and want their harem even more. This may turn them into a secret user, and porn will become even more precious in their mind. Instead, concentrate on the other side of the coin. Get them into the company of ex-users, blogs, forums, Your Brain on Porn, NoFap, etc. Get them to tell the user how they too thought they were hooked for life and how much better life is as a non-user. Once you've got them into believing they can stop, their mind will start to open up. Then start explaining the delusion created by withdrawal pangs. Not only are dopamine rushes not giving them a boost, they're destroying their confidence and making them irritable and tired. They should now be ready to read this book themselves, attempting to read pages upon pages of stories about unreliable arousal, fading penetration, PIED, PE, etc. Explain that this approach is entirely different and references to illness are tiny fractions of the material. In short, don't let this die in darkness. Tell your friends, but don't be weird about it. If you try to win the conversation, If you try to win the conversation or have a debate, you'll only succeed in alienating and further increasing their fear. 31.2. Should I tell my significant other? Should I tell my wife, girlfriend, or partner about my habit? The addiction. The intention being to assist you in quitting. There's multiple factors at play here. If you've already been failing to quit using the willpower method and have already told your partner, tell them about your new approach and allow them to educate themselves by reading the book. They'll be able to assist and motivate you during the withdrawal period and are a stronghold with the little monster attempts to trip you up. If you've only just become aware of the existence of the porn trap and haven't attempted quitting in the past, first use Easy Peasy yourself. As explained previously, this should be an enjoyable experience. However, if you're finding it difficult, request their assistance. Be open and vulnerable with your partner and it'll strengthen your relationship. Provided you're enjoying escaping and aren't finding it difficult through indecision, there isn't much reason to let your partner know. If it wasn't an issue in the past, let it die. However, be prepared that your partner might wonder why you're looking, feeling, and performing better. Now, this is like a weird section, so it'll probably change over time. 31.3, I'll make it better. Pornography is a perverse destroyer of relationships, and while quitting can be done instantly, healing takes time. Many users, due to irrational beliefs spawned from their addiction, take out their anger on partners and loved ones. These behaviours manifest in gaslighting, lying, and manipulative behaviours. This isn't all users, but it's increasingly common in the later stages of the disease. While these behaviours may have manifested from the underlying porn addiction, it's important to educate yourself about these behaviours and, if recognised, consider seeing a therapist specialising in sexual addictions. If your partner is within the withdrawal period, assume they're suffering whether they are or not. Don't attempt to minimise it by telling them it's easy to stop. They can do that themselves. Instead, continue telling them how proud you are, how much better they're looking, how much sweeter it is to be with them, and how much easier they are in general. It's particularly important to keep doing this. When a user makes an attempt to stop, the euphoria of the attempt and the praise they get from peers can help them along. However, they tend to forget quickly, so keep the praise coming. Because they're not talking about porn, you may think they've forgotten and don't want you to remind them. Usually, the complete opposite is the case with the willpower method, as the ex-user tends to be obsessed with nothing else. So don't be frightened to bring the subject up and keep praising them. They'll tell you if they don't want to be reminded. Go out of your way to relieve them of pressures during the withdrawal period, thinking of ways to make their life interesting and enjoyable. This can also be a trying period for non-users who've never had the addiction. If one member of a group is irritable, it can cause general misery all around. So anticipate this if the user is feeling irritable. They may well take it out on you, but don't retaliate. It's at this time they need your praise and sympathy the most. If you're feeling irritable yourself, which is understandable, try not to show it. But it's like, yeah. So this is like, no, I think I revised this already. I'm pretty happy with this. One of the tricks that an addict will play when attempting to, because I was happy with the initial bit of it, but and I think this is fine. Anyway, one of the tricks an addict will play when attempting to give up with the aid of the willpower method is getting in tantrums, hoping that their partner or friends will say, "I can't bear to see you suffering like this. For goodness sake, just take your poison." The user therefore doesn't have to lose face. They aren't giving up. They've been instructed. If the ex-user pulls this ploy, on no account encourage them to relapse. Instead, say, "If this is what porn does to you, thank goodness you'll soon be free. How marvelous that you had the courage to give up or escape." Remember, there are two healing parties within the recovery journey. When your partner is quitting porn, it's important to have your own support network, self-care routines, and boundaries. This process doesn't happen overnight, requiring trust, communication, and accountability. Journaling, developing your own passions, and most importantly, therapy assist this process. Oh. 31.4, slipping, which is like the word for relapse. And I wrote this, this is my words. And the last one was too, so I'm happy with that. Yeah, anyway. The existence of this chapter, of this section, should serve as a warning for those leaving the trap. Personally, have never relapsed, but will use experiences from interviews with community members and tools from cognitive behavioural therapy to illustrate. Firstly, calling it a relapse is counterproductive. All that's happened is that you've slipped and fed the little monster, which in turn starts up the big brainwashing monster. Users who slip, which by definition is falling forward, typically spawn a whole range of irrational beliefs. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. Brief interruption there. I had made plans this evening and with an extraordinarily cute girl, and we had to do logistics because I'm reading doing an audiobook. Okay, we're now back. Okay. But first, we'll do up the fly. Oh, you know what I might do too? Just have a sip of water while we're at it. Yeah. The existence of, so we're back. 31.4, slipping, relapse. So like it's the relapse section. Okay. The existence, I'm just going to start from, but people are listening. No, you don't need to cut it. Don't cut anything. Yeah. All right. Personally, I've never relapsed. Okay, so first, calling it a relapse is counterproductive. All that's happened is that you've slipped and fed the little monster, which in turn starts up the big brainwashing monster. Users who slip, which is by definition falling forward, typically spawn a whole range of irrational beliefs. I'll never be free, catastrophizing. I should/must exercise, study, and be fruitful every single day of my life, aka masturbating. Today I PMO'd. What's the use of reading all the books and forums? My goal was to not even do M, but here I am, a failure, relapsing. Low frustration tolerance. My friends, forum readers /others are doing porn for doing no PMO for N number days. But I can't, so I'm a hopeless case. Felt good yesterday since I studied well and was fruitful, but today I didn't. I'm going downhill. Rating between self and others. I shouldn't have sexual thoughts. Themselves, parents, or society has installed rigid beliefs in relation to sex. Ask yourself if self-flagellation is helping you reach your goals, and if you are you enjoying the journey? Factors that culminate in each user's brainwashing are seemingly infinite. You know yourself better than anyone else. It's obviously a failure to follow instructions. You saw value in pornography, but how? What's often overlooked is that it takes time to reverse the brainwashing. This doesn't make it any harder, but since every industry uses sex, and actively countering brainwashing is a conscious process, at least to begin with. Actively countering brainwashing is a conscious process, at least to begin with, so it might take time to fully solidify the lessons contained within. Hence, multiple readings are recommended. You can skip to chapters you're having difficulty with, and shouldn't take you long. A surprisingly common experience for religious users leaving the trap is wanting it to hurt a little bit as a form of atonement. They find quitting so easy, then feel guilty for feeling this way. But why self-sabotage and make it hard? The little monster is very sneaky in this regard. Disassociate yourself from the little monster. It was added by the porn industry long ago. Imagine a bully having a tantrum on the school playground. What do you say to a bully? If you give in, you'll just reinforce them. Some who quit end up feeding the bully and so increase their brainwashing, but their conceptualization of the trap hasn't changed. Pick yourself up, find out where you went wrong, and enjoy freedom. You are not your urge. Mindfulness meditation is the practice of noticing thought, and there are fundamental lessons in the nature of the mind to be found. It's highly recommended that you meditate in general. It's also completely compatible with religious practice. You can't fight with yourself or the little monster. You've got to unconditionally love yourself and the process. Michael is meditating at this moment. Vibe. But remove failure from your mind. Here's a section from Meditations of a Porn Addict by Gallia Co., linked in the resources section of the end of the book. Okay, here we go. Since watching porn offers you zero benefits, it's something that only hurts you, and it's extremely ridiculous to want to do something like that, I compare it to drinking bleach. The hard journey of not drinking bleach. Hi, we are No Bleach, and we host rebooting challenges in which participants, blistronauts, abstain from drinking bleach for a period of time. Whether your goal is casual participation in a monthly challenge as a test of self-control, or whether excessive bleach drinking has become a problem in your life and you want to quit for a longer period of time, you'll find a supportive community and plenty of resources here. Sometimes I allow myself to drink one or another glass of bleach. I know about the one drop is a lie, but I don't think a single glass will hurt. One cannot destroy all the hours I've spent without doing so. I don't have a problem stopping bleach, but sometimes I go down the street and I see someone drinking water, in a glass, and I imagine that the glass has bleach in it. Then I have a craving, and after debating with myself whether I should do it or not, I finally give in a night and have a glass. Look, my problem is that sometimes when I'm alone in my kitchen, I start to see the glasses. Sometimes I tempt myself by opening the container where I keep the bleach. Sometimes I smell it and, I end up right back where I started. I'm so desperate to stop this, but I'm not sure if I'll ever be able to stop. Stopping drinking bleach is impossible. I always have a mouth, How am I supposed to stop if I always have a throat, which reminds me I can swallow bleach? Oh man, it was going so well. 19 whole days without doing it. The important thing is to learn from failure. Now I know what to avoid doing, looking at cleaning products in the supermarket. I'll try to make it a month. I'll reset my counter. Wish me luck! If you have an urge, calm down, dude. Remember what the hack book says. Bleach is difficult to give up because of fear we're being deprived of our pleasure or prop. The fear that certain pleasant situations will never be the same again. Fear of being unable to cope with stressful situations. In other words, it's the effect of brainwashing deluding us into believing that buying bleach, and by extension drinking it, is a must for all human beings. Even further, it's the belief that there's something inherent in bleach that we need, and that when we stop using, we will be denying ourselves and creating a void. Make this clear in your mind. Bleach doesn't fill a void, it creates one. And I say, suppose yourself to watch a glass full of bleach for 5 minutes. Try to remember one of those brands or smells that you liked so much. Maybe it's accompanied by some sound, or you only remember selected details. The bleach is there and you can't close your eyes or turn your head because this bleach is in your mind. It's a memory recorded in you. Do you feel any craving? Do you feel anything in your tongue or any change in your breathing? What are your feelings and what are you remembering? Get them identified. The bleach wants to cloud them, make them confusing, and make you only pay attention to that which wants to catch you. With the above, I'm not trying to dismiss your feelings, much less say something like, haha, me smart, you dumb, but to give you perspective on so that you realize how ridiculously easy it is, and always will be, to overcome this addiction. Watching porn is not like an on-off switch where you say, well, I'm in situation X, then I'll watch porn. Fantasies, lies. How often do you allow yourself to drink a glass of bleach? Never. Why? Because it's a horrible thing. That's why. How are you supposed to escape your addiction if you don't realize PMO is a horrible thing to do to yourself? 31.5. What about MO? Masturbation, orgasm. People have been wanking for eons without issue. To be clear, porn is the problem. That being said, you can still get hooked on MO for the same reasons as porn, such as the need to have an orgasm mentality, mental escalation, forcing the body to have sex, and just plain hedonist pleasure seeking. It's exceedingly likely that porn and masturbation have become deeply intertwined in your mind. Many users find they end up relapsing as a result of masturbating to porn-induced fantasies. As your brain rewires, you'll find this brainwashing eventually fades, but it's best to take a break from MO for a while. You should also seek out real sex in order to speed this process along. This isn't an instruction, but evaluate it. Reported benefits from semen retention are numerous: increased focus and energy, removal of brain fog, and increased confidence, along with a slew of other benefits. From personal experience, there's a clear difference, and it's all down to how you transmutate this increased energy. Speculating, and without strict scientific knowledge, the benefits might come down to a couple of different factors. After orgasm, the brain releases prolactin, which inhibits dopamine release. Depriving your brain of, and then another dot point, depriving your brain of dopamine flushes allows more uptake from simply living life. Semen is reabsorbed by the bloodstream after around 78 days and is one of the best nutrients your body can get. And transmutating sexual energy into productive habits brings with it an extra layer of productivity. You may wish to have sex without orgasm as well, which, as mentioned earlier, is a wonderful sexual experience. You can strengthen your ability to do this by practicing Kegel exercises. From personal experience, the easiest and most effective way to target this muscle is stopping your urine midstream. Separation of the sensory and propagative parts of sex is one of the many bonuses of escaping the PMO trap. And my partners have loved it too. 31.6. Deviations from standard advice. This section is new and is written somewhat apprehensively. Even still, it must be mentioned. Some people using Easy Peasy find their desire to watch porn become so reduced that they can't bring themselves to have a final session. This is fine, but don't underestimate the power of having one. Mindfully browsing and solidifying just how much you dislike PMO can be really powerful. Personally found it really useful and was happy to wash my hands clean of it, genuinely relieved to never have to do it ever again. However, your mileage may vary. If you've already been free for the trap for a while and have just removed the brainwashing, there's no need to feed the little monster, as it would just nag you. Enjoy freedom instead. 31.7. Help end this scandal. Internet porn is one of the dangers in a free society, piggybacking on the good-willed efforts of personal freedoms. Surely, the very basis of civilization, the reason why the human species has advanced so far is because we're capable of communicating our knowledge and experiences not only to each other, but to future generations. Even animals find it necessary to warn their offspring of life's pitfalls. Porn producers aren't doing this in good faith, genuinely believing they help mankind, especially now as addiction to internet porn is widely studied. Perhaps in its initial stages, people genuinely believed that porn educated people on intimacy, but authorities know that's a fallacy. No tube site makes genuine claims about education. The only claims made are about the shock, novelty, and escalating qualities of their wares. The sheer hypocrisy is incredible. As a society, we get uptight about school bullying and objectification of the human body. Compared with internet porn, these problems are mere pimples. Numbers of those addicted climb to new heights every year, spending quality time with imaginary and illusory pixel people at the expense of their health, virility, energy, and time. By far the biggest killer in relationships, hundreds of thousands of lives, if not millions, quite frankly, are ruined every year because they get hooked. Internet porn producers don't advertise in the mainstream publications. They don't need to. Our biological urges lead us to the threshold of their well-stocked harems, giving out free samples like their local drug dealer. Nowadays, the tube sites don't so much stock the wares as much as they encourage visitors to post content. How clever it is that porn companies show 18+ warnings as a deterrent for underage users. Some even don't even bother to do that. Internet porn affects everyone at all ages. We warned you of the danger. It's your choice, is their attitude. Do they take any steps to verify age? No. This would discourage their customers. Of course, if age verification is legislated, they'll just find another country to operate from. Or will they pay some elite to write about how prohibition resulted in bootlegging and the creation of the mafia? Conveniently forgotten is the question of why repealing prohibition didn't result in the reduction of alcohol-related casualties and the failure of law enforcement to control the mafia's growth. We can address this difficulty differently through educating the younger generation. If they can step around cigarettes and alcohol when shopping, they can do the same with internet porn. We're already seeing societal shifts such as No Nut November and Kuma memes becoming mainstream. And I've got like a Kuma meme archive at kuma.org, still sawing through it, but yeah, this is funny. The user doesn't have the choice any more than the heroin addict does. Users don't decide to become hooked. They're lured into a subtle trap. If they had the choice, the only users tomorrow morning would be adolescents just starting out, believing they could stop at any time if they wanted to. Why the phony standards? Why are heroin addicts seen as criminals, yet can register as addicts and get methadone and proper medical treatment to assist in getting off it? Just try registering as a porn addict. If you go to your doctor to help, they'll either tell you, stop doing it so much, try moderation, which you already know won't work, or prescribe medication to address your depression. Worse is the advice to go find real partners. Seriously? Do they know of users who find porn better and do it behind their partner's back? Some people just don't understand. Scare campaigns don't help users to stop. They make it harder. All they do is frighten users, which makes them want to watch even more. They also prevent users from becoming hooked. Teenagers know that porn kills their libido, but they also know that one peak won't do it. Because the addiction is so prevalent, sooner or later, either through social pressures or curiosity, we'll try just one visit. Because free porn has awful clips, it's likely they'll become hooked. Why do we allow this scandal to go on? Why don't governments come out with proper campaigns? Why aren't we told that internet porn is a drug and killer poison, that it doesn't relax you or give you give you confidence, but destroys your nerves, taking just one peek to become hooked? Why can't they enforce age verification by requesting major credit cards, perhaps with a third party? MindGeek, one owner of many of the porn sites, like a big conglomerate, is attempting to swindle governments into using their own proprietary age verification solution. Don't let them do it. H.G. Wells, that's seriously messed up. You can't, anyway. H.G. Wells's The Time Machine describes an incident in the distant future where a man falls into a river. His companions merely sit around the bank like cattle, oblivious to hear the cries of desperation. Inhuman and disturbing, much like society's general apathy to the porn crisis. There's a wind of change in society. A snowball has begun rolling down the hill, and it's hoped that this book will turn it into an avalanche. You too can help by spreading the message. As such, to ask, if you see anyone struggling using willpower or attempting to quit porn, kindly point them towards this method. However, the real task at hand is changing the narrative around porn in general. Please consider making it a habit that if you see online or even experience porn's normalization firsthand, you aim to respectfully educate and free them. Occasionally, you may get a negative reaction, but sometimes a comment's all that's needed. As many have done before you, you can expect to receive messages from grateful people thanking you for their freedom. 31.8. Final warning. You can now enjoy your life as a happy non-user. In order to make sure you do, you need to follow these simple instructions. 1. Keep the following page in your bookmarks and refer to it as much as you need. 2. If you ever start to envy another user, realize they'll be envious of you. You aren't being deprived. They are. Remember that you didn't enjoy being a user. That's why you stopped. You enjoy being a non-user. 4. There's no such thing as just one peak. 5. Never doubt your decision to never watch porn again. You know it's the correct one. 6. If you have any difficulties, find and contact a therapist knowledgeable in internet porn. You can find lists of these online. And then there's a list of the instructions, which is 32. The instructions. 1. Follow all instructions. 2. Keep an open mind. 3. Start with a feeling of elation. 4. Ignore all advice and influence that conflicts with easy peasy. 5. Resist any promise of a temporary fix. 6. Get it clear in your mind. Porn provides no genuine pleasure or crutch, and you aren't making a sacrifice. There's nothing to give up and no reason to feel deprived. 7. Don't wait to quit. Do it now. 8. Make a decision never to watch porn again and never question it. 9. Remember there's no such thing as just one peak. 10. Never watch porn again. 32.1. Affirmations. I'm free from the slavery of porn. It's easy, and then it's dot points. So it's easy to ignore my thoughts about porn. Bye-bye thoughts, bye-bye urges. Oh, there goes my cravings. I focus my subconscious mind to overcome porn addiction. Porn steals my time, energy, and vitality. Beating porn gets exponentially easier day by day and in every aspect. I enjoy and value my porn-free, strong, happy, light, and easy lifestyle. If I look back and think about my progress, it gives me great joy and pride in myself. Every time I see other porn users, I get more motivated to see myself break that chain. All that pent-up energy is healing my body and mind. Then I can do more productive and challenging work towards my values and goals. My brain is getting in correct shape, getting exercised by me not doing what I was previously doing. Now all that pent-up willpower is being utilized to handle lightweight stresses and strains of life. Great, I'm free and no longer a slave. Oh, water. And that's it. That's the book. Thank you, Michael. Hold on. Firstly, just quickly, thank you so much for sitting here, listening to me ramble, and providing all the audio equipment and your expertise, this now evening.
You're so welcome, man. It's a good cause.
Thank you, appreciate it. And you better be thanking Michael too. You're wishing him well, aren't you? I'll quickly paraphrase. There's the two things I need to go across to you very quickly. Are because I'm going to read this out, but I'm not. So go to easypeasymethod.org. Click the 30, click the end of the book chapter. Read through that. It's I try my best. I'll basically it's so what are the messages I want to get across? First, if you need help, what's called the talking for so long has just got me anyway. So if you would like to help out with Easy Peasy, I'm paraphrasing this, you can improve the book. You can release it open source. There's a link in this chapter to help you out. There's a video guide that I'm going to make very soon. You can translate it, which I'm super appreciative of. It's I'm unbelievably grateful that people do that. I'll make a video out of that too. It should be up by the time this is out. Spread the word. Thank you. You've already been appealed for it. I'd really appreciate it. Because it's just, anyway, and stop spending time on the computer is another point under that. It's worded nicer. Donate to Alexander Rhodes's legal fund, who's the founder of NoFap. And although their method, they do street counting, the porn industry is attempting to shut him down. So it's it's pretty messed up. So you can donate to that. Don't do social media. There's a point there. Do meditation. There's a link to the Waking Up app. You can get a free month of that. And if you, for any reason at all, if you cannot afford it, you can request a free year, no questions asked, which is super cool. So based Sam Harris. There's a book called Models by Mark Manson. which is it's probably quitting porn is like relationship, it's like, oh, what do I do like with women, or like, whatever you're into, like, hopefully not, porn. But there's a book called Models Attract Women Through Honesty by Mark Manson, it's very good. Highly recommend it. Then you should work out too, is another point in that. And then if you take nothing from this section, you should read a piece of text called Exiting Modernity by Meta Nomad. And so I'll read like a quote from that. Too late isn't an age or time. Too late is when fatigue leads to submission and you forget yourself completely. A potential human dissolved into nothingness. Ooh. Okay. Well, I think that's about it, apart from the fact that there is another chapter that has additional resources that are really, really useful. I'd recommend you have a look at that. It's got like something called like addictive voice recognition technique, which is a thing from Rational Recovery. Some guy off the Discord server made that, which you can join. Eventually we'll all switch to Urbit. I'm going to make a Urbit thing happen. Urbit is like the internet but better, but it's too much to explain at the moment. Urbit.org if you're interested. There is a Urbit channel, an Urbit thing happening. You should do that. That's cool. There we go. That's it. The end of an era.
An era is the right word.
Yeah, you feeling all right, Michael?
I'm feeling good, man. How you feeling?
Yeah, good. I'm going to just go... I'm wishing you well. That's the end of the video. Just keep well. I'm wishing you well, every fiber of my being. I'm not lying. Like every from the first thing. That cute girl is in my house, and she's anyway. All right. She pops. All good. Well, that's it. I don't know how to end it. Let's just end it.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'll push this out of the way. Goodbye. Good seeing ya. Bye. See ya.